Portugal. Who doesn't want to go to Portimao in Portugal in November? 19th to 26th of November. That is the karting Rotax Max Grand Finals. It's the World Champs. We already have 4 of our South African drivers representing South Africa at that event. The Africa Open, which is an international event, was held at Idube down in KZN in July. And the DD2 winner was Bradley Liebenberg. He's an old hat, he's been around for many years, and he took the win for the Africa Open, so he is going to Portugal. But all 4 of these riders I'm telling you about now are here today. Not only do they want to go to Portugal and they want the championship, they want to be first in their class. So Bradley Liebenberg is here for the DD2s. Senior Max is Shriyan Naidu. He's competing today as well, even though he's got his ticket to the World Champs. The Junior Max Africa Open champion was Nicholas Vostanis, and the Mini Max champion is Caleb Odendahl. As I said, they're all here. They're all wanting to compete today for the championship. That's the greatest honor of all. Today's, Sunday, this is race day. This is heat 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's a 4th heat today, ensuring that the finals will not be missed by any of our drivers. There are too many points up to grab. Saturday, we did the practice and qualifying. Anything can happen. So who's going to be crowned our South African karting champion by the end of the day? Here at Zwartkops, beautiful, cool 18 degrees at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way, because that's what the kart motors enjoy. Nice, cool breeze, almost like a turbo charge for those karts. It's all about setup. It's all about race mentality. Whoever can get it together today, make it all happen, they're going to be crowned championship. So we're going to go off now to live. We've got our first class out on the track, and let's go see what's happening.
The final round of the Rotax Max South African Championships in karting here at the International Karting Circuit of Zwartkops. As they head down through the bridge and into the twisties at the bottom end of the circuit, it is Diego Antunes who leads things out over Noah Cronier. He's got Ronaldo Kuhn and Adrian Steyn right on his tail. Brody Dowling with a fantastic start, starting from the back of the field, already up to 5th place. The man in 2nd place in this championship, trying to close things down on that number 24 kart there in 2nd in terms of staying in the hunt for the championship. Had to start from the back of the field because he did not qualify yesterday afternoon. So basically he had to come from the back of the field. Didn't take him too long to get through to the top 5. But he's got a little bit of a bridge now to get to those top 4 that are just starting to eke away as they come to complete another lap here in Anger in the first race of the day. It's Bambino's on track and Noah Cronier diving on the inside of Antunes and makes it stick into turn 1. So we've got the championship leader now leading the pack. As he heads down towards turn 2, he's going to try and open up a bit of a margin there over the 66 Antunes, who is sitting currently in 2nd place on the road, but he's 5th place in the championship. So he'll be making up a little bit of ground here in that championship. Fastest man on the circuit at the moment is the man in 5th place, and look at how he's bridging that gap rapidly. Antunes back up the inside of Cronier as they get into the bottom end of the twisties, heading back up the hill. It's basically a big right-hander, big left-hander, big right-hander, and it's all the way up the hill again. The undulation of this track is pretty much not too hectic in terms of up and down, but there is certainly a lot of up and down that happens here at the circuit. And up and down the standings at the moment is Cronier as he looks to get on the inside into the final double right-hander. He squeezes through on Antunes right on his tail as early race leader Ronaldo Kuhn. Kuhn got the whole shot and led things out for the first lap and a half, and then Antunes squeezed him out as they go back towards turn 1, completing another lap in Anger and getting to the halfway stage of this 8-lap first heat of 4 for Bambinos. Now we've got championship rivals in the mix. Diving into turn number 2 now, looking for an opportunity to come back. Antunes once again squeezes through on Noah Cronier. Cronier forces him wide though, comes straight back at him, heading through and underneath that incredible little bridge. Underneath the bridge there and into the bottom end of the circuit. Once again, this time it's Noah Cronier who leads things out. Big move coming from the back as well. Keep an eye out on Adrian Steyn and Brody Dowling. They're all in the mix there. 5 karts fighting for the potential top 3 here, and also for a possibility of this championship. It's not done. 339 points is what Noah Cronier had coming into this round, and only back in 315 was Brody Dowling. Dowling now into the mix there in the 22 kart. And he's starting to have a look on the inside. He's made his way up into what is 3rd place now, onto the back end of Antunes. It's great to see the fights in this one. It's basically a battle of the double numbers. You've got 66, 77, 11 and 22 all fighting with 24 who leads things out at the moment, and Noah Cronier doing it all right there for the Sparko team. He hangs on for now as they go down towards turn 2. He doesn't always carry the great corner speed through turn 1. And that's where the rest of these karters definitely capitalize. But that time he was a lot better coming out of turn 2 and maintains about a kart length over second place. Second place now is Ronaldo Kuhn. Kuhn also putting pressure on Diego Antunes right up there as well. Antunes now falling into the clutches of Kuhn and into the clutches of Adrian Stein. So the top 5 in the championship are the top 5 on track with about 3.5 laps to go. Absolutely amazing action so far here from these guys as they get into it for the first time of 4. Remember, there's 4 heats to decide this final round of the Rotax Max National Championship karting. Big move on here into the final double. And that double left-hander is slightly uphill, as you can see. Great move there, and a new leader, Ronaldo Kuhn, hits the front as they cross the line. But you're right back at him comes the 24 kart. Yellow flags, though, into turn 1. So there'll be no overtaking. The overtake was already done at the line, so Cronier can hang on to that one. He wouldn't be able to make an overtake maneuver. There's the kart that could be in question. Coming up on a back marker now and trying to close things down on that back marker. Just trying to pick up the number on that back marker. Looks like it might be the number 40 kart. So the 40 kart of Aston Verheul just making a small mistake. He's now going to be eaten up by this pack at the front end. And they are starting to open up small margins now. The small margin between 1 and 2 might be enough there for Noah to try and hang on for the next 2 laps. 1.5 as he gets to the top of the hill. Blue flags waving there for Verheul just to warn him that these karts are coming through rapidly. And they're trying to hang on to what is the lead karts now. Might not be a bad idea there for Aston to learn a couple of lines around the circuit. He's got a bit of experience around this track. Should have. 24 versus 22. Championship rivals now 1 and 2 with a lap to go. This is the way we start the final one as they go across the line. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And here comes a move. Oh, Brody Darling from the back of the field looking to dive up the inside and gets through. So Brody Darling gets through on Noah Cronier with a lap to go. And now we'll try and lead things out heading into this final lap and towards the checkered flag. Absolutely amazing stuff. And into the mix comes the 66 of Antunes. He wants to have some fun and games as well. Try and spoil the day there for the championship leader. It's going to be a bit of a tight one here as they head into the twisties at the bottom end of the circuit. You can see just how that circuit snakes back up the hill there. Absolutely amazing. Wide circuit as well. Lots of lines to be used, and these youngsters will know exactly how to carry the corner speed. Right now, Noah Cronier has not carried enough corner speed, but Antunes certainly has. Antunes now looking for an opportunity to dive on the inside of Cronier. Cronier just shutting the door there, and watch for the dive on the inside into the last corner. Has he carried enough corner speed through the kink? He has. Defensive driving, though, coming out of Brody Darling. Holds that inside line. Can Cronier come back at him? He's going to try and cut back and come across the line. It's going to be very close here between the two of them. And Brody Darling hangs on only just to take the victory. Incredible. Look at that. 0.126 between the top 3. 1/10 of a second splitting the top 3. 0.004 of a second between the top 2 there. Brody Darling hangs on for the victory. He is going to just increase his potential of keeping Noah Cronier honest. Cronier leads out the championship coming into this round, but a change up there, as you can see, for Heat 1. The results there for Heat 1 are going to be crucial, especially in this championship, that is for sure. Dowling takes the victory. It's Cronier for second. Great drive there from Antunes. He will finish up in 3rd place, ahead of Ronaldo Kuhn. He finished up in 4th place, fighting hard there with Adrian Stein. So basically the top 5 in the championship finished up top 5 in the race 1. And this is race 1 of 4 heats today here at Rotax Max Finals. Amazing start to the day. That's the kind of race action we like to see. And with 35 points up for grabs there, Darling is certainly going to be moving himself a little closer to Cronier. And the battle is still going to rage all day long.
Going to be an absolute cracker jack of a race day. absolute crackerjack of a race day.
I have got the cutest little Bambino with me. He's just come off the track. His name is Luan de Vet. Yes. Luan, how old are you?
6.
You're 6 years old and you're a local boy from Pretoria, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how's the kart feeling on the track this morning?
It went fine, but this morning it was not very well. My car was hopping.
It was hopping. Is that because of the rubber that's been put down from yesterday's qualifying?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think you're going to do about that?
I'm gonna get to the back and I'm gonna try pass and get to the front.
Okay. And what are your chances today? Are you feeling racy and like a champion?
Yes.
Excellent. All the very best. We wish you well and we'll chat to you again, I'm sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's one of our little Bambinos. The class goes from 5 years old to 9 years old. These are real, it's a family-orientated sport. These little champs are racing. It's a top kart, it's a governed kart. So they're all on this level playing field. Not too much tinkering or tampering goes on with that kart. And these little sausages, look at them being driven and pushed around on their trolleys as they come off the track. It's beautiful conditions today at Zwartkops. 18 degrees, a lovely cool breeze. It's going to probably heat up and then setup is going to have to change. Obviously the most important part of karting are the wheels on the track, and depending on rubber and grip depends on your kart setup. So we've got Senior Max going up now. These are truly the competitive boys. They're not quite into the DD2s, which are the first, second gear karts, but you have to be a really good driver to be able to take corners without those gears and maintain your speed through this very technical track. So let's have a look and see what the seniors Maxes are doing on track. It's their warm-up lap and then it's their first heat of the day. First of 4. Over to live commentary.
Big welcome back here to Zwartkops International Kart Circuit for round 4, the final round of South Africa's Rotax Max South African Karting Championship. And we've just seen Bambinos on circuit right now. We're moving into Senior Max, a very competitive class. Incredible news coming out of pit lane this weekend is championship leader Tate Bishop has not made it here to Zwartkops, concentrating his efforts mainly on the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup. So decided that it might not be an opportunistic maneuver to get up here to try and take on the best of the best in Senior Max, which means Musa Kaji, Yifan Lee, Ethan Steer and Olarato Secundo have basically got an opportunity of taking this championship here today. Getting to slow down as they come through to take up their race positions. Remember, they've got to slot into those little tram lines to get the perfect start. Everybody in the tram lines as the lights go out. A perfect start once again from Mohammed Wali, who was on pole position, but he's under pressure big time there from Karabo Malamela right from the word go. Looks like, it's just Wally who's just squeezed through there. Mohammed Wali and Malamela fighting hard for honours and diving through as well. Watch out for Charles Visser. Troy Snyman's in there as well, and so is Olarato. Olarato Sakudu in with a shot here. Musa Kaji not quite up to where he wants to be at the moment. Sitting down in about 6th place on the circuit as they head up through the twisties for the first time. Big double right-hander now that brings them to the top of the hill, and they'll start the second half of the lap. If they get through to the second half of the lap, they head into a very tricky double left-hander. You can see slightly different lines being used by the quicker karts here. Wider lines and cutting apexes very, very early to ensure they can carry some corner speed. Wally leads out, Fissers in second. Charles Visser slots up into second place, just ahead there of Troy Snyman. Karabo Malamela, the second place man on the grid, has dropped down to 4th. Olorato's right there with him, and then Musa Kaji. So basically, that's what we've got to keep an eye out. Yifan Lee, a little bit further back in the pack, down in 11th place. Also concerning. That's not where he needs to be, considering the fact that he's 3rd overall in his championship and still in with a shot of the championship. He was only 5 points or 6 points between themselves and Musa Kaji. So Musa Kaji and Yifan Lee will be fighting for honours here with Olarato Sakudu, but take nothing away from Karabo Malamela. Sharpus is down in 9th at the moment. I don't think there are enough points up for grabs today. Although I say that, with 4 heats today, there's a very good possibility that Visser could chuck himself into a championship contention. This one is a 15-lapper, slightly longer events for the senior category classes. Senior Max, DD2s, DD2 Masters, and Junior Max will all have 15-lap heats. Junior classes will be having 12 laps, and of course the Bambinos will have 8 laps of action here today. As we're into the first heat here of the Senior Max class. Muhammad Wali starting to pull a little bit of a gap here. Getting away there from Troy Sneyman, who's made his way back up into second place now ahead of Visser. Malamela and Sekudu ahead of Musa Kaji and Bostander. Then you've got Roshan Gooden, who's made his way up. He's into 8th place, just ahead there of Reza Levy. He's ahead of Ethan Steer and Yifan Lee. As I said, Yifan Lee down 11th place is certainly not doing himself any justice to stay in the hunt for the front of this championship. Back down the hill and towards the twisties goes Wali, opening up now 1.1 second lead. You can see the gap there between himself and second place Sneyman fighting off the intentions from Charles Visser, Malamela, Sekudu and Musa Kaji. So Musa Kaji second in the championship, currently down in 6th place overall. That will score him 27 points. So he might just be able to stay ahead of Yifan Lee, but he's certainly going to be closed down by Olarato, Sekudu and Karol Malamela, who are just ahead of him on track. Muhammad Wali currently in this championship out of the top 10. So Wali is not really a factor in this race for the championship, but he certainly is looking for overall honours here if this is the way he's going to start things out for the 4 heats of racing today. Wali heading up through the Rotax sweeps and into the top end of the circuit again. Look at the gap he's pulling out, almost 2 seconds between himself and Troy Sneyman. Sneyman currently fending off everybody else's intentions there, including Charles Visser. Visser at this stage looking to try and attack, get back up into second place, but hasn't been able to do that just yet as they cross the line and complete another one. So we got 5 laps down, 10 to go. And the situation remains the same there. Karabo Malamela has closed the gap ever so slightly onto the back end of Visser. Sekudu's joined him. The steam train there of 5 carts is second to 6th place on track. And Kaji just sitting pretty in 6th place at the moment, waiting for something to happen maybe a little bit later on, or maybe to make a move a bit later on, because if he goes too soon, with the potential of these drivers and how closely and evenly matched they are, makes it very difficult. And if you go too soon, they've got an opportunity to come back at you, which is why I think Charles Visser is just biding his time there behind Troy Sneyman, realizing that Sneyman is lapping relatively quickly. They're all down in the 42s. It's high 42s and mid 42s from the front 7 carts. And in fact, mid 42s right the way down to 10th place on track. Back down into the twisties now. Watch for this also moving here, and it looks like the 2nd and 3rd place carts pulling away ever so slightly there from Karabo Malamela. Malamela not able to run with the pace there of Charles Visser. He's opened up a little bit of a margin over Malamela, who's fending off Sekudu and Kaji. So when you have to go defensive, sometimes it slows you down, and that's exactly what I think Malamela's finding. Oh, he's starting to slide as well. His mojos are starting to slip and slide a little bit as they come through the final 2 turns. Sliding into that last corner was Malamela, and feeling the pressure. Olarato Sekudu looking to dive on the inside, has a big look into turn 2. Didn't quite make it stick though. Quite close, but not close enough. Carried corner speed down the hill and into the bottom section. Behind that, keep an eye on Bostander, Roshan Goodman, and of course Reza Levy. Ethan Steer there in 10th place ahead of Shrin Naidu. Yifan Lee's dropped down to 6th, position into 12th, I should say. So that's not going to help out his 2nd place chances of this championship. He's sitting currently in 3rd overall, but with Tate Bishop not being here this weekend, it means that Yifan Lee is actually 2nd in the championship. But down in 12th place at the moment is not where he wants to be. So 2nd pack heads down into turn 2. Once again, Sneyman holds on for now. Malamela keeping out Sekudu. Certainly had a look a few occasions in that last lap to try and find a way through there on Karabo, but Karabo saw him coming, didn't let him have any room to play. Through the right-hander now, and up over the crest to start the final part of the lap. Schalfus is on the back end of Troy Snyman, waiting for a chance now. 1.7 second lead now. The gap, in fact, it's gone up to 1.9. It's nearly 2 seconds between Mohammed Wali and Troy Snyman. That is the gap that the leader's got. He's just disappearing at the front end. So Mohammed Wali is certainly looking to wrap things up here for a perfect day in the saddle, but unfortunately not really involved in the championship hunt for this category. Chopping and changing in the mid-pack and down in the backpack as well. Looks like Roshan Goodman might have made a maneuver to get through there on Bowstander. We'll keep an eye on that one as they cross the line. Snyman under a bit more pressure now from Visser. Visser realizing that we're getting down into the closing stages. They're about to come and start or complete their 10th lap and 5 to go. So 5 laps to go now, and here comes, there you go. A little bit of a nudge there from Schalfus saying, come on, we've got to get a move on. Wali is disappearing at the front end. Snyman, you need to up the pace. Otherwise, let me through and let me see what I can do about it. Big move from Ollie. Olorata up the inside of Karaba, finds a way through, says, thank you very much. The Gazoo Racing man just squeezing through there just before the bridge and makes it stick into the bottom section of the circuit. So we got a new man up to 4th place there. Olorata Sakudu making his way through on Malamela. Karaba Malamela had no answer there. Musa Kaji now trying to come back at him as well. So Snyman versus Visser as they come over the crest and heading into the final double left. Visser also applying pressure. Snyman going to feel that pressure. Watch for the dive on the inside heading towards turn 1. Is Visser going to try it this time, or will he wait a couple more laps before he has a go? Mohammed Wali is just disappearing, controlling things from the front end. There's Visser looking on the inside. No, not this time. He's setting things up though. Watch out for Charles Visser. He'll be having a look a lot more closer to the end of this race. We've got 3.5 laps to go. 3.5 laps to go for these karters. First heat in anger for Senior Max. At this stage, you can see he's watching out for Yifan Lee as well. He's still down he's made up one position. He's gone back to 11th. But that's not going to help out his championship aspirations, that is for sure. Across the line again. Now we've got 3 to go. Is Visser going to have a go here? Is Kaji going to have a go? Musa Kaji is definitely going to have a go. He's very much up close and personal there, just in the background, trying to find a way past on Karaba Malamela. Malamela saw him coming, shut the door. It's not going to give him any room to play, that's for sure. But as they head back down the hill again, into the bottom end of the circuit, you can see Musa Kaji has to try and make his way up. He wants to try and get into that top 5, score himself at least 28 points and keep himself in the hunt for this championship. Visser's maybe a little bit too far back, but as I said, you can't take anything away from Charles Visser, especially when he makes a move like that. Troy Snyman eaten up into the final corner as they start their final lap. Was this the second lap? No, second last lap. Penultimate lap now for these two. Visser goes into second. Snyman going to try and come back at him. Troy Snyman trying to come straight back at Charles Visser, but Visser's timed this possibly to perfection. He's gone into second place with 2 laps to go. And now going to try and hang on to that second place. This is going to be important there for Charles Visser. Currently down in what is 9th place in the championship, but as I said, not out of this race yet. And certainly not out of the championship, with 4 heats up for grabs and 4 heats of points up for grabs today. 140 points up for grabs in terms of wins. If you get all 4 wins, that could certainly bring you back into contention for a championship. So as they cross the line to start the final one, Charles Visser's in second, Snyman is third, Kaji's up to 4. Oh no, that's Olorata. Sorry, Olorata Sakudu's up to 4. Olorata Sakudu. Kaji's still down in 6, has not found a way through there on Malamela. So Karaba Malamela in the 5 spot, not holding anything back at the moment to try and keep his top 5 aspirations right up there. But how's the gap here between Mohammed Wali and second place? Wali has just got on with it, got the job done, and disappeared from this pack, fighting so hard there for what is second place now. Fist is going to hang on by the looks of it. I don't think Snyman is close enough to have a go here into the final corner. No, Snyman's going to have to settle for 3rd. And Olorata Sakudu is going to get 4th. So it's Wali who takes the victory. Mohammed Wali gets the first one. He comes through there to take the first win of the day. He finishes up ahead of Charles Visser. Visser comes through to be out Troy Snyman. He'll take 3rd place. Olorata Sakudu comes through for the 4th spot, beating out Karaba Malamela. And it's Musa Kaji down in 6th. Yifan Lee will be finishing 10th place for Yifan Lee. So some work to do there in the next couple of heats there for Yifan Lee as we wrap up the first heat in anger here. And this championship is now basically blown wide open. Well, the fact that we don't have Tate Bishop here today, there's certainly going to be some big fights for honours today in Senior Max. In a few moments' time, we'll be back shortly with Micromax. So straight back into action now for the next heat of racing. It's Micromax who are on track for their first heat of the day. And Emma Dowling, Matthew Shuttleworth, Taylan Patel, Logan Bilal, Rafael de Souza, all fighting hard here. Championship at the moment is in the hands of Rafael de Silva. He currently has a very, very slender margin. It's about 20-odd points there between himself and Taylan Patel for the lead of the 2022 Rotax Micromax Championship. And now they come under starters' orders for the first heat of the day. Aidan Beaumont, Emma Dowling, look out for Christian Verheul, of course, and Johan Nolte. All going to be looking for honours here today for this championship and for potentially wrapping up 2022's final round of Rotax Max here at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. As they go through there, Patel and Shuttleworth were mixing it up along with Logan Bilal and de Souza. But as they head towards turn 2, they sort things out there ever so slightly. Everybody slotting into what is the train of karts heading through the bridge and down into the bottom end of the circuit for the first time of 12 laps of action coming away now for the start of Micromax. If you've just joined us on our live stream feed, a big welcome to everybody. Hope you've enjoyed all the race action so far. Phenomenal Bambino race to start things out. Straight into a very competitive Senior Max category race. And now third heat of the day comes from Micros. 2x2 and slotting things out and changing it up ever so slightly as they cross the line for the first time. It's Shuttleworth who leads out over Taylan Patel. Patel doing it all right at the moment to try and bridge the gap there between himself and Rafael de Silva, who is currently down in third place. De Silva leading the championship on 336 points. So it's about 18-point difference there between himself and Taylan Patel. But right now on track, it is a case of 2 points difference. So 2 points being made up here between Patel and Rafael de Silva. Not enough for Taylan Patel to ruffle the feathers there of Rafael de Silva in this championship just yet. He needs to take a couple of wins here today and hope for some bad luck for the rest of his competitors in this category. Aidan Beaumont at the moment is third in the championship, but currently fifth on track. So he's got a little bit of work to do to try and close up that gap to keep out Logan Bilal. Remember, he's fighting hard there with Emma Dowling. Emma Dowling, unfortunately, has dropped right to the back of the pack. She didn't quite have the start she wanted. We got a bit ruffled down into turn 1 and 2 and dropped to the back. And now with a lot of work to try and close that gap down there for potentially staying in the hunt for this championship. Back down into the twisties they go. And it's a super start there for the lead kart, Matthew Shuttleworth, who's just having an absolutely amazing run at the front end here. Getting away from Taylan Patel and bridging about 4 or 5 kart lengths over Patel. This is where things could change up a bit there for Matthew Shuttleworth. Shuttleworth currently down in 9th place in the championship, but with a couple of wins in the bag today, could potentially bring himself into the top 3. That's what we're going to be watching out for all day long. This is championship rivalry stuff, and of course wrapping up 2022's Rotax Max Championship here in South Africa. Going to be sending a couple of our karters on their merry way to represent South Africa at the World Finals. Amazing to see that as we get into this third heat of racing. Things could change up here as well at the front end, and there's certainly going to be some fun and games still to be had here amongst these karters as we are into the third lap of anger, about to be the fourth lap completed and 8 to go. 12 lap heat here for these youngsters in Micromax. Definitely some work here being done at the front end, that is for sure. And getting away from this pack is what Mr. Shuttleworth is doing. Matthew Shuttleworth is just controlling things, and the same thing could be said here from Taylor Patel. Although he's lost the gap there big time to the lead kart, he's bridged the gap as big to third place, Rafael de Silva, championship leader. So Rafael's got all the work to do here today in this first heat if he wants to stay in the front of the championship. 2 karts in front of him though. In Patel is his closest rival. He's currently sitting in second place in the championship with de Silva leading. So they've just swapped things around there in terms of how the championship standings are. On track, slightly differently. The roles are reversed there. Here we go down into turn 2 again. Patel not able to bridge that gap. Have a look at those gaps that have opened up as well. They're kind of racing here almost Noah's Ark style, 2x2 in the second pack of karts. 2 karts heading towards the twisties, 2 karts out of the bridge, 2 karts into the bridge. And that would be Johan Nolte and Christian Verheul, Sebastian Ferreira and Franco Gibbard. Very evenly matched between those guys. And then Rafael de Souza and Emma Dowling at the back end of the pack. He's certainly changing around here for this championship, that is for sure. Could potentially be a whole different ball game by the end of the day's racing. If there's a couple of other karts who come into play here and start to mix it up for potentially spoiling the championship or just taking away valuable championship points from the guys and girls who need them. That's what we need to take into account, that is for sure. And watching it all day long, that's exactly what's going to be happening. So we'll keep an eye on the championships all the way through the day and bring you up to speed as to how they stand going into the final bits of race action. Things certainly heated up in the last heat with Senior Max. Championship rivals there, of course, were fighting hard, and you can see just how valuable those points are. You cannot afford to make any mistakes because it can be exceptionally costly. And that's exactly what we're finding here with these guys and girls fighting in this heat. So things turning around here big time and could potentially spoil or even be a bigger spoiler by the end of the day's racing, with 3 heats of race action still to come your way here for the first heat of Micromax. We're into just over the halfway stage reached, and that gap now starting to bridge there. Rafael de Silva's being caught hand over fist by Aidan Beaumont and Logan Bilal. Still in with a chance here, those 3 karts as they come into it. Top 3 still up for grabs there as well. Move on the cards here as well for Shuttleworth. This is a great start to his day's racing. Matthew Shuttleworth and his team are going to be very, very happy with the performance of this young man, bringing himself back into potentially a chance of championship contention. He's currently down in 9th place in the championship, but 9th place in the championship is 243. 336 leads the championship, and of course with 140 points up for grabs, 4 wins on the day, could certainly bring himself into what could be a top 3 overall for 2022 for Shuttleworth. But he has to go and do it another 3 times after this, which also makes it a little bit more difficult. Back up to the top of the hill and over the crest goes your race leader. Battle for 3rd place starting to heat up. They're going to keep an eye on that one in the background, boys. Rafael de Silva has been caught now by Aidan Beaumont and Logan Bilal. And that is for championship contention. So De Silva has got to keep out both Bilal and Beaumont if he wants to remain at the top end of this championship and stay ahead of what is currently second place on the road, Taylor Patel. Patel doing it all right there for second. They both realize that Matt Shuttleworth basically isn't really a contender yet, unless something goes spectacularly right for him today. That's the gap between 1 and 2. Here's the battle for third, and yeah, definitely a big maneuver on there from Beaumont and Bilal to close things down on Rafael De Silva. De Silva's chances now of a top 3 are certainly looking like they're going to have to be fought for. Here they come. About to start the final lap. 1 to go now for Shuttleworth as he crosses the line ahead of Taylor Patel. Big margins there, 2.8 seconds between the top 2. A further 2 seconds back there to third place. So I think 1 and 2 is done and dusted here. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there for them. Third place, though, is definitely up for grabs. Have a look at this. De Silva under massive threat now, heading over the crest of the hill. Is there going to be a move on there from Aidan Beaumont? Is he going to try and spoil the day? The flag is going to come out easily for Matt Shuttleworth. Great run there from Matthew Shuttleworth to take the first heat of the day there. So Shuttleworth takes the victory. Nice run there from him. He'll finish up. Oh, and now is that for close. Taylor Patel in second. But the third place battle, Rafael De Silva just beating out Aidan Beaumont. And to the tune of 0.2 of a second across the line. Logan Bilal will come through for third. Just having a look down the field there as well. Emma Dowling will eventually finish up in 8th place. So Emma Dowling in 8th place there. Might just keep herself in the hunt there for what is potentially a championship chance. Christian Verhel will finish in 6th place. Johan Nolte finishes up in 7th. He beats out Dowling, and then Franco Gibbard, Sebastian Ferreira and Rafael de Souza down in 11th. Up next, we're heading into the first heat of Junior Max, also an equally and arguably the closest rivalry for today. Casey Ensor Smith, Vion Bosov and Jaden Gerson, and all going to be fighting hard in a few moments' time. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, right, I've got a Micromax Heat 1 second place driver here. The Micromaxes are 6 to 11 years old, and they always start with a 600 number, and Taylor Patel is in the 626 cart. You're 11 years old, Taylor, and I see that this is possibly your last year in a Micromax. How long have you been racing?
I've been racing about 3 years, but I only started doing Rotax 1 year ago.
Okay. And today's race here at Zwartkops for the championship, I mean, this is a very highly contested under 11 Micromax class with all 11 drivers capable of winning. What is your strategy for today?
I think just to try to stay ahead of my championship rival, Rafael De Silva. I was sad I never got P1, but I was happy that I just
beat him with 1 point. But hopefully I can just stay ahead of him and try to fight for the championship, because there is a quite big margin between us. So, yeah.
Absolutely, Taylor. You're looking very comfortable. You're looking confident out there. Are the conditions right? Do they suit you?
I think we could have gave me a little bit less grip, because the car was quite bouncy on track. But I think we have a good setup.
Well, I'm sure you're going to go home and tell your mechanic in the pit exactly what you think of that setup. Taylor, I know that the championship is up in the air. They're all fighting for it, but you did. You beat Rafael da Silva in the Tony kart, and so that's an extra point for you. Congratulations. All the best for the rest of the heats 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. We're going to go back to the
So
Junior
race action already
Maxes.
here into the thick of it with Junior Max Heat 1. Bjorn Boshoff with the fastest lap on the previous lap, hanging on just ahead of Jaden Wilson as they fight hard there with Casey Ensel-Smith and Eric Haystack. Nicholas Vastanis has joined them as well for a top 5 opportunity. And at this stage, the fight is on between the first 4 in the championship. It's literally Casey Ensel-Smith that leads things out in the championship, but currently sitting down in 3rd place on track as they come across the line to complete the first of a couple of laps of anger. And of course this is a 15 lapper, so that's actually the 3rd lap in anger that they've just completed. So we're just missing out on those first couple of laps. We'll be caught up with some of our top contenders from the previous heat down in pit lane. Great to catch up with those drivers, as well as bring you all the race action here today from the final round of the Rotax Max Championships of Karting here in South Africa. We're at the Zwartkops International Raceway, just west of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us from all around the world on our live stream feed, a massive welcome to everybody. And this is the kind of kart action we're looking to see all day long here for 4 heats of each of the categories racing today. We're into the Junior Max for the first time today. Arguably one of our most competitive classes in this country at the moment, with Jaden Goosen leading things out over Haystack. Casey Ensel-Smith, Saad Variawa has made his way up into, or Saad Variawa I should say, has made his way up into 4th place, just demoting Bjorn Boshoff down 1 position. Vastanis and Koza behind that. Then you've got Jono Wilson and Brandon van der Walt. Divian Naidu not quite getting the start he wanted, up into 10th place at the moment ahead of Maro Deleuze and Mahir Wahab there in 12th place. But it looks like Jaden Goosen is getting his groove on here and starting to open up a little margin. It was only 0.6 of a second on the last pass. It looks like it might have gone up to about a second there between the leader and 2nd and 3rd place that are fighting so hard there. Haystack under massive pressure from the Gazoo Racing man there. And you can see Casey Ensel-Smith just biding his time, going to tick them off one by one. Moves up into 2nd place there into turn 1. Runs a little bit wide and has an opportunity for Haystack to come back at him. Eric decides, not, let me just follow him through. Maybe what he can do is if I follow him through, I can possibly get him to bridge the gap there to Jaden Goosen, and we can take on the leader at this stage. So lead battle starting to rage here big time. And it's not a bad way to start things out here. And as you can see, almost instantaneously, that gap has come down now that Casey Ensel-Smith has moved his way back into 2nd place. The last time we saw Ensel-Smith in this championship, he was in such dominant form and literally took, I think, almost every single heat on the day at the last round. So certainly knows exactly what to do. And Addy Doobie was certainly on fire. Championship honours up for grabs, of course, here today, and they will wrap up 2022's championship, and whoever takes the championship, of course, will go on to represent South Africa at the World Finals. Some big maneuvers happening here for potentially 1st, 2nd and 3rd place. And yes, as I said, once again, what was a second gap has now come down to 0.4, and probably even closer than that. You can't even see, or you can't say the gap quick enough to express how quick and how that gap has come down between Casey Ensel-Smith and the leader Jaden Goosen. Goosen crosses the line, still in the front end. It's down to 0.3 of a second. It's probably down to about 1/10 of a second as they came through turn 1. It's less than a kart length there between, or maybe just a kart length between 1st and 2nd place at this point. Goosen trying to keep off and fend off Casey Ensel-Smith's attack. And yeah, Eric Haystack did it all right. Exactly what I said he should do. Try and stay there with Casey Ensel-Smith and let Casey Ensel-Smith bridge the gap and allow him an opportunity of spoiling the day there for the current leader, Jaden Goosen. Goosen, remember, is 3rd in the championship, 1st on the road. 2nd in the championship is where Bjorn Boshoff wants to be, but Boshoff, of course, has dropped back down in the 6th place, so that's not doing his chances any good here in this first heat as they complete another one with 7 to go. Championship leader Casey Ensel-Smith is 2nd at the moment, and He's got some work to do to try and find a way past, but he's now got right onto the tailpiece there of Jaden Goosen. So it's a matter of time here before we see that Gazoo racing machine slot through and make its way up into the lead of this race. Maneuvering up through the S-bends there and through the twisties, back up the hill. You can't really see the undulation there, but it is quite a climb. You don't feel it too badly in a kart, you don't feel it too badly on a motard or a single-cylinder motorcycle that normally races at these circuits. But you will certainly feel it if you walk up that hill or cycle up that hill. It's a bit of a climb to the top end of the circuit. The undulation here is always awesome for the kind of racing we're seeing today, and it provides the platform for the racing that we are going to see all through the day. Hensel Smith once again closes up that gap. Very tight stuff there between himself and the lead of this race. Tell you, there's not much in it there between those first three. And they certainly are having a bit of a fight of their own all together at this point in time. Bridging a huge margin over Saad Variawa. Nzalo Koza there in 5th place at the moment, ahead of Vion Bosov. As I said, Vion Bosov currently 3rd in the championship, or 2nd in the championship, I should say. But down in 6th place. Oh, a touch! A touch on the main straightaway, and they got locked up completely. That 2nd and 3rd locking up. That's going to be huge. Jaden Goosen coming together there with Eric Haystack, the two of them locking up across the line. Just coming out of that final corner, they just touched wheels, and cool defensive driving coming out of the early race leader, Jaden Goosen. Saad Variawa capitalizing on that little mistake between those two karters and has now dived up into 3rd place. So Variawa moves through and gets ahead of Haystack. Haystack was using exactly what I said he should be doing, trying to bridge that gap now that he got to the back end of Jaden Goosen. He got right up close and personal, in fact too close and personal, and locked up front and back wheels there across the line. They were literally locked in one kart there, and there was 7 wheels on the ground going across the line there between those two. It's opened up an opportunity for Casey Hensel Smith to get away here from this field with about 4 to go. Action continuing between those 4 karts though for 2nd. Goosen, Variawa and Haystack now starting to fight it out. Goosen's got a little bit of breathing room there, only just ahead of Saad Variawa. Haystack wants back, he's going to look on the inside down into the twisties, gets up the inside. Perfectly done this time. No touching, no barging, but you can see not happy about that was Saad Variawa. Variawa comes back at him and says, yeah. Oh, and what a move. Diving through there out of nowhere comes Koza. Nzalo Koza just making hay while the sun shines and catching Haystack out. Eric Haystack had no answer there as Nzalo Koza just dived up his inside. He was caught out by the maneuver there from Saad Variawa. He was trying to recover from that one. Didn't see Koza coming. And Koza now makes his way up into the top 4. Wow, it's on here, there's no doubt about it. Behind that, Bosov starting to get into the mix there as well. Vostanis and Wilson having their own little fight. But, we had a couple of laps of some serious argy-bargy there between those karters. Hensel Smith now with a huge margin, almost 4 seconds up the road. He stayed out of harm's way due to the fact there was so much fracas behind him. But managing to stay out of that one also a little bit was Jaden Goosen. He's recovered nicely considering the fact that he was locked up with a kart over the start-finish line only 3 laps ago. Big move on here from Saad. Saad Variawa wants to get at a 1-2 here for Gazoo Racing, and he's not too far off that if he can find a way past on Goosen. Jaden Goosen has got some work to do here to keep Variawa at bay. Certainly not done and dusted yet between those two as they come down into the bridge and back down to the bottom end of the circuit. This kart circuit has seen some great action in the past. We've had World Championship International Karting here. We've had National Championship Karting here. We've had Africa Cup Championship Karting here. And it provides a platform of note for kart race action. And kart fans certainly love coming out to the Zwartkops International Circuit. Across the line we go again. Up and over the top. And black and white flag being shown there. Possibly to... I'm not quite sure who that was given to. Didn't see the number on that one, unfortunately. But ungentlemanly conduct being shown there for one of the drivers. Could possibly been further back in the field. I'm not quite sure if it was any of the top contenders there. Doesn't give us an indication on our timing. Aha, there we go. Thank you. I've got Mitch Katsia alongside me here. So, looks like number Vion, is it Vion Bosov that could potentially be in trouble there? Vion just being shown that black and white flag saying, listen, we have got you under our auspices just to make sure that you behave yourself out there. I think fighting with John O. Wilson and with trying to close that gap on Haystack, he might have just got a little bit out of control. No worries at all for the control at the front end as the checkered flag comes out, and it's Ensor Smith who will take the first victory here on the day and maintain his lead in this championship. An amazing effort there from Casey. That is exactly how he wants to start the day, and I'm sure as we get through the racing today, he's going to try and wrap things up here in terms of this championship. So a super run there from Casey Ensor Smith. He tried to stay out of harm's way. It wasn't easy to do that though. So we got some work to do now for a couple of the other drivers a bit further back in this pack, and some work to do still in this championship. So Casey takes the first one. He wins out over Jaden Goosen. Jaden Goosen beats out Saad Variawa. Nice run there from him. Into third. Then it was Nzalo Khoza. Nzalo Khoza beats out Eric Haystack, who was fighting hard there in the mid-pack, and it was initially a race leader. Vian Bosov, who's sitting second in the championship, only finishes up in 6th place. So he's got a lot of work to do in the next 3 heats, ahead of Jono Wilson and then Nicholas Vostanos down in 8th place. That wraps up our first heat of Junior Max. Moving into the Mini Max category in a few moments' time. We'll be back shortly.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
Pretty loud here as the Mini Maxes go off the Park Vermeer, the grid onto the track. I've got with me Jono Wilson here. Jono, you want to take your helmet off so I can have a word with you? Jono had a very interesting Heat 1. This is a Junior Maxes. This is 12 to 14 years of age, and their numbers are in the 400s. So anything to do with the 400s, you're going to get a Junior Max driver. Jono, tell us about Heat 1. How conditions, and did it turn out the way you wanted it to? It was a pretty close competitive race for you there.
Starting in P5, I knew it would be really tough because I had some strong names around me. And going into turn 2, I got given a little bit of a bump, so that put me back to about 9th, I think it was. I managed to catch up to Vian and Nikki because they were fighting a lot, and it slowed them down. And once I caught up to them, I passed Nikki. And on the last lap, I almost passed Vian, but I just couldn't get past, but really well driven by them.
And by you, that was fiercely competitive, and you pinned your ears back and went for it. Well done. Being a KZN boy, Jono, how are you finding the conditions here in Pretoria?
I honestly prefer driving Zwartkops. I feel the track's just been maintained a little bit better than a doobie. The racing is a bit closer here. It's not so engine dependent like a doobie, and yeah, love racing here.
Okay, well, we're going to be broadcasting live on the Weather Channel, which is the DSTV channel 180 just now from 2:30 till 5. Do you think conditions are going to change going into the afternoon into Heat 3 and 4?
Yeah, they will. Towards the end of the day, we'll be going maybe 2-3 tenths faster as the track cools down and it's not so hot. The engines will perform better and there'll be more rubber down on track.
Okay, are you enjoying the grip that's out there at the moment?
Yeah, it's really nice. We just need to maximize some horsepower and then we'll be fine.
Okay, fantastic. Well done. good racing. I wish you all the best for Heat 2, 3 and 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right, I know the Minimaxes are out. It's a fiercely competitive group, so we're going to go back to the live commentary.
Well, you join us after a massive crash and a red flag on the start of Minimax. Ivan Fenter being unceremoniously taken out as they tagged heading towards turn 2. See the medical team and marshals already on site, and they'll bring all the carts to a stop on the grid to do a full restart of the first heat of action for Minimax. We kind of expected a massive start from the Minimax competitors, but not like that. Little tag heading out of turn 1. A couple of carts came together, and eventually it saw the 572 of Ivan Fenter just being sent onto the side of the track and actually rolling his cart and sliding on what would be its roof if he had a roof on that cart. The roof is basically his helmet and his back. He went sliding onto the outside of turn number 2's entrance point. You can see just on the right-hand side of our shot at the moment, the golf cart there with the medical team already on call and right into where things went wrong. But fortunately, we have got an exceptionally good medical team and marshalling, and basically went straight into what was a huge incident. Lisa's down in pit lane. Let's catch up with her quickly to find out what's happening down in pit lane.
Got with me a junior max. He's just come off the track. This is Vian Boshoff. He's one of the big runners in the junior max class. Although he's only 12 years old, he's one of the real lighties. I think you are youngest on the track in the junior max. Okay, Vian, interesting race. You obviously have a very aggressive strategy today. You were shown the black and white flag. Can you tell us what the... Was it? Okay, because our commentator couldn't see, and they thought it was you. That's why I wanted to have a word with you. But obviously you're in the mix there, almost like not quite front at the moment. Tell us about your race day so far.
So I started first, and then I was struggling a bit with pace, and then towards the end I got pushed off and dropped to the back, and then Nicholas Verstanis came and we were dicing a bit, and then suddenly he just came out of nowhere and took me out. I think I almost flipped, but anyway, it was not really the best race for me, but hopefully we can just find pace and I can just drive better, because I wasn't driving the best. But yeah.
Well, that was certainly then a wake-up call for you, and you're going to get far more focused in Heat 2. But Vian, you are one of the rivals. You're up there, you're in the team, you are competitive, you highlight. What do you think is going on with the base of the kart?
I think with the track evolving through everyone just driving and scrubbing of rubber, the track's getting stickier, and as we didn't really adapt for that, because we thought because of it being so early in the morning it would be less grippy, but then I was struggling on the exit of the corner, so yeah.
Okay, so we know that everything is about tyres. Grip is on the tyres, the rubber down on the track becomes sticky with the weather. What weather do you prefer to drive in, or is this ideal for your motor?
This is ideal for, I think, most of the drivers. It's just either way you will try to find your right chassis setup. It will never be perfect. Yeah. So it takes a while, and then after a while you will get it right.
I have no doubt that you're only going to get stronger and stronger through the day. Congratulations, you stayed out there in spite of being bumped. You finished your race, and that's points in the bag for you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Right, hopefully the Minimaxes, all is well. Carts have been recovered, and hopefully they're going to start shortly. Obviously, paramedics are around. This is motorsport. It's never going to be a non-dangerous sport to participate in, but we've got paramedics and medics, and everything's always handled very professionally in case of accidents. So the Minimaxes had an awkward start to Heat 1, fiercely competitive. It's the most varied competition in the championships, the Rotax Max Championships, because your star player changes from race to race. So everyone's very close on points, and these youngsters are very, very willing to put their nose in, sometimes where it's not entirely necessary, to get those extra points in the bag, being the last round of 4 for the national championship. I was.
So as you can see, we're basically sitting on the grid at the moment with the first heats of Minimax after a big crash, starting things out here for heat number 1. I just saw Evan Fenter being given a big round of applause as he made his way back into the pit lane and off to the medical centre here at Zwartkops for a bit of a check-up there. Young Carter ending up on his back and helmet sliding off the circuit after he got tagged and turned over, heading into turn 2 here on the first start of the 15 laps that was supposed to be happening here for Minimax. 12 laps, I beg your pardon, not 15, 12 laps for the Minis. So 12 laps of action had to be stopped right at the word go. And looks like there's going to be some reshuffles on that grid. They'll basically do for a full restart, which means Caleb Oudendal and Adam Kaji will start things out on the front row of the grid. Oudendal, of course, our current championship leader, and Kaji down in 4th place in the championship, 5th place in the championship. Keegan Beaumont, he's looking to try and come through from 7th place on the grid to maintain a chance for the Western Province, of course, of still taking a championship in this category, because remember, it is so tight in this first part of the day's race action for the 4 heats coming your way for this final. We've got 306 points for Caleb Oudendal, 305 points for Keegan Beaumont, 295 for Travis Mingay, 280 for Adam Kaji and Ken Swartz, and then of course Jordan Wadley just behind them on 273. So there's literally about 30 points up for grabs here in terms of the first 6 in the championship, but there's 140 points on the cards today. So this thing is certainly wide open for anyone, even in the top 10, to still come through and spoil the day there. We'll be keeping out on Georgia Lennox as well, down in 10th place. She's had a couple of phenomenal outings, the young lady driver in this class. And at V-Town, if I'm not mistaken, took a victory in this category as well. So certainly showing the prowess that comes from her racing stable. My dad Alex, of course, a multiple SA Supermoto champion in his day, and some Superbike championships under his belt as well in the day. Right, so we're under starters orders again, this time hoping for a clean start. And see all the guys just starting to form up in their positions. They have to get into formation. They then slot into those 2 tram lines, left and right of the circuit, heading across the line. We've got Oudendal and Kaji, Spice Maula and Travis Mingay. Then it's Keegan Martin and Matthew Chiwara. Keegan Beaumont, Jordan Wadley, Ken Swartz, Georgia Lennox. That's your top 10. Behind that, it's Gianna Pasquale and William Marshall. Sebastian Diaz, Evan Fenter won't be there, but Amani Kinua will certainly be there as we kick things off here for the second time. Let's see if they can keep it all together heading down into turn 1. This time everybody seems to have just stayed on the track. A little bit of touching in the back though, but not enough. And here we go, down towards turn 2. Heads down and racing, and opportunities now for race wins to come your way. Caleb Oudendal looks like he managed to stay in the front end and maintain the lead over Kaji. We'll get confirmation of that as we see from our drone shot heading down towards the twisties for the first time. 4 carts breaking away already, making their way just slightly ahead of the 5th place cart at this point. Looks like that might be Beaumont. Great start from the 575. As I said, it is Oudendal who leads things out, but he's got the Gazoo Racing man right on his tail, and there's a big move on there from Kaji. Kaji looking for a chance now to spoil the day right from the word go. Yellow flags into turn 1. Must be an incident that happened that we just didn't catch on camera. Possibly a cart on the sideline there, or issues with someone's cart as they come through turn 1. Green flags again down into turn 2. Mayula up in a 2nd place there. Spice had a fantastic start. Just got through there on Kaji. Adam Kaji now drops down to 3rd. And he's got some work to do now with Keegan Martin right on his tail. Big moves on the front end here. Top 2 getting away ever so slightly. They pulled about half a second over the 3 and 4th place battle as they crest the hill and back into the latter half of the race and latter half of the lap. Coming to complete the 2nd lap in anger as they come through here at the International Kart Circuit of Zwartkops. Great to see some nice support on the sidelines here, not only down in pit lane but also up on the grandstands there as they start across the start-finish line. Bit of a manoeuvre being pulled here now as well. 0.3 of a second from Oudendal to Mayula, and fastest lap of the race goes to Oudendal. So he's doing it all right out front. There's Caleb looking to take the win, take the lead, maintain the lead and finish up with that first victory in the bag. 1 of 4 today will certainly help his championship and certainly help him try and maintain the championship lead he's got coming in here. It's only a point but it's a point down to Keegan Beaumont, who is currently lapping in 15th place. Beaumont's got a problem. Second place in the championship, Keegan Beaumont, has dropped right to the back of the field. So some issues there for the second place man in this first heat. Spice Maula, slowly but surely closing onto the back end of him. Comes the third and fourth place carts of Martin and Kaji. So Riachile is going to have to be well aware of the attack coming from behind. It's one cart out front. We've got 3 carts fighting for second. The gap has definitely come down between Maula, Martin and Kaji. Long way to Ken Swartz in 5. Sebastian Diaz also quite a way back in 6th place ahead of Gianna Pasquale and Georgia Lennox. Up over the crest they come again. Into the very tricky double left-hander. You see slightly different lines also coming out of this category. Every single class here will have a slightly different line into that final double left due to the fact that they carry so much corner speed through there. They're fighting for honours here. They're fighting for championships. They're fighting for a chance to go and represent South Africa at the World Finals of Rotax. And fantastic to have all of our Rotax Max Championship sponsors here this weekend. Rotax, XPS, Mojo Tyres, Top Cart and Coma. And of course cart.co.za are in the house here today as well. And all this proudly brought to you by DT Film Services here today. Our action going out on the live stream on social media. And we'll also be picking up a little bit later on with some exciting news coming your way. Some DSTV channels we're going to be announcing as soon as they come on board with us a bit later on this afternoon. We'll catch some of the card action here from Zwartkops on those DSTV channels as well. So it's Keegan Martin. Sets the fastest lap there. Now in second place, trying to bridge the gap of 0.7 of a second to the leader, Caleb Undal. And with a 46.2, that is absolutely flying. But of course, we've got low 46s out of the first 7 carts on track. That's literally even Stevens between Undal, Martin, Maula, Kaji, Swartz, Diaz and Pasquale. All running on even times, which makes it very difficult to try and get those gaps down. You have to work together like these 3 are trying to do here for second, third and fourth place. If they work together, there's a possibility that they might be able to close that gap down on the leader, Caleb Undal. Maula goes defensive, trying to keep out an attack there from Adam Kaji. Kaji goes high and wide out of turn 1. Tries to get the drive down into turn 2, but Spice sees him coming. And just hangs on to that inside line to keep out the intentions from Adam Kaji. Kaji comes back at him as they go into the twisties. And try and carry this corner speed up the hills. Not always easier to do in the slightly less powerful Mini-Max category, but even though it is less powerful, take nothing away from the race action it's providing, because just behind this pack of carts, we've got 5 carts fighting for honours. Absolutely amazing stuff. Right through the pack, you can see there's just some great battles raging through this field of Mini-Max competitors. 7 down and 5 to go. Undal hangs on to a 0.7 second lead. 7/10 up the road from Keegan Martin. Spice Maula still in a huge fight at the moment with Adam Kaji. So that's how things could change up here for third place. And there is a move. Kaji on the inside. Spice runs wide. Has he been able to make it stick? Yes, he has. Kaji gets through. Kaji just squeezing out Spice Maula there and dropping him down to fourth place. And he's already pulled a bit of a margin. So I think Riachile might have been holding Adam Kaji up, which is why Kaji fought so hard for that opportunity to get through to third. Is there enough time there for Kaji to now catch Keegan Martin just up the road from him? 1 and 2 cross the line again. We've got 4 to go. 8 done in this 12-lapper. Look at the sideline there. Great to see the crowds in the background as well. Great to have crowds back at South African Motorsport and Motorsport worldwide. Not only here on at the circuit, but also, of course, on our live stream feed. A big welcome to all of you, too, who are watching us from all over the world. We've got Mini-Max on track at the moment. It's heat number 1 of 4. Undal leads out. He's pulled a 1/10 of a second up the road over Martin. Keegan Martin is only 1.3 seconds up the road there from Adam Kaji. So looks like 1 and 2 might be sorted out here. The third place battle still up for grabs there as Spice Maula tries to come back at Keegan Martin and get away from Adam Kaji. He's trying to close the gap down first of all onto Kaji, and he's done that. So Riachile now onto the back end of Adam Kaji, and Kaji could be in a bit of trouble here heading into the closing stages. We've got 2.5 laps to go as they cross under the bridge. Once again, Caleb Woodendall setting the fastest lap of the race. Lap 9 of 12, and he does a 46.112. Just maintaining the gap that he's got there, and going to maintain the lead of the championship with that as well. Because his closest rival, Keegan Beaumont, as I said, is down in 15th place with some problems. The next closest is Travis Mingay, and Travis Mingay at this point in time also with some issues, and he's currently down in 16th place. So Beaumont and Mingay, second and third in the championship, currently fighting for 15th and 16th place overall. That's not going to be good. Not for their championship hopes. That is for sure. So it's Undal, Martin, Kaji, Spice Maula. That's how they stand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up the hill comes 5th place Ken Swartz. And Ken Swartz is 4th in the championship. So he's going to close the gap down pretty big on Beaumont and Mingay. Mingay and Beaumont's second and third place positions in the championship might be changing here after heat number 1. And Swartz and Kaji could be moving up into that second and third place. They got 1 to go. Maula looking for a way through on Kaji. Kaji goes defensive into turn 1, slams the door shut. Not going to let him through. Watch out for a maneuver though coming from Spice Maula on Adam Kaji in this last lap. Over the shoulder there as they head down into the bridge to the halfway stage of this final lap. Udendal, Martin, Kaji and Maula. Swartz is all on his own. Diaz and Marshall up close and personal just behind that as well. Second pack of carts. In fact, it's Diaz, Marshall and Chihuahua who are going to be fighting for the last part of the top 8. Georgia Lennis has just got through there on Gianna Pasquale, so leads things out there in terms of the ladies' battle and into 9th place overall. As the flag comes out, it's Undal who takes the victory. He wins out over Keegan Martin. Keegan Martin will finish up ahead of Adam Kaji, who just managed to keep out Spice Maula. So a good run there from Ken Swartz, that is for sure. That's going to help out his championship, move him up probably into the overall standings. William Marshall will finish up in 6th place. And that's 7th place there for Matt Chihuahua. Gianna Pasquale just behind Sebastian Diaz. So Gianna just getting through there in the end as well. So Gianna Pasquale beats out Georgia Lennox. And then we've got to go down, as I said, to 15th place there for Keegan Beaumont. And Travis Mingay in 16th place. So that's going to hurt the championship a little bit there. So up next, we'll be heading into the first heat of one of the most competitive classes. This season alone has seen 57 competitors in DD2s. And they are up next. We'll be back shortly.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You are the only one standing in your way. And the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
Lining up here is Jamie Smith and Joseph Ools on the front row. Brandon Smith is there on the second row with Cristiano Morgado. Brad Liebenberg, the Africa Cup Championship winner, is there in 5th place ahead of Keon Grottis. And then it's Nico Zafiris, Tian Ilof, Devon Brock, Waylon Wyman, Nico Spanianos, and Sebastian Boyd. Now, Sebastian Boyd leads the championship and starts from the back of the grid. That is going to be a huge mountain to climb as we get ready to go now for Heat 1 of DD2s. Drop the hammer and down towards turn 1, and it's a fantastic start from Jamie Smith. He's going to hang on to that inside line into turn 1, and he hangs on to the lead as well. Smith just, big tag in the background, and there goes one cart flying onto the inside of the circuit. So a big tag there between the carts going off track completely. I think it might have been, that could have been 75 Waylon Wyman, who has ended up on the inside of the track coming out of turn 1. So a little tag between two carts coming out of turn 1 has now opened up a massive margin there for Jamie Smith. Looks like it could be Joseph Ools, who's just slotted through into second place, heading up the hill. Brandon Smith behind him as they head up to the top, and Cristiano Magado, I think, is there in the 4 spot. We'll get confirmation of that as they come across the line, but what a start, and a bit of a frantic start there to the first proceedings here for DD2. Ools, Smith, Liebenberg and Boyd. Sebastian Boyd already up into 5 from the back of the field. The Africa Cup champion is up to 4th place there for Brad Liebenberg. So the Hype Energy band doing a superb start there. Hype Energy and Sparko, of course, his 2 big sponsors. It's Jamie Smith, though, that controls things from the front for Burrell Art. And he's got to try and keep out Sebastian Boyd in the 69 cart down in 5th place if he wants to still have a chance in this championship. Boyd is on 341. It's 296 to Jamie Smith. So 47-point difference there, with 35 points up for grabs here for the first heat. So this could change things up here pretty rapidly between these two championship rivals for 2022's DD2 championship in Rotax Max, South Africa. Heading down into the right-hander at turn 2. Brad Liebenberg definitely applying pressure onto the back end of Brandon Smith. Jamie Smith leads things out, though. So Smith and Liebenberg fighting their Boyd. Fastest cart on track has now bridged the gap to the back end of Brad Liebenberg. As you can see there, the 3 carts heading up to the top of the hill. That's Ools in second. So literally trying to close the gap down now. Behind him comes the 3 carts fighting for 3, 4 and 5. Amazing stuff. Cool. So just getting confirmation as well as we go into the next lap of anger for DD2s. We've got, of course, DSTV live coverage from about 2:30 onwards today. It's going to be great to have opportunities to be on the Weather Channel. That's channel 180, if I'm not mistaken. And, of course, on the Open Channel, 115. That'll be Open View on 115 a bit later on this afternoon. So from about 2:30 onwards, you can join us on the People's Weather Channel on 180 on DSTV and the Open View Channel on 115 a bit later on if you are watching us on live stream. This is a fantastic fight about to start raging here for 3rd place. 1 and 2 getting away ever so slightly. So it's Jamie Smith from Joseph Ools. Ools was quickest on the last pass. This time they all come through there, almost even Stevens. 41s from the first 5 carts, 42s for the next 5. So you can see just a slight differential there between the top 5 in this class and top 5 in the championship. Now remember, Brad Liebenberg has not fought in this championship at all, other than at the Africa Open. And at that Africa Open, he scored enough points on the day with 2 wins and what would have been an 8th place on the day to win the Africa Open. It puts him into 16th place overall in the championship. He's not fighting for championship honours here. What Brad Liebenberg is probably doing here today is just getting time in the saddle, because he will be representing the South African championship rivals and championship contenders at the World Finals as the Africa Open winner. That happened down at the Adobe Kart Circuit, and that was only a couple of weekends ago, not too far away from when those proceedings took place. But it's all up for grabs now, and a bit of a chop and change now, looking for a front end. Ools has got through, yes he has. Joseph Ools has found a way through there on Jamie Smith. Smith opened up the door, and Ools made him pay. So it's Gazoo Racing out front, Burrell Art in second as they come over the crest and into the final double left-hander. Last year's champion Joseph Ools, he is currently sitting not where he'd like to be overall in this championship, that's for sure. He's had a bit of a tough time of it, but 3rd place is where he is at the moment. He's got a chance now to just open up or get a little more points back on his rival in second, Jamie Smith, who's now in second on the road. So that will definitely bring them within about a point of each other. But Sebastian Boyd down in 3rd at the moment is doing everything right to maintain his lead of the championship overall. So 1, 2 and 3 currently sit in 3, 2 and 1. So 3rd, 2nd and 1st place in the championship are 1, 2 and 3 on the road at the moment. That's a nice move there from the 69 of Sebastian Boyd to get ahead of Brad Liebenberg, get ahead of Kian Grottis, Brandon Smith, Cristiano Magado, multiple SA champion and 5-time world karting champion, down in 7th place. Also possibly looking to maybe get a little bit of seat time there and some practice in before he heads across. And hopefully he'll be representing SA as well at the World Finals. Waylon Wyman, Nicholas Panianos and Devon Brock ahead of Tion Elof and Nico Zafiris at the back end. It's a great overhead shot here from our drone to show you how close this field is. It's literally about 8 seconds splitting first to 12th place on track. Big move in the background here as well, coming out of the 37 cart. Cristiano Magado slotting through there, one position, getting up ahead of Brandon Smith into 6th. So he's almost into the top 5 there, the multiple world champion. 5 times he's won that world title. And heading now up towards the top of the hill. Who's leading things out? The number 1 cart is the number 1 cart on track. He's currently 3rd in the championship though, so some work to be done to try and get ahead of Jamie Smith and Sebastian Boyd, which is why we've seen Joseph Wills hit the front and now try and get away from everybody else. I thought it might have been Waylon Wyman who was sent to the sideline there in the starts. Apologies for that. It wasn't Waylon Wyman, it was actually Nico Zafiris. I actually saw him sitting on the sideline there in between turn 1 and 2. So he unfortunately was forced wide. There you can see him just on the left-hand side of the shot there, just underneath those CRG banners in the background. So Zafiris out of this first heat. Open up a little bit of a margin here between the rest of these competitors. As you can see, them still now fighting hard for what's left on track and the positions that are still available. Fights on here, that's for sure. They are not done yet. They are certainly going to be fighting hard here right till the checkered flag comes out. Jamie Smith would love to bridge that gap, and he's watching in the background all the time because his championship rival and Sebastian Boyd in that championship rival cart has got a chance of closing down the 1.5 second gap. Another lap completed. We've got 4 to go. The 15 here for heat 1 of DD2s. DD2s now in full flight. Bull, Smith, Boyd, Liebenberg, Grottis, top 5. Magado's in 6th. Just watching the gap come down between Sebastian Boyd and Jamie Smith. That's certainly one we're going to have to keep an eye on the whole time. Very, very important to keep out what's going to be happening between those guys, because that is where the championship rivalry could be sorted out. Bull's doing it all right. Front end of the fight. Currently on 293 points as opposed to the 341. So that'll bring him to 298 to 328 is where he'll be finishing up. So a lot closer to the top 2 if he can maintain the lead and still finish at the front end of this field. That's exactly what he'll be looking to do here in the closing stages of this first heat of Anger for a very competitive DD2 2002 category. Bulls maintaining that gap. And he will be starting his penultimate lap right now. Doesn't look like Sebastian Boyd's got an answer here to Jamie Smith, so this could turn things around in this championship as well. As we're getting into the last lap and a half of race Anger. Bulls, Smith and Boyd. Basically the reverse of the top 3 in the championship are sitting 1, 2 and 3 on the road. Bulls starting the final lap. So Joseph Bulls is going to take the first victory here by the looks of things with relatively ease. But it's Smith and Boyd we have to keep an eye out on. Brad Liebenberg will be in 4th place. He's got no worries at all. Kian Grottis behind him. I don't think there's going to be any change up between those two. As I said, Brad Liebenberg using this day's racing for some needed seat time. Trying to get back into the karting frame of mind. Remember, he's still fighting hard for honours in the Global Touring Car Championship as well, in the Lone Golf GTI for Hype Energy, Universal Motorsport, and Sparko. But it's Gazoo Racing's number one man out front as Joseph Ools is going to take the checkered flag. So Ools take the victory. Smith comes through for second, only just ahead of Sebastian Boyd. Boyd a lot closer, 0.4 of a second there to his teammate. Liebenberg for 4. It's Grottis finishing up behind them. Magado and Waylon Wyman. Brandon Smith down in 8th. Spanianos, Tion Elof and Devon Brock will make up the top 11. We'll be back shortly with DD2 Masters.
I've got Ed Murray with me here. He's the man behind Rotax Max Challenge. And I was just asking Ed, you've modeled the Rotax Max on the classes and the kind of standards on the European Championships so that our boys and girls can seamlessly go and race in Europe if they so wish.
100% correct.
So where does Rotax Max Challenge take you on an international platform?
The first thing is that you can compete in exactly the same classes, same weight, same engine, everything that we do here. You can go and do in probably more than 70 countries worldwide. You can go to the UK, you can go to Japan, you can go to China, you can go anywhere, and you'll have Rotax Max Challenge. Same formula, same equipment, so literally if you emigrate, take your kart with you, because many countries that you might go to will have a Rotax Max Challenge.
That's fantastic. And then when we're talking about karting, do we have any famous names, international brands out there that started with Rotax here in South Africa perhaps that have made it their name big on the international stage, maybe even Formula One?
Well, Formula One at this stage, no. Jody Scheckter was around before Max Challenge was around. Rotax was around before him. They've been around for 100 years. Okay, literally. South African racing drivers, quite honestly, any name that you can give me pretty much would have started or at some stage raced in the Max Challenge series. From the Van der Linde boys, Mugado is our sort of pride and joy because he's actually won 5 international titles in Rotax and did an outstanding job in Formula 3 in Europe and so on. He really is a star. Him and several of our other drivers, names like Mark Cranier, Gavin Cranier, I'm sure you know Mark was a multiple rally champion. Many of them won Rotax World Finals. To this day, South Africa has won 14 titles. I think the Dutch are nearly equaling us now. Unfortunately, we haven't won many in the last couple of years, but we keep trying. But it's nice to know that we're competing on a relatively level playing field, because in my youth, the only thing that was available was the FIA World Championship, and that was multiple engine makes, multiple tire brands, free chassis, so literally Formula One or MotoGP. It was that sort of thing, and that's unobtainable for a South African. And this is why I've always felt so strongly about the Rotax, because it paves the way, gives you really competitive racing that you can learn here, go and race in Europe, and excel if you've got it. You know, like I named a few people. Jonathan Aberdeen is another one. Locally, Michael Stephen, you name them, they've all been through karting. So.
Yeah, the best drivers do come off a karting track. And speaking of paving the way, we are going to go back to our live commentary. We've got a race on the grid at the moment, and we don't want our viewers to miss out on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome back to action now from the DD2 Masters heat number 1 of the day. And you join us with Eugene Brits and Verheul fighting for honours here in the championship. And Nick Verheul has done it all right to be on the front row alongside Jonathan Peterson to start things out into turn 1. Andrew Thomas, Alistair Mingay, Connor Hughes and Philip Chapat further back there. But Eugene Brits having to start from the back of the pack and now making his way through the field as quickly as possible to get to that front pack as they go down into the bridge and complete the first lap, or half a lap in an angle of 15 to come your way here for DD2 Masters. Up over the crest for the first time. Let's have a look and see who's going to be bridging the gap here. Looks like Peterson might have opened up a small margin. And Verheul with some work to do. In fact, I think it is actually Nicholas Verheul who leads things out. It is ahead of Peterson, so a change up there for the top two. Chapat into what is now third place ahead of Andrew Thomas. Connor Hughes in 5. Eugene Brits is up to 6th place already from the back of the pack. So he's made up 5 positions just in that first lap and already making up some more as they come down into the halfway stage of the second lap here for DD2 Masters. If you're watching us on our live stream, a massive welcome to you and to everybody around the circuit who's watching in and listening in as well. Thanks to the support here for DT Film Services bringing us all the live stream action. And don't forget to join us at about 2:30 this afternoon as we go live on the People's Weather channel on DSTV on channel 180 and on OpenView on 115 as well on the DSTV bouquet. So great to see initiative being put into place there to bring us some live karting action on some of the DSTV audio and or visual, I should say, channels on that bouquet. 180 is the People's Weather channel and OpenView on 115 from about 2:30 this afternoon. Flying down another lap in anger there, completed with Nicholas Verheul with the fastest lap so far of this race. And you can see he's pulling away to the tune of about half a second a lap there. It's 1.5 seconds up the road on Peterson for 1 and 2 on the road. Verheul doing it all right here. Brits up to 4th. Remember, Eugene Brits has got some work to do here still in this championship. 344 plays 326 there. Brits in 4th, Verheul in the lead of the race. And of course, Brits is the leading kart in this championship at the moment. But down in 4th place there, the orange kart heading towards turn 1. And he's got a little bit of work to do there to try and close things down on Nicholas Verheul, who currently leads things out. Big fight just behind there as well. It's Philip Chapat with Eugene Brits on his tail as they make their way into the first half of what is now lap number 4. And this 15 lapper is going to still have a lot of action still to be sorted out in the mid-pack. Brits trying to close things down, trying to get away now from everybody else, put his head down and concentrate on closing first of all on Chapat, then on Peterson, possibly onto the back end of Nicholas Verheul. But the way that Verheul is driving at the moment, and 42 deads out of him compared to the 42 twos out of the 199 kart, means that we've got some work to do there for championship leader Eugene Brits. Let's move on the inside as well there from Connor Hughes. He's starting to come into play too. So Hughes now on the move, moving his way up into a potential top 5 overall. First 4, the gaps have opened up a little bit there between those first 4 for Verheul, Peterson, Brits and Chapat. 5th place fight on track at the moment, led out by Andrew Thomas, Connor Hughes on his tail, and Marco Vegas right in there as well. And I tell you, it's a nice little fight there as Marco starts to put the pressure onto the back end of that 114 kart of Andrew Thomas. Another lap in hanger completed there. We've got 5 done and 10 to go. First third of the race completed. Fight on for the championship, as I said, between Brits and Verheul at this stage is advantage Verheul. Brits down in 3rd place will get 30 points, will keep him at 374. And Verheul taking 35 is going to bring him up into, what is that, 31, 61. So 15-point differential heading into the second heat if they keep up the current positions on track. Clean move down into turn 1 there for second place as Brits has just gone through by the looks of things. Up into second place now ahead of Jonathan Peterson. Peterson down into 3rd. Second and 3rd now fighting up the hill. And 0.1 of a second between the two of them. Further back, that battle continuing between Chapat, Hughes and Thomas. has opened up slightly. Wasn't as close as what it was earlier on, and you can see the gap opening up here as well for second place, as Peterson has just been left in the wake there of Eugene Brits. Brits can only just see Nicholas Verheul up the road, but with 8 laps to go, might still have enough laps in hand to catch him. He's got to get slightly quicker than the 42.2s he's been doing, but now he's got a bit of clean air. Maybe he can put those hot laps in to close the gap down on Verheul. So it's reverse order of the championship at the moment. Verheul leading Brits. Brits leads Verheul in the championship. But on track, as I said, reverse order. And you can see just how hard Eugene Brits is going to have to try and work now to catch the back end of Nicholas Verheul with 7 to go. Just over the halfway stage, and it's fight on for the championship, fight on for third place. Second and third still up for grabs. This is further back. This is now 5 and 6. And 5 and 6, Connor Hughes and Andrew Thomas coming down into turn 1 as we're watching 2 and 3 under the bridge. Aerial shot heading towards the twisties. You can see now on the sidelines as well some great crowd support. Absolutely perfect day's weather for kart racing today, and it'll be even better when we go on to the weather channel later on. People's Weather Channel, DSTV 180 and OpenView 115. We'll get to see some action later on this afternoon from the kart circuit here at Zwartkops. This is a fantastic little fight there. Marco Viegas slowly but surely closing on Andrew Thomas. And they're going to be fighting hard there for a potential top 6 if they can get just ahead of each other. Oh, issues there. Good dive on the inside. Oh, and 2 wheels into turn 2 there for the 114, Andrew Thomas. Stunt driving into turn 2 there from Thomas. He was able to get the kart down. Fortunately, it didn't roll over, but it's lost him 2 positions. So Thomas, Vegas, Connor Hughes and Minge fighting hard. Great bit of action coming out of the bridge. I'll sort it all out, but 162, Marco Viegas has just been gifted an opportunity to get to the front end of that fight. Looks like there may be a bit of damage there, I think, potentially on the 114 kart of Andrew Thomas. He has dropped right back and possibly out of this race by the looks of things. We'll wait to see if he comes through. Tene Nkube has gone through. I think Derek Joseph's about to go through as well. Yes, there's definitely an issue there on Andrew Thomas's kart, and he might have just pulled into pit lane after maybe getting a little bit of damage on the kart after the little tip over, and 2-wheel Knight Rider style driving from him into the bridge. Here we go, up through the twisties. Nkube has joined the party onto the back end of Minge. So Ali Minge, Nkube and Connor Hughes on for a chance. Slow kart about to be caught now by the looks of things. And I think that's back markers being warned, and the top end being warned that they're catching the back markers. So the fight is on here for DD2 Masters and the 2022 Championship. Brits and Verheul. It's 3.7 seconds between them. I don't think Brits is going to have enough time to bridge that gap. 3.7 seconds is a lot of time on track in karting. You take into account what happens at the World Finals. There's sometimes 60 karters split by about 1.5 seconds. So amazing to see how tight the action can be in karting, and it's just as good in South Africa, there's no doubt about it. Our grid this morning in this category was only about 1.5 seconds between the 11 competitors fighting for honours in DD2 Masters. Earlier on in the day, I think there were about 16 karts in the Minimax and Micromax competitors where they were split by about 1 second on the top 16. So Verheul doing it all right as he heads up into the double left. Across the line, and another lap completed. He has got 2 to go. Penultimate lap started for our leader. He goes under the bridge and just maintains a 3-point-something second gap there. It was up to 3.7 seconds at one stage. It's down to 3.2 now. I think Verheul might have rolled out of it ever so slightly, just going to control it to the line. He's in great mood and great rhythm at the moment. Highly unlikely he's going to make any mistakes at this stage of the race with a lap to go. 14 done, 1 to go here for Nicholas Verheul. Verheul will be taking the 35 points. Eugene Brits will get 32 behind him. It'll be Peterson picking up the 30 points up for grabs for third place. Philippe Chapat at this stage in time is currently down in 12th place overall, but he'll be picking up points there for a top 4 finish if he stays where he is right now as well. So nice maneuvering there from Chapat, Gauteng base driver in the Ricardio chassis. Here comes the checkered flag for the first time today, and there's 3 more of those still to be handed out for DD2 Masters. Behind that, let's see who's going to pick up the 5th place spot, because top 5 was still up for grabs between Hughes, Viegas and Tanae Nkube. Some great dicing in the DD2 Masters to wrap things up. So we got Minge, who comes through for 5. Connor Hughes will be finishing up in 6th place ahead of Marco Viegas. And Tanae Nkube will finish up in the top 8, beating out Derek Joseph and Andrew Thomas, who had some problems there with that little tip over almost. Right, that's the first heat in anger done for the day. In a couple of minutes time we got Bambinos down in the pre-race paddock there, as you can see, standing by. And don't forget to join us at about 2:30 and tell all your friends about the 2:30 link to the People's Weather channel on 180 on DSTV and OpenView on 115 also on the DSTV. Okay, we'll be back shortly with Bambino's second heat.
Right, I'm down here at Parc Ferme and the DD2 Masters are just coming off the track. Now, if you know anything about Rotax Max Challenge, the DD2 Masters is a hotly contested class in the championship. We've got Eugene Brits and we've got Nick Verheul and then we've got Jonathan Peterson. And all 3 of these drivers have been to world champs overseas. They've competed. They've represented South Africa at one stage or another. And it comes down to today. Eugene Brits needs to win 1 heat today to win the championship. But heat 1 has just happened and Nicholas Verheul has come out streaks ahead of Eugene Brits in 2nd place. So it is a phenomenally exciting. If Nick Verheul wins 4 out of 4 heats today, he's going to be the one taking the championship. It's that close in points. And this is what's so exciting about the Rotax Max Challenge, is that they don't have the final round being your normal 3 heat challenge. The championship has a 4th race heat today, where winner gets 35 points, 2nd place 32 points, 3rd place 30 points, and it forces all your top contenders to come, because you can only drop 3 races in a season, in a championship. So it's so important for these guys to not be able to drop 4. They need to be here for that 4th heat. So Nicholas Verheul has taken the 1st heat. Eugene is going to be very worried now. He thought he had this championship in the bag, but he couldn't catch Nick around the circuit. So we've got 1st Nicholas Verheul, 2nd Eugene Brits, 3rd Jonathan Peterson, and then we've got a mid-pack that are all vying for their 4th, 5th and 6th place in the championship. And that was exciting. We've got here Alistair Minge. This is my husband, by the way. You can't refuse to come and chat to me quickly. Well done. Well done. Heat 1. It looked fiercely competitive out there. Your biggest rival, Andrew Thomas, came off early.
I didn't know.
He didn't finish. 114, he came off early, and then 132 isn't feeling well. So those are 2 guys that are now giving you points, essentially. How are the conditions out there, and how was your race?
Yeah, the conditions are very, very grip now. They're like, you've got to really everything in the car. It's difficult to keep it up. 1 or 2 minutes.
Back into race action now as Brody Darling leads things out for the 2nd heat of Bambinos. He's on his 2nd lap in anger, and he's got Noah Cronier right on his tail. Diego Antonez up close and personal as well for the top 3, getting away there ever so slightly from Adrian Steyn. Luan de Vet with a much better start. He's up into 5th place ahead of Ronaldo Kuhn. So what we'd normally see is a battle of the double numbers there, 11, 22, 77 and 66, split up ever so slightly there by the 27 cart of Leon de Wet and 24's Noah Cronje. Cronje is the championship rival going into this one, and we've seen a bit of a change up in terms of the points heading into this one. Cronje now on 371 points over the 350 of Brody Dowling, 317 for Ronaldo Kuhn, 316 for Diego Antunes, and an amazing start as well from Adrian Steyn, who currently sits in 4th place. He's down in 5th in the championship on 309. So literally the field of top 5 competitors, other than Leon de Wet, are fighting hard for what is honours in the championship rivalry as well. Still some work to be done here in this championship. Of course, they've got 3 more heats of racing, including the one we're watching right now. And look at the pressure from Cronje, tucked right underneath that tailpiece of the 22 cart of his closest rival, Brody Dowling. Dowling hanging on for now. Here comes Antunes looking for a way on the inside. Just has a big look. Tucks in behind, line astern, and through turn number 1. They continue on their merry way. The top 3 in a bit of a steam train. Cronje moving out, looking for a chance now to drive around the outside of his rival. Watch for the cutback heading into the bridge, though. That's the reason why he went high and wide. Cronje trying to come through and maybe use a bit of a drive down towards the bottom end. But, oh, yeah, good move there from Dowling. Brody Dowling saw him coming and shut the door firmly in Noah's face, not giving him any opportunity to dive through. The problem that Dowling had, though, is by going defensive, he compromises his drive ever so slightly up the hill. So what happens there is it tends to slow him down through the corners, and that's why there's a bit of a concertina effect there with Antunes joining them. So Antunes now right onto the tailpiece of Noah Cronje. They fan out into the final corner. Cronje on the inside. Makes it stick. So Noah Cronje leads out Bambinos for the first time as they cross the line this time. You can see his dad on the sideline there. A little concerned about how things are going to go here for this championship. You can see history in the making here today. If Noah Cronje can wrap up this championship for 2022, it'll be the 3rd time we've had a Cronje name out of the Cronje family going into a national karting championship. So Noah Cronje got a little bit of pressure on his shoulders, I'm sure, but he won't be worried about that. When Noah's in the kart and he's fighting with Brody, he's fighting with Diego, Adrian and Ronaldo, that's not what concerns him. What concerns him right now is how much fun he's having out there on track with his arch rivals. And that's really one of the cool parts about this Bambino class. They have so much fun. There is a lot of rivalry for sure. There's a lot of race tactics that come into play for these youngsters, and they're learning the tactics right from the word go as youngsters, because they have to put that into practice later on in their racing careers. Here's a great dive on the inside, return of the favour at the exact same corner that Cronje took the lead on the last pass. He loses the lead, and once again Dowling hits the front, but this time it's Antunes on the inside who comes through for second across the line. Will he be second into turn 1? No, he won't. He'll slot back into 3rd place behind Noah Cronje as they complete another lap of the 8 expected for Bambinos. 5 down, 3 to go. The carts there getting into the mix as well. Down in turn 1, looks like we might have had an incident with somebody running wide and off track. Got a yellow flag just in front of my commentary position here, so someone's gone a little bit wayward into turn 1, but nothing to concern ourselves in terms of those first 3 carts as they head through the twisties and back up the hill again. Dowling, Antunes and Cronje how they cross the line, but it's now Dowling from Cronje and Antunes. Watch for the corner speed, watch for the corner, great, carrying that corner speed so well as Diego Antunes. He'll be looking to fan out now and have a go. Will Cronje have a go now? Or will he wait a little bit longer? I think he's going to wait a bit longer. Just going to bide his time, get it all right as they get into the closing stages here. It's 2 to go. And they are side by side. Look at that. Oh, almost all 3 carts across the line at the same time there for this category. Antunes hits the front. Diego Antunes capitalizing on that side-by-side action between 1 and 2, catching them both out and moves from 3rd to 1st in the space of 1 corner. So Diego Antunes catching the 2 leaders out there ever so slightly. 22 slots into 2nd and 24 down to 3rd. We have a new leader, Diego Antunes, hitting the front with a lap and a half to go. Here comes Cronje. Cronje on the inside. Dowling's got no answer. Oh, great move there from Noah Cronje. He dives on the inside and finds a way through there on his championship rival, Brody Dowling. Remember, there's only 21 points in it between these two. But with Antunes pulling away ever so slightly, what's going to happen is he's going to move up possibly into 3rd place in this championship and outgun his championship rival of his own, Ronaldo Kuhn, who's down in 4th. So Dowling and Cronje are fighting hard. With this fight, they've given a little bit of breathing room here to Diego Antunes with the last lap about to be started. So Cronier has to concentrate on trying to keep out Brody Darling, but he's got to try and bridge that gap down to the leader. He needs victories. He cannot afford to throw away opportunities here for 35-point grabs. He comes up the inside. Antunes is going to have to be late on the brakes. Oh no, Cronier is so late into turn 2. Runs up the inside. Perfectly done there from Noah Cronier. He gets up the inside and moves there first. Antunes back to second. Here comes Brody Darling for second. Is he going to have a go down into the twisties? He is. Darling dives through, gets up the inside and finds a way past. Brilliant stuff there from what was second and third place on the track, now 1 and 2. Antunes down into the 3 spot, into the clutches of Ronaldo Kuhn. So 4 rivals in the championship and the first 4 carts right in the front end. Here they go. They've got 4 corners to go. Here's the little kink that gives them to the crest of the top of the hill. And here comes the double left. Defensive driving as expected from Noah Cronier. Looking for the victory. Can he get another one in the bag? It looks like he's going to get it. Cronier is going to get this victory. He's going to come through and take the first one. Brilliant stuff there. Darling took the first one. Cronier takes second blood. Brilliant stuff there from them. Antunes will finish up in 3rd place. Once again, that's consistency from Diego Antunes, getting a 2nd, 3rd place of the day. And Ronaldo Kuhn once again into the 4 spot. Adrian Steyn falls right to the back. Problems there for him in the closing stage. That's a big pity for him. He will only finish down in 10th place. So 10th place in this one is a bit more of a tough one to swallow. That's for sure. Only 23 points up for grabs there for Adrian Steyn in this one as we complete out Bambino's heat number 2. Up next will be Senior Max.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
Welcome back to Zwartkops for the second heat of Senior Max from the Rotax Max South African Karting Championship Finals here at the International Kart Circuit of Zwartkops. Mohamed Wali was the man to take the first victory of the day. He'll be looking for another victory here today, that is for sure, starting from the front row with Charles Visser alongside him. Let's see what the Cape Town-based drivers can do here. Wali will be fighting hard there with his fellow Cape Townian. And also, big one with the Cape Townian. Wally, of course, based up here in Gauteng. But fighting hard there with Charles Visser. Behind them will be Olarato Sakudu and Reza Levy, Troy Snyman, Musa Kaji, Karaba Malamela and Roshan Garden. Ethan Steer and Bostan are making up the top 10 as they come through into the tram lines for race 2 start here for our Senior Max class. Coming into this one, still the lead for Musa Kaji. Musa Kaji hangs on to the lead of the championship. He's on 311 points ahead now of Olarato Sakudu. Reason being is that Tate Bishop has not made the journey here from Cape Town to the final round of the championship, and he's now going to have to settle for wherever he finishes up at the end of this day's racing. Could possibly be out of the top 5 if things continue on the way that they're going, because as I said, it is Musa Kaji who is down in what is 6th place on the start, who leads the championship ahead now of Olarato Sakudu. Sakudu at the moment sitting in 4th. 3rd place will be Karabo Malamela. He's on 299 points, only a point back from the 2nd place kart on track. And then down into Yifan Lee, who didn't have a great start in the first one. He hasn't had a good start in the second one, still outside the top 10. He's still in 4th place, and 5th place now Charles Visser. So Charles Visser currently 2nd on track, slowly but surely making his way into a possibility of a top 3 in this championship by the end of the day's racing, if he continues on the way he's going right now. Mohamed Wali once again sets the fastest lap right out the gates. Charles Visser trying to match him. 43.6, 43.9, 43.9 from Olerato. Olerato Sekudu behind Charles Visser, trying to stay there with Visser and try and work together there. Just behind them, Reza Levy with a much better start this time out there for the Razor. He's up in a 4th place ahead of Karabo Malamela. Troy Sneeman, early race leader in race number 1, is down into 6th. He's just made his way up to 5th with the fastest lap on that last pass. So up to 5th place there for Sneeman, ahead of Malamela and Kaji. Championship leader is down in 7th. This could change things up here slightly in this championship. Mohamed Wali, even though he finished up in 1st place, he's only 120 points, so he's got to make up 200 points. So Wali, I think, is going to look for basically all 4 race wins on the day. That will bring him maybe into the top 10 overall in the championship. He's not really involved in this championship because he hasn't gone according to plan for his season so far. But to finish up here today with 4 wins out of 4 starts will certainly just prove that he's got potential in this category for 2023. Charles Visser fighting hard at the moment for 2nd place, and he's fighting hard at the moment with Sekudu there from Gazoo Racing. So the Universal Motorsport man, who normally drives in a Team Red Racing Polo, and will be doing that in about 2 weeks' time in Cape Town at his home circuit. Definitely looking good at the moment for a top 5 in this championship, even a possibility of a top 3 if he continues to finish up in the top 3 here today. But Levy, Sneeman and Karabo Malamela are up close and personal with him. He's bridged a small gap over Olerato there on that last lap. So as he crosses the line, he's going to move up to about, 0.4 of a second. So almost half a second there between 2nd place Charles Visser and 3rd place Olerato Sekudu. Heading down into the bridge. And under that bridge they go flying towards the twisties. Mohamed Wali with the fastest lap again, a 42.719. Almost a 10th quicker than anybody else out there. So that's why he's bridging that gap over the carts behind him. Malamela coming along for the ride. You can see him just in the background there, closing onto the back end of Reza Levy. And he's closing that gap with Musa Kaji and Ethan Bostander. So even though there are about 1 or 2 cart lengths between that 2nd pack that go across the line in shot right now, the gaps are definitely coming down. "15 laps of anger coming your way now. We've completed 5 of them. The first third is done for the 2nd time today. As they go sliding down in towards the twisty section. Look at the pressure being applied now. Sekudu realizing he's got to try and stay up the road ahead of Visser. Sekudu could potentially be putting himself into a championship contention here with the 3rd place. Considering that Kaji is down in 7th, Musa Kaji and Sekudu at this point in time only 5 points in it between them. That could change things up for the championship lead into race number 3 of 4 today. So I think Olerato realizes that, wants to try and get those 2 extra points away from Charles Visser. Visser currently going to get 32 points if he finishes in 2nd place. Sekudu will get 30. And if Musa Kaji stays where he is at the moment, down in 7th, means he'll be scoring 26 points. So, yeah, there will be a change-up. In fact, there'll be 1 point in it between the top 2 heading into Heat 3. It'll stay in Kaji's favour, but Sekudu will be there in 2nd, 1 point behind with 2 heats of racing still to go. Visser looks over his shoulder as they cross the line, making sure that he's got a little bit of breathing room between himself and Olerato. Sneeman's now applying pressure onto Sekudu, so Sekudu's going to have to soak that pressure up now from behind. He was applying pressure early on. Now the roles have changed. He has to go in defensive and keep out Sneeman's charge. Troy Sneeman was down in 17th place and 3rd place in race 1. I would have brought him back a little bit higher up than 17th, probably into the top 11 or 12th in the championship, but not into contention for championship victory or honours today. Seven laps to go for these guys. Wali, Visser, Sekudu, Sneeman, Levy, Malamela, Kaji, Goodman, Both Stander and Steer, your top 10. And this top 10 have had an amazing season in the Senior Max. It's been a very competitive 2022 season. Honours have been shared from round 1 at Killarney to Formula K in Benoni to Idubi to the Africa Open at Idubi and now to the final here at Zwartkops. And they've literally been shared amongst those top 6 in the championship all the way through the season. Matty Wade's also had a couple of chances here and there, but he's down in 12th today, not quite going according to plan, along with Srin Naidu, who's in 11th. Those two would be looking for something special for Heat 3 and 4 to try and get into the mix here at the front end. No one seems to have an answer, though, to Mohammed Wali, that is for sure. Just getting away at the front end here, doing it all right. And Mohammed Wali, well, he'll be looking to, as I said, take the 4 wins out of the 4 starts today. He can't really affect the championship, but it'll be nice to have that final bit of blood. Oh, what a move there. Great move coming through, and looks like, yeah, Sakuda's not happy about that. Olorata Sakuda been caught up by Troy Snyman. Snyman saw him and just took the opportunity. He's dived through, and Sakuda's dropped down 2 positions by the looks of things. Yeah, Reza Levy's got through as well. So the Razor just slicing his way through and getting ahead of Olorata. That's why Olorata was gesticulating with his hands, saying, wow, where did that come from? Caught out not only by Troy Snyman, but also by Reza Levy. So Sakuda's dropped to 5th. That will definitely affect his championship hopes, because he's only 2 positions up the road now from Kaji, so it'll be a slightly bigger gap than the 1 point we were touting earlier on. I've got to mention once again, Tate Bishop not here this weekend, so the champion coming into this round and final round of 2022 didn't make it to Zwartkops. I think Tate Bishop has been concentrating on a Western Province Championship in saloon car racing in Formula GTI down in the Cape Town circuit this weekend, but also in 2 weeks' time he is still in with a shot of winning the National Polo Cup Championship. The Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup makes its way to the Cape Town circuit in the middle of September, and Tate Bishop and Yuri Swart will be fighting hard with Darby van der Merwe to try and wrap up that championship with 2 rounds to go. It's a possibility of why Tate didn't make it here this weekend. No worries at all for Mohammed Wali. Look at the gap he's got now with Charles Visser. Visser currently all on his own sim in 2nd at the moment. They've got 3 to go. Snyman pulling away ever so slightly from Reza Levy. Reza Levy still with some pressure from Olorata Sakuda for the top 5. It's Karabo Malamela and Roshan Goodman who are behind them. And then Musa Kaji down in 8th. So Kaji's not doing himself any favours either. Olorata might have dropped to 5th, but Kaji's now dropped down into 8th. And 8th place gives him 25 points, which means it's going to be exceptionally close between the top 2 heading into Heat 3. This is a great run here from Mohammed Wali, that is for sure. Those 4 cartwheels have not seen anybody ahead of him all race long and all day long so far. Wali, Visser, Snyman, top 3 across the line. Then it's Reza Levy. Levy from Olorata Sakudu. Sakudu's got no answer there to Reza's pace. He's lost a little bit of ground. Look in the background. Oh, battle for 5th. Starting to heat up. Great dive from Malamela, diving through. Oh, and catching Roshan Goodman out was Karabo Malamela and Musa Kaji. Kaji and Malamela catching out Goodman down into turn 2. Looking over the shoulder at the wrong time, and both carts pounced. And that means he's dropped down a couple of positions. Musa Kaji back up a couple of positions. So it's not all over yet as they get to complete their final lap now. Or start the final lap, I should say. Mohammed Wali from Visser, from Snyman. Reza hanging on for 4. Olorata Sakudu there. And he's had a phenomenal run. Can he keep it there in the top 5 with Kaji now back to 7th? Yeah, things are going to certainly open up big time here into Heat 3 of this championship. Not done yet into turn 2. Battle continuing into turn 2. Fight on there big time. Mohammed Wali going to secure another 35 points. He's going to finish up ahead of Charles Visser, who this time will also get 32. Checkered flag is out. Wali goes 2 for 2. Visser comes through for 2nd. And slightly wide there. Troy Snyman hangs on for the 3 spot. It's Reza Levy who comes through to finish up in top 4, beating out Olarato Sakuru. He'll get 5. Musa Kaji will finish up in 7th. 6th place, eventually going to go to Karabo Malamela. So nice chopping and changing there in this championship. We'll be back shortly with Micromax action here from Zwartkops.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You are the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So we're back into race action once again for Micromax as they head their way around and start to get into their formation. Some phenomenal race action previously there from Senior Max, and the championship has certainly closed up dramatically. It's literally 3 points in it between the top competitors heading into that final round, or the penultimate round of this championship. But as we start the first lap in anger, a couple of carts out of formation there, but seems to be all clear down towards turn 1. And look out for some continued action there between the championship rivals, De Silva, Patel, Beaumont and Dowling. And right now it is the incredible starter from race number 1 there, Matt Shuttleworth, who hits the front again and leads down into the bridge to the first half of this race. This is the second heat here for 4 heats of racing. And Shuttleworth losing out slightly there. Taylor Patel comes straight back at him as they go into the twisties now for the first time. So Patel taking on Shuttleworth. Shuttleworth was the first victor, and he's now down into second place now. So first time he's been betted all day long. He's got De Silva all over his tail looking for a way through. So the usual contenders are starting to come and make their way through to the top end. And there is De Silva slotting through and up into now second place. Just in time. They cross the line to complete the first lap of 12. Patel, De Silva, Shuttleworth and Beaumont. Dowling into 5. Verheul is 6. Bilal is 7th. Nolte is in 8th place ahead of Gibbard and Ferreira. Little gap opening up at the front end. Taylor Patel was quickest on that last pass. He did a 49.850.08 for Rafael De Silva, but he was caught in a bit of traffic, so he's now got some clean air to try and close that gap down on Patel. De Silva and Patel are the championship rivals in this one. And coming into it, it's 366, plays 350. So 16 points in it between these top two as Shuttleworth starts to get in the mix again. He's just fending off the intentions there from the 676 machine of Aidan Beaumont, who has to get further up. He currently sits in 3rd place in the championship, but he's 4th on the road. Under a bit of attack there from Christian Verheul and Emma Dowling. How's that for action? 4 carts side by side towards turn 2. Eventually they all slot into position and go through the bridge line astern, but you can't go under that bridge 4 cars abreast because that will certainly hurt. Top 2 getting away. We've got a 6-way second place or second pack battle. It's for 3rd on the road. And at this point in time, it's led out by Aidan Beaumont. So Aidan Beaumont doing it all right there. Top 3 on track, or the top 3 in the championship, but there's a lot closer gap between these top 3 than there was after the round at Idubi. fights on out of turn number 1. They come back down towards 2. De Silva trying to close that gap down. He's got about half a second to make up there to catch Taylor Patel if he can. Tony Cart versus Formula K. It's CRG's lining up behind him. The CRG chassis is working frantically here as third place heats up dramatically. As you can see them flying up the hill through the twisties. Big move on there from Christian Verheul and from Max Shuttleworth. Shuttleworth trying to come back here at this pack, although he's lost a bit of ground. So looks like he got caught out ever so slightly with mixing it with the usual contenders. Didn't have the clean air to play with like he had in race number 1. He's now running wide slightly there is Shuttleworth as well. And allowing an opportunity possibly for Logan Bilal. Yeah, Bilal to dive through. Bilal goes through, so does Franco Gibbard. So it's 2 more positions demotion for Matt Shuttleworth, race 1 winner. Incredible start from these guys, and they were going to continue their fight. And Rafael de Silva was quickest on the last pass, 48.3, 48.5, so 2/10 quicker than the leader. So he's going to definitely bridge that gap now to Taylor Patel for the race victory. It's not over yet. There's still a lot of work to be done out there for these championship rivals. And you can hear in the background as well, a couple of moms and dads getting pretty excited out there too. There's some fights on. They're not done yet. The fights are certainly going to rage right to the end of the day's racing, that is for sure. As we get into it here big time.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion.
Look at how Carter's getting between De Silva and the leader, Patel, under big threat. Patel is going to have to be very wary and have some great race tactics to keep out Rafael De Silva. With the kind of pace that Rafael's found in the last 2 laps, he's definitely going to look to try and overtake here, possibly into turn 1. 6 laps to go. Second place up for grabs. Third place now starting to heat up ever so slightly as well, as Christian Verheul has now got to third ahead of Aidan Beaumont. Emma Dowling, Bilal, Gibbard and Shuttleworth come through to complete another lap. How did Taylor Patel keep Rafael De Silva out? You'll know. Here comes a late bit of braking into the bottom end of the circuit. It's turn 4 that they come out of that starts the twisties and back up the hill there for Patel and De Silva. It was 0.8 of a second about 5 laps ago. It's now 0.1 of a second between the top 2 as they head over the crest. Verheul pulling away ever so slightly there, leaving Beaumont and Dowling to fight it out for 4 and 5. Top 2 about to come across the lap and finish up the halfway stage and into the second half of the race now with 5 to go. Chopping and changing happening just behind that as well. A couple of carts just diving through there. I saw a move from Sebastian Ferreira getting ahead of Matt Shuttleworth, dropping him down into 10th place. So Matt Shuttleworth dropping out of the potential win here and down into the top 10. Bit of a turnaround on his luck, that's for sure. Taylor Patel has lost the lead. It's Rafael De Silva out front now. De Silva leads things out over Patel. So that is the championship rivalry, 1 and 2 on road, 1 and 2 in the championship. De Silva on 366, Patel on 350, 16 points in it. And there's 2 up for grabs right now. 35 plays 32. 3 points going to be gained here from De Silva. Or is it Patel comes back at him? Oh, what a move there from... Great bit of driving from Taylor Patel. Taylor Patel in that Formula K just dives through and gets back ahead of the Tony Kart of Rafael De Silva. Here they come down towards turn 4. Starting the climb back up the hill. Look at the gap they've got over third place there. Christian Verheul all on his own sim. Dowling Beaumont a little bit more up close and personal than this little gap. There's nothing in this gap though. Taylor Patel has got some work to do now to keep out Rafael De Silva. Patel must finish ahead of De Silva if he wants a chance at this championship with 3 laps to go. looking at a gap now of probably about 11 points if they stay as they are, heading into heat number 3 of Micromax. Maybe some mathematicians going to be working frantically here in the sidelines to keep us up to date with all of the championship points changes here, because that's all it's about today. As many points as you can get up for grabs, sealing the deal and getting that number 1 plate for 2023. Patel runs wide, keeps out to Silver. De Silva tucks in right behind him, looking to try and dive into turn 1. No, he's not going to go this time. They're going to hold back a little bit later on in this race to have a go. This is a fantastic fight here between the two rivals in this championship. They've fought all season long. Literally Patel and Rafael De Silva. De Silva's had a lot more honours at the top end than Taylor Patel has, but Patel has been very consistent, having taken a couple of victories, not as many as Rafael De Silva, but certainly looking for a victory now over his rival. Lap and 2 corners to go. De Silva dives on the inside. Oh, he forces Patel slightly wide there with that maneuver, but it was good clean, and starts the final lap at the front end. So De Silva will now try and keep him up, but he can't. Into turn 1, Patel comes straight back at him. So that's 1 overtaking maneuver onto the final lap. Can we see another one? Into turn 2, no. Patel goes defensive, keeps out De Silva. De Silva right on his tail. De Silva now looking for a chance to come back down into turn 4. They come out of 3, which is a little twisty that goes through the bridge. Into the big hairpin corner at the bottom end of the circuit. Has a big look. No, it doesn't get quite close enough. Watch for the corner speed being carried up the hill now from De Silva. He'll use that corner speed to try and draft. Oh, there's a move already on. Getting up into the kink. Can he make it through in the kink? That'll be interesting. They're side by side through that kink. That usually ends up in tears. He's on the wrong side though. Tucks back to get on the inside, and there, up the inside, cuts back. Here we go, to the line. De Silva gets through. Little tag. Oh, 2 tags. Across the line, De Silva takes it. De Silva takes it, but there were 2 little tags there between himself and Taylor Patel. That is going to be something that the COC will have to have a look at. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. They were both fighting hard for that final bit of tarmac on the track. And Rafael De Silva takes the victory. He will be getting the 35 points there, ahead of the 32 for Taylor Patel. It's Christian Verheul who comes through there for the 3 spot. So some great manoeuvring there from him. Emma Darling securing a couple of points that she didn't get in the first one, so that's going to help her out. She'll finish up in 4th place, ahead of Logan Bilal. Logan Bilal will finish up in the 5 spot. Good drive and good driving from him. Aidan Beaumont, not quite where he wants to be, that's for sure. He'll have to do some work now. And Nolte will be there, getting once again 7th place 2 times in a row. Rafael de Souza down in 8th, beats out Gibbard. And Matt Shuttleworth, race 1 winner, down in 10th place. Back shortly with Junior Max action here from Rotax Max karting finals at Zwartkops. Straight back into the heat action now from what has been an amazing day's racing so far here at the International Circuit at Zwartkops. A karting track that provides us some phenomenal international and national kart race action. Yet again providing great action again for our final round of the Rotax Max 2022 Championships. Things certainly heating up in a lot of the categories out there. And definitely some changes about to happen here for Junior Max side of things. Junior Max coming into this one, we've got a bit of a change up. Casey Ensel Smith will be looking to come from the 2nd row of the grid now. to try and get to the front end, as he did in race number 1, to maintain his lead in the championship. But in that lead, it's come down to 70 points. So the fight for second is certainly up for grabs. Here we go, down into turn 1. And trying to sort things out there. Bjorn Boshoff looks like he might have been able to just hang on to the front end of this field, but he's certainly got some work to do, as Casey Insel-Smith has been just demoted down a couple of positions going down into turn 2. They come through 3, the little flick through the bridge and down towards turn 4 now. Boshoff trying to fend off everybody else, including Goosen, Vostanis, Henson-Smith and Saad Variawa. And the fight is now on for juniors heading up the hill for the first time. A little look over the shoulder there from Bjorn Boshoff. He'll try and change his luck around here after the first heat didn't quite go according to plan. He finished down in 6th place in the first heat. He maintains 3rd place in the championship, but there's only 1 point between himself and Jaden Goosen. Oh, a big slide into turn 1 there. In the background, I think that might have been Brandon van der Walt. Brandon van der Walt or Mario Deleuze getting it a little bit out of shape as they slide down into turn 1 and out of shape. But didn't quite pick that up. I just saw it over the top of my screen as they come here. I can just see turn 1 from the view position. And a big slide there from one of the Carter's purple helmet on there. And 2 carts actually coming together, so we'll keep an eye on to see who exactly that is. But at the front end, it's Boshoff controlling things with the fastest lap on the last lap. So that first lap in race anger going to the man out front, Bjorn Boshoff, with the fastest lap. And that's why he's trying to get away now from Vostanis. Because Wahab Mahir and Van der Walt who came together there. Thanks for that one, Mitch. See them sliding into turn 1. They're getting slightly out of control, but catching themselves and back into the action. Looks like Wahab Mahir might have pulled out and into pit lane, which is a bit of a pity there. Some damage on that car with the little tag that happened from him. Anyway, let's get back to the front end. Jaden Goosen in 2nd place in the championship. 1 point ahead of 3rd place. But he is 2 positions back on that 3rd place at the moment. So Bjorn Boshoff doing everything right at this stage of the race to control things from the front end. Great start from Vostanis. Mika Vostanis is right in there and looking for a chance now to even go for the lead. Vostanis has a big look into turn 1 and he gets there. Driving through, but ran a little bit wide. Can he keep out Boshoff? Yes, he can. We have a new leader. Nicholas Vostanis heads into turn 2. Oh, and I say that. Bjorn Boshoff comes back at him and he gets forced wide into 3rd. So Goosen joins him and slots into 2nd place as they force their way through there, all clean and clear. And Nicholas Vostanis, who got through into turn 1. He led into turn 1. By the time they got to turn 3, he was back in 3rd place. That's how quickly things can change here in the sport of karting. Also, Vostanis, Goosen and Haystack. Insel-Smith down in 5th. Casey Insel-Smith got 70 points in the bag here in terms of the lead of this championship. So 5th place at this point is not really a concern too much for the championship leader. Let's see what he can do now to try and tick them off one by one, as he's done at almost every single outing of this karting championship in 2022. He doesn't necessarily have to get the whole shot. He doesn't necessarily have to lead in the first couple of laps. What you will find from the Gazoo Racing man and Casey Insel-Smith's attack strategy is that he has got the ability to plan his race strategy and to literally make and mark every single rival in front of him. And slowly but surely make his way to the front end. First man in his sights right now would be Eric Haystack. And they're getting real up close and personal coming out of that final corner. Change up there. He's got one done. Is that Boshoff who's dropped back? Yes, it is. Bjorn Boshoff has made some big maneuvers and has dropped right to the back of the top 5. But as he comes out of turn 1, he goes back to 4th ahead of Casey Insel-Smith. So Boshoff and Smith now going to try and work together as they go through. Casey Insel-Smith has got some maneuvering to do there. He has a look into turn 4. Can't quite get up inside of Bjorn Boshoff. But at the front end, it's Goosen who now leads over Vostanis and Eric Haystack. So the first 3 have changed up almost every single time we've crossed the line. There's been a new leader on a few occasions already, and we're only into a third of the race completed. 5 done and 10 to go. This will be 9 to go on this next pass. As they cross the line, it is into single digits for the first time here in the second heat of Junior Max. So Casey Insel-Smith trying to come round and find a way through on Bjorn Boshoff. He hasn't found it just yet. Boshoff keeps him on his saying, keeps gesticulating, saying, come on, let's work together. And then you see a move from Casey Insel-Smith saying, right now, let me return the favour. You think and you come with me this time, as opposed to me trying to follow you. Let's see if Bjorn Boshoff can do that. So Bossoff now going to try and hang on in that Tony Kart. He's going to try and fight with Casey Smith in the Cosmic chassis. Two stablemates at the moment, sitting second and third on track. Ostanos and Haystack. It is an amazing drive out of Jaden Goosen at the moment though. About half a second lead, but I don't know if that's going to be held for much longer. They continue to fight to the front end here for these guys. Coming up on a back marker as well. Back marker seems to be having a little bit of issues out there. Going to keep an eye on that one. It might be the return there of Brandon van der Walt, who had that lap 3 turn 1 incident. And they slid into turn 1. Him and Mahir Wahab. As they come to complete another lap there, the back marker has been caught in the past. As they cross the line, you can see them just now trying to set themselves up here for the last 7 laps of race action. 2 groups have formed. 4 karts out front, maybe 5 with Saad Variawa and Vian Bossoff starting to bridge that gap slightly. Variawa leading the second pack with Corza and Johnny Wilson on this time. That's what those are going to be doing here for this second heat of 4. As I said, Junior Max led out by Casey Ensel Smith's championship lead into this day's racing. He's into the second heat and maintains his lead of 70 points over both Jaden Goosen on 320 and 319 for Vian Bossoff. There's only a point difference between the second and third place karts in the championship, but currently first on the road and 5th on the road for those 2 rivals. Spoon curve there for the second one up the hill there, 5 and 6, and then into 7 as they crest the hill. When you look over the shoulder from Jaden Goosen, he may be concerned. He thinks he can see that gap coming down, and it has come down dramatically. It was about 0.7 of a second. It's down to 0.3. So they made up about half a second on the leader, these 3 karts. Vostanis, Haystack, and Ensel Smith's hands. Once again, under the bridge they go. This time, line astern and throw that karting proverbial blanket over the 4 karts there because there's nothing in it. Oh, Bossa would love to be in the mix there with those first 4, but he's just not able to get to the back end of that group. The group has caught the leader. Goosen will be concerned. He's going to have to try and hang on for the next 4 laps or so. 1 corner and 4 laps. Big move there from Casey Ensel Smith. Can he get through on both of the second and third place karts? He can. That is a massive move there from Casey Ensel Smith. Vostanis and Haystack are demoted down to 3 and 4, and Ensel Smith promoting himself up into second with 4 to go. So from 4th to 2nd in the space of 1 corner, Casey Ensel Smith decided, right, it's time to turn the wick up. Let's go. I've got to catch Goosen. I've got to get ahead of him. And Bossoff might just be able to capitalise now on those 2 karts slowing each other up. As Ensel Smith has got through on 2 rivals. He's got 1 more up the road to try and find a way past by the time the chicken flag comes out in 2 corners in 3 laps time. Left, or double left. And across the line again, another lap completed. Goosen hangs on for now. Ensel Smith 0.4 off him. So nothing in it between those first 4. Haystack and Vostanis are not out of it just yet. Neither is Vian Bossoff. There's still some work to be done now from these first 5. About 2.5 laps as they head to the twisties. There's definitely a move on here from Casey Ensel Smith. He can taste a bit of blood in the water there. It's got a bit of Goosen flavour to it. He's trying to lap it up and get to the back end of that man out front. Goosen hangs on for now, but he's got some work to do now, that's for sure, with 2 to go. Cosmic Chassis is going to have to work double time to keep the Gazoo Racing man out. Ensel Smith in the Cosmic. Looking for a chance now to wrap up this championship. Could potentially do it on, not in this heat, but definitely in the next one. If he gets the win here, he could potentially have enough points in hand, but we'll have to wait and see as we do the calculations afterwards. Ensel Smith doing all right at the moment and close that gap down almost to about half a kart length on Goosen. So Goosen now will be certainly worried in a big way here with one corner and 1 lap to go. Enzo Smith on the inside. Oh, perfectly done. The Zoo Racing Man hits the front with a lap to go and already pulls about 2 kart lengths. Look at how Goosen goes defensive to keep up the charge, coming for second and third from Haystack and Vastanis. Vastanis and Haystack trying to find a way through there, and Goosen, one of them has found a way through. It looks like Vastanis might have dived through. Here comes Boshoff. Where was Boshoff coming from? 5 karts back. He went up the inside. Little tag there from Boshoff's point of view. And he was a little bit opportunistic there to try and go from so far back. He made up one position. He loses it coming out of turn 4 again. So all it's done there with Björn Boshoff diving from so far back is just split that gap between second, third and fourth place. Goosen's gone from second to fourth. Haystack and Vastanis have moved their way up, but it's Casey Enzo Smith once again with a commanding move into the last lap to take the victory. Enzo Smith getting a final bit of manoeuvring there from the front end. Haystack will finish up incredibly into second place. Can't believe how he came through there, capitalizing on the mistake that was made by a couple of drivers being caught up by Björn Boshoff diving late into turn 2. Vastanis will come through and he'll finish up in third. So a nice maneuver from his point of view. It's Goosen who finishes up in fourth place. And he'll be finishing up there and moving himself up to potential for second in the championship, with Björn Boshoff only finishing down in fifth place. Now starting for Minimax. Going to be slotting themselves up into their race positions there. Heading into this one, we've also got a slightly closer championship lead. As Caleb Windahl now sits on 3:41. And down in second place, it is now moving his way through rapidly. Great to see some maneuvers there in that last bit of race action. And looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here in the closing stages for this one. Ken Swartz is up in a second on 3:21, so 20 points in it there between Odendaal and Swartz. But Swartz starts down in 8th place here for the second heat of Minimax. Front row, it's Odendaal and Spice Maula. They're going to be side by side with Martin and Minge behind that. Kaji and Marshall, Chihuahua and Swartz as they come into the tram lines for the first time. Here we go down towards turn 1. Oh, and there's some chopping and changing already into turn 1. 5 abreast into turn 1. Will they all get through there unscathed? It looks like they might have just been able to do that as they head down towards turn 2 now. The fight is on, and there's definitely some big rivalries to be sorted out here. Odendaal wants to try and maintain his lead in the championship, and he does that by taking the lead of the race, coming down towards turn 4. Nice maneuver there from Odendaal to get through on a very, very hotly contested category here. Is that Spice up into second? It is. He maintains second place. Keegan Martin trying to close things down there, along with Travis Minge and Adam Kaji. Kaji, I think, has moved up a couple of positions as well, so watch out for the maneuvers there on this first lap of Anga for Heat 2. And Heat 2 here of Minimax. We've got a 12-lap race coming your way as they cross that Victron Energy bridge and start-finish line. They head towards turn 1 again. Odendaal from Maula, Martin and Marshall. Swartz already up to 5th. Looking to possibly even get into 4th place into turn 2. Ken Swartz has to do some maneuvering there to try and bridge the 20-point gap between himself and Caleb Odendaal. He went from 4th in the championship to 2nd after race 1. So after the first heat, he's moved himself into 2nd place and into a chance of a top finish here for 2022. Third place has been taken over by, of course, Adam Kaji. Kaji moves ahead of Keegan Martin. Keegan Martin just ahead there of the man who was at the front end of the championship beginning of this one. And Machiwara with some work to do now. So another lap completed. Caleb Windal stays at the front end. 2 down and 10 to go. Maula in second under pressure big time from Keegan Martin. Martin looking for a way through, can't find it just yet. Spice Maula soaks up that pressure big time through turn 3, the kink out of the bridge. Big change up. Oh, tag between Martin and Maula coming out of turn 4. Martin forces his way through. Maula tucks in behind him. The fight is on for sure here. Big time action, as expected, with Minimax, one of the hotly contested categories for 2022. And the continued action comes out of the twisties. Caleb Windal now opening up 0.8 of a second over his rivals, Martin and Spice Maula. Yeah, 0.1 of a second between the two of them. Then it's a little bit of a gap down to what is the 4th place, Adam Kaji and William Marshall. With Sebastian Diaz up close and personal with them, and Ken Swartz into that pack as well. So you can see the second pack has opened up kind of equidistant there in that second pack. And trying to maintain those gaps as they go down towards turn 1 again to complete some more race action here. This is a fantastic fight here between these carters, as always. Look at the second. In fact, there's a third pack out there too. That might be Travis Minge along with Gina Pasquale and Torben Roos, who are fighting there for just outside the top 10. Here comes Spice Maula and Martin. And diving through into second place as they start another lap. That's the line. Spice goes defensive for turn 1. Martin goes high and wide, going to try and get the cutback through turn 1. He's going to bring along Adam Kaji for the ride. Kaji's going to try and slot in there and use his fellow carter for a chance to get through. Has a look, but doesn't quite make it stick. Here we go, defensive driving, and this time it's Maula, but loses out again as Martin dives back ahead. So Maula ahead now of Adam Kaji. Rivals in the championship fighting hard there, but it's not over yet, that's for sure. Windal at the front end, 341, going to be scoring maximum points again. That's going to help his championship out. It's not going to wrap it up just yet, but it's going to give him a bit of breathing room into the final 2 heats for the day. The fight on here for second between Martin, Maula, Kaji and Swartz. Definitely starting to have an effect on that second, third and fourth place battle for the championship overall. Don't forget, at 2:30 this afternoon, we will be heading into the People's Weather Channel on DSTV's Bouquet, and on the Open View channel on 115 for some race action here from Zwartkops. So on the 2 different digital channels that we've got available here in the country, DSTV's Weather Channel 180 from 2:30 and on Open View on 115 later on this afternoon, along with continued action here courtesy of DT Film Services for our live stream feed on social media. So fight on for second here. They're actually slowing each other down slightly. Martin, Maula, Kaji and Marshall are allowing a bigger gap to be opened up now by Caleb Windal. He doesn't have anybody to fight with, so he can just concentrate on getting the job done. The fight for second is slowing them down. In fact, the fight for third is slowing them down even more, as Maula goes defensive to keep out Kaji. Adam Kaji now looking for a way through, can't find it at this stage. Spice Maula is keeping that Kazoo racing machine of his very wide. No opportunities here for overtaking at all. completed. There's a bit of a manoeuvre on there from William Marshall's point of view as well to try and find a way through there on Kaji as they come down towards turn 1. Martin from Maula, Kaji and Marshall. Marshall's all over the back of Kaji. And Marshall really involved in the championship rivalry at the front end, but certainly we're looking for opportunities to get up as high as possible in this championship into the closing stages. Things right here. I don't think William Marshall's actually been involved in the championship at all this year. He's a brand new man to the series, so great to see that. And already showing potential of what he's got. Windall controls things from the front, just getting away from everybody else, not getting into any harm's way behind him. Martin and Maula still fighting for second. Marshall's now ahead of Kaji. To the twisties and through this big climb back up the hill again. Keegan Martin goes defensive. Watch for Spice to try and cut back. Hit it to turn 1. Could be a change up there for second. No, Martin sees him coming, goes defensive into turn 1. Not going to give any room there to Spice Maula to come through. Caleb Woodnall once again sets the hottest lap of the race. First place and the fastest kart on track. By almost a second. He's got almost a second differential between the pace of his own kart and the guys in second and third place at this point. Penultimate lap has started and Maula realizes he's got to find a way through here on Keegan Martin. Can't afford to give up any room here to Keegan Martin. The breathing room is very limited in this very competitive class. Windall starts his final one. Martin and Maula for second. Looks like there's still some fight on there between Marshall and Kaji as well, expected for this last lap. Spice on the outside. A look over the shoulder there from Keegan Martin. He's having a look and he has to just stand firm into turn 2. He does that. Here comes Marshall along for the ride. Looks like we're going to see a bit of a maneuver on here from William Marshall's point of view. Maybe he'll spoil the day for the men in second and third at the moment. Leader just disappearing at the front end. Woodendall's going to have this one. Easily done in the end for Caleb Woodendall. Keegan Martin could potentially hang on here for second. Maula's got no answer. He's going to try, but he doesn't find a way through. Martin to the line. Can he hang on? Maula going to come alongside him. They're going to just get through there. Oh, that's brilliant. 4 karts and less than, 1/10 of a second between the second, third, fourth, and fifth place karts. That is the way we finish things up here at Zwartkops. I don't think they saw the checkered flag though. They might have been caught out there ever so slightly though. But Keegan Martin comes through there to take second place. Good drive there from him. Spice Maula will finish up there in third. And then it's going to be William Marshall who comes out of nowhere. Adam Kaji will be scoring himself a top 5. And that will just spice this championship up even more. Ken Swartz finishes up in 6th place. And let's have a look and see what happens there with Matthew Chihuahua down in 9th place there, so not where he wants to be. So as we're getting into the closing stages here of this championship, it's 2022's Rotax Max Championship here at the International Kart Circuit of Zwartkops. We've had action already from the second heats all the way down to Mini-Max, and up next we'll be heading into the DD2s. DD2 still up for grabs as well in terms of that championship. We've got first place on 371, Joseph Ools. But there's a bit of a change up there for how things are going to work for this second place in the championship, because it's 328 and 328 between Boyd and his championship rival, Brandon Smith. So this is how we're going to start things out here for the next heat of our DD2s coming through to start their final, or the second heat of the finals today. lap here. Looks like a Liet brace. Wasn't clipped on correctly and went flying off one of the competitors down into turn 1. Marshall's just going to assist there and get that out of the way. Under starters orders, here we go. And heading towards the line, we're going to see some phenomenal race action again from DD2s as they head down towards turn 1. Who's going to have what it takes to get the whole shot? It's going to be very close there between these competitors heading into the first heat of, well, the first bit of action in this second heat of the day. Ools once again hits the front and controls things as they go down there. Boyd into second. So Sebastian Boyd trying to find his way through there. Brad Liebenberg might have slotted up in fact into second place. Boyd is down to third. So Brad Liebenberg making his way up into what is second place on track at the moment ahead of Sebastian Boyd. Just spoiling opportunities there for Sebastian Boyd to score as many points as he needs to keep himself in the hunt at the front end. Big manoeuvring happening here from Boyd's point of view. Just to check out those points as well for Sebastian Boyd. He was scoring third place in the first one. This is how things are going to try and turn around here as we get into it. Sebastian Boyd leads out the championship on 371. And he's a man who's got some maneuvers to make here, but Joseph Ools has done everything right in that first heat. He took the first victory, and with that has brought himself back into contention for potential sorting this one out. Ools from Waylon Wyman, Brad Liebenberg, Sebastian Boyd down in 6th place at this stage, so he's got some manoeuvring to do here. That's for sure. Maths in my head here as well as work out what's happening on track as we see a possible change up there for second. Wyman now down into 3rd place as Liebenberg slots through. Brad moves up 1 place there. And once again, Wyman comes back at him. So Wyman and Brad Liebenberg changing on a corner-by-corner basis and coming into the mix is Brandon Smith. Big dive on the inside there from Brandon. He dives on the inside and all they side by side towards turn 2, all looking over each other's shoulders. Some tapping and some rubbing is racing happening into turn 2 there. Yeah, Mitch could see you can have your work cut out in this one, buddy. They go down towards 4. So we got 5, 6, 7 carts fighting for second. Leader getting away. Joseph Ools doing it all right, as we saw in the first one. Smith has brought himself back into contention up in a second. So he crosses the line there. Behind him, Jamie Smith, Waylon Wyman and Brad Liebenberg. It's going to be some manoeuvring here for this second heat, that's for sure, in DD2s. The shifter carts on track and they're putting on a show as we expected. As we expected, yeah, there is some manoeuvres to be happening. Brandon Smith got second in the first heat. He's now looking for a chance now to change things up here for the second heat, but he's got to try and catch Joseph Ools up the road and fend off both Jamie, Waylon Wyman and Brad Liebenberg behind him. It's not always an easy thing to do. Maneuvering happening there from Brad Liebenberg. He's lost a little bit of ground there to the back end of Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith applying the pressure onto Brandon, so it's a Smith battle for second. Liebenberg looking to pick up the pieces. Sebastian Boyd is up to 5. So Boyd got 3rd in the first heat. And of course, it would have just kept him at the front end of this championship. Not done yet, though. That is for sure. Still some maneuvers to happen out there. Kian Grottis also not too far behind there in 7th. He's not really involved in the championship fight at this point, I would have to say. Definitely going to be something we need to keep an eye out on, because we've got 371 in the hands of Sebastian Boyd. He's down in 5th place. And, oh, nice one. So 43 and 33. Shotgunning each other there. And, oh, there's some more maneuvers as Brad Liebenberg starts to get into the mix there as well. Just putting himself in between the rivalry between the two Smith boys. Nice bit of maneuvering there from Brad. Brandon Smith has had some problems. He's dropped back behind Sebastian Boyd as well, so that's caught him out ever so slightly there. That move from Brad Liebenberg, and Sebastian Boyd has capitalized on it big time. So Boyd now moves up to the top 4. Brandon Smith started this day in 4th place in the championship on 279 points. His 8th place in race 1 has definitely not helped him out. But he's lost some ground. He's trying to make it up here in this second heat. Ools, though, has made up huge amounts of ground. So we've got Sebastian Boyd currently sitting in 4th on the road, leading the championship on 371. It's Jamie Smith and Joseph Ools who are sharing 2nd place on 328 points each. And you can see Ools now pulling away slightly, so it'll give him a 3-point advantage over Jamie Smith if they finish up where they are right now. But I don't think Brad Liebenberg is going to let that happen. I think Liebenberg wants to try and take that 2nd place away now from Jamie Smith. Remember, Brad has already secured himself a seat at the World Finals after winning the Africa Open at Idubi about a month ago. So he's certainly not worried about championship aspirations in this one. It's more like race wins on the day and vital practice and time in the seat for the World Finals. Liebenberg looking for a way through. Jamie Smith is not giving him any opportunity. Jamie doing such a good job there, looking for a second place today behind Ools. But Brad might just spoil that for him. Sebastian Boyd also slowly but surely reeling in Brad Liebenberg and Jamie Smith due to the fact that Jamie's going defensive to keep out Brad Liebenberg's attack. It's allowed Sebastian Boyd to get up close and personal very quickly. And he's brought Brandon Smith back along for the ride as well. Brandon not too far behind. There's a move from Brad Liebenberg onto the end. Yeah, brilliant. Turn 4 and sorts it all out. Jamie Smith keeps out Boyd though, only just. Two Brill boys fighting hard now as they go over the crest. Through the left-hand flick. And into the triple left-hander. Left into a short little straightaway and across the line. Liebenberg into 2nd. Smith to 3rd, Boyd to 4. 4 laps to go in this one. Ools controlling things from the front though. Liebenberg leads up the 2nd pack and 2nd place in his hands at the moment. What is Brandon Smith, Jamie Smith and Sebastian Boyd going to do about the man who's the Africa Open champion? And just looking for as high honor as possible today. His maneuvering through this field today could possibly bring Brad Liebenberg into a top 10 overall for the championship, considering the fact that he hasn't competed the entire season, only done the Africa Open and this race meeting today. That's your leader, number 1 kart from last year, Joseph Ools, trying to bridge the gap to his arch rival in this one, Sebastian Boyd. There's about 25 points between them at this stage, and there's still another 70 points up for grabs in heat 3 and 4. So certainly not done and dusted for Sebastian Boyd's point of view. Liebenberg has fallen back slightly into the clutches there, Brandon Smith. Here comes a move. Boyd to 3rd place into turn 1. Yes, gets it. change up for second place there and third place. So Jamie Smith losing out, and Sebastian Boyd slots up ahead of his Burrell teammate. Our boys now having to try and catch Brad Liebenberg. Maybe Jamie's let Sebastian through, said, right, you go and try and hunt him down, catch him. We're not going to catch the Gazoo Racing cart out front there of Joseph Ools. And if Ools does it all right here with one to go, he could potentially bring himself a lot closer to Sebastian Boyd into the third and fourth heats of the day. Boyd in third place. It's going to give him quite what he wanted, but nothing like. There's still a little bit of breathing room there for himself. He'll be sitting at about 37 points up the road from his closest rival as the flag comes out. He's getting the victory. Liebenberg in second. 124 points he's got at the moment will get another 32 added to it. Sebastian Boyd will finish in third place and will maintain his lead of the championship. Jamie Smith in fourth. Looking for a chance now. He loses some points there to Joseph Ools. Ools moved to second place in the championship on that one. So there's the change up there. And Brandon Smith in fifth. Gets himself another 28 points. So that brings him to 332. So we've got Sebastian Boyd still at the front end of the championship ahead of Joseph Ools, who changes his maneuver to second in the championship for the third heat. And a nice maneuver there from Jamie Smith to maintain third place for now. And fourth place for Brandon Smith as we get into the Masters side of things for DD2. As you join us here, you can see a bit of action right from the word go. On the warm-up lap, it looks like one of the cars has had a bit of an issue. I'm trying to work out who it is. It could possibly be Tanae and Kube. Just can't see the number on that car. Nicholas Verheul and Eugene Brits will be on the front row ahead of Peterse and Chapat. They are definitely there. Just looking to see who's tucked in behind them. There's the 114 cart there. He is. So Connor Hughes and Andrew Thomas, Alistair Mingay. Oh, that cart, whatever the issue was, has been able to slot back in his position. I think it might have been Marco Vigas. As we start things out now for the second heat in anger for our DD2 Masters. And into turn one, it is going to be Eugene Brits who leads things out. Brits ahead of Verheul. Verheul coming straight at him. Championship up for grabs here between the two of them. Nicholas Verheul and yellow flags down into turn three. Someone's gone astray there. Could possibly be the same cart with the same issue. Front nose cone coming off the one cart there on the warm-up lap. Brits from Verheul. In fact, that might be, yeah. Is that Peterse? It is Peterse. Peterse up into second. Verheul down to third. change up there. Ooh, a little bit of a hard maneuver, but he eventually gets through. So across the line to complete the first lap of 15, and it's Brits from Verheul, Petersen and Chapat. That's how they finish up as they go down towards turn number 1 on that first lap in anger. Andrew Thomas, Connor Hughes, Marco Vegas, Tanae and Kube. I think it was Alistair Minge who had the problem there on his kart. That's why he's dropped right to the back of the pack. Championship at this stage is in the hands of Nicholas Verheul. He's got 379, playing 376 there for Brits. Brits now ahead of him. Will bring them onto equal points if they stay as they are right now. Then it's Jonathan Petersen in third. Fourth place at this point in time is Alistair Minge. That's not working out for him if he's down in 10th place at the moment. And fifth place will be in the hands of Chapat, of Connor Hughes. Connor Hughes there in the 5th spot in this championship for DD2 Masters. Here we go into this second heat, and the fight on here for the championship still to be sorted out, that is for sure. No doubt we're going to be seeing some great action in the DD2 Masters, and remember we've always had a very, very hot contended category at the World Finals as well, so hopefully we're going to see more of the same in our SA team this year at the Rotax World Finals. This is the finals of the National Championship, and there's still this heat and 2 to go for our Masters category. They continue on their merry way down towards turn 2. And action still to be sorted here amongst these competitors. This, of course, will bring us to our lunch break at the end of this heat. So we're going to have a small break in the proceedings. Don't forget to join us on the People's Weather Channel 180 on DSTV's Bouquet, and on the OpenView channels on 115 later on this afternoon at 2:30. We'll be bringing you the second and the third and final heats of the day here from the International Kart Circuit at Zwartkops for the final round of Rotax's Karting Championships for 2022. This championship is not done, that is for sure. Not if Nicholas Verheul is pushing this hard to catch Eugene Brits. And as I said, if Eugene Brits beats Verheul in this one, and he finishes in second place behind Brits, and they finish first and second on the road, they will be on even points heading into the third and final, or the third heat of the day. It would normally be the third and final heat, but they're doing 4 heats today on this final National Championship round. Verheul was quickest on the last pass, and he certainly looks quicker than Brits at this moment, because he's all over the back end, but Eugene Brits is making him work hard for it. Going defensive into turn 1. Brits goes very late. Around the outside comes Nicholas Verheul, but he can't make it stick. Had a big look, but couldn't quite get there. Now going to try around the outside. Watch for the cutback there from Verheul. No, can't get there. Brits sees him coming. Just places the kart perfectly to avoid an overtaking maneuver. We are a third of the race completed. 2/3 to go. Fight on here. And Brits is giving as good as he gets. So is Verheul. Well, nothing back on these two and the rivalry they've had in the past. It's always been good, clean racing, and it's... Oh! They're starting to rub a bit, though. A little bit of rubbing's racing coming out of that final corner. Verheul loses about a half a kart length there on Brits. There's a little tag between his front left and Verheul's back right. Comes straight back at him, though. Watch in the background, Jonathan Petersen is about to join that party. If they continue to fight as hard as what they are right now, he could potentially join the fight for the lead. Chapat's on his own, Thomas is on his own, and then you got a bit of a fight on there between Connor Hughes and Marco Vegas. Tino and Kube back again. Minge back up to 9th place. So Minge looking to try and secure 9th place ahead of Connor, 4th place ahead of Connor Hughes. But Hughes could close that gap down now for 4 and 5 in the championship if they stay where they are right now, with Connor Hughes in 6th and Alistair Minge down in 9th. Continued fighting action here between the top two, though. And right now, Brits and Verheul are the class of the field. But they are slowing each other down slightly. 42 6s, 42 4s. We've seen 42 6 and 42 7s out of the top two. Once again, Fahel onto the back of Brits. Brits looks over his shoulder, tucks his head behind the steering wheel, tries to get as much slipstream and aerodynamics out of that kart as he can. He carried great corner speed out of turn 1. Incredible run out of turn 1 there. He's pulled about 2 kart lengths now over Nicholas Fahel. So Fahel hasn't got an answer at this point on Brits' pace. 0.2 of a second as they cross the line between the two of them, and it looks like it might have opened up ever so slightly more. Peterson on his own, and as I said there, in the 4th place is Chapat. So Philippe Chapat just hanging on for what is 4th on the road, potentially bringing himself into a top 6 overall in the championship by the end of the day, if he stays where he is right now. 6 laps more of action to come your way here for the Masters side of things. And still Eugene Brits opens up almost half a second over Fahel. Nick Fahel is trying to get that gap down slightly. Does a good job under brakes into turn 4 at the bottom of the hill. And starts to send it through the twisties. Up, left-hander, right-hander, through the kink, and over the crest of the hill, and back over the bridge of that tunnel. Tight line there from Fahel, closes the gap down even more onto the back end of Brits. Brits looks over his shoulder. It's down to 0.2. He's made up about about 0.3 of a second there on that last pass. 3/10 up from Fahel to close down on Brits. Brits sees him coming, just placing the kart so that Fahel can't have an opportunity to pass. The one cool thing with the shifters is that you can use the shifting ability of these karts. You don't really lose the advantage if you take an inside defensive line, because you can use the gears on the kart to help you out of that situation. Whereas with the non-geared karts, they tend to lose the opportunity and could potentially cause themselves some harm on going defensive. There's no harm and no love lost between these two just yet as they come to start. 4 laps to go. Eleven laps done. And Brits hangs on for now. Fahel is keeping him very honest though. It's down to 0.1 of a second, 1/10 in it between these top two. As Brits and Fahel are looking to finalise things here for heat number 2. Doesn't seem to have an answer, but he is certainly not going to give it up without a fight. They are going to end on equal points if they stay as they are right now. That is exactly what Eugene Brits would like. Jonathan Peterson will be on his own in 4th place if he finishes in 3rd place. 2 to go now for Brits. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. There's no answer here from Fahel into the last lap. And about 3 corners to go. 1 lap and 3 corners for Eugene Brits. Is there going to be a change up here from Fahel's point of view? Is he going to try something here on the last lap to get through and maintain his lead? If he doesn't get through, they'll be on even points heading into the 3rd heat of the day. They've got a lap to go. Will we see a chance here for Nick Fahel to get through on Brits? Or will Brits keep him honest? Keep him out for now. And here we go into turn 4. Fahel's all over the back end of Brits. Brits is soaking up that pressure big time. He hasn't put a wheel wrong yet, has Eugene Brits in the Saudi. He's got Fahel in that CRG all over the back looking for a way past. Can he find it now into the last 2 corners? No. Brits is going to hang on. So it's even Stevens heading into the third heat of the day. 4-1-1, place 4-1-1 in DD2 Masters. Jonathan Peterson will be down in 340 points. Connor Hughes trying to close the gap down there on Alistair Mingay. Mingay will finish up in 8th place. So that will bring him to no change between those two. They will stay in 4 and 5. But first place is even between the three of them. And it's all to play for, with 2 more heats of race action coming away a little bit later on this afternoon here at the International Kart Circuit of Zwartkops, just outside of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us on our international live stream feed, a big welcome to everybody. You've joined us as we get to a bit of a lunch break here in the proceedings, as the 2 heats of racing are completed. We've got 2 more heats to come your way just after lunch, and we've got some championships very much up for grabs here in these last couple of heats of race action. Bambino's on a knife's edge as we look to see whether Noah Crenier can beat out Brody Darling on what are they playing? It's 25 points between them. It's very close in terms of the rivalry for Senior Max as well. There's only about 5 points in it there for Senior Max. Micro Max, about 25 points to play for. Junior Max also. And then we've still got the Minis and DD2s to be sorted out later on this afternoon. So join us in a few minutes' time as we will be back here at Zwartkops for race action for Heat 3 and 4 of Rotax Max, final round of the 2022 South African Championships.
Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You are the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You are the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
a jack of a race day.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That has changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it has ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I've raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race gets stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Well, the grand finals I think that it's one of the biggest events in the karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The grand finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it has ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I've raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race gets stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Hi everyone, this is Alex from Rotax, and in this video I'm going to show you how to install your intake silencer and your carburetor to your Rotax 125 Evo engine. To install your intake silencer and your carburetor, you need the following tools: a wrench, 5mm Allen key and a screwdriver. The intake silencer with the integrated air filter consists of the following parts: the carburetor socket, the rubber intake pipe, the air filter with the air filter support, the upper and the lower part of the intake silencer, nuts and bolts, and some hose clamps. First of all, before we attach these parts to the engine, we're going to do a pre-assemble on the intake silencer. We start with the upper part, and the first thing we fit is the carburetor socket. It is important to fit the long end into the intake silencer. Take care that you clip the sealing lip into the intake silencer. The next thing is the air filter and the air filter cleaning kit. Both are fitted into the intake silencer. The first part we are going to fit to the upper part of the intake silencer is the first part of the air filter support. The next step is to fit the air filter itself. The air filter comes already drained into oil. This is to achieve the best filter characteristics. After every wet race, please check this filter. The next step is to fit the second part of the air filter support. Now we put this one aside. Now we continue with the assembly of the lower part of the intake silencer. The first step is to fit these nuts onto the lower part. It is important that the thread is on the lower side. You can use the desk as a help to fit these nuts. The same process needs to be repeated on the other side. Here we go. Now we fitted all 4 nuts onto the lower part of the intake silencer. The last thing we have to attach to the intake silencer is the rubber intake pipe. The rubber intake pipe has 2 different ends, one round end and one flat end. It is important that the round end is on the outside of the intake silencer, so we fit it this way. So this is how the lower part of the intake silencer looks like when it's completely assembled. You see all 4 nuts are attached and also the rubber intake pipe. You can see the Rotax logo on top of the rubber intake pipe, and the case is perfectly fit into the sealing lip of the rubber intake pipe. To complete the assembly of the intake silencer, we put the upper and the lower part together. Important is that the carburetor socket shows into the same direction as the rubber intake pipe. You can pre-fit the screws in the front, but not at the back, because we have to install the whole intake silencer onto this bracket. After having assembled the intake silencer, we now fit the intake silencer and the carburetor to the engine. These are the last 2 parts that we fit onto the engine before we put the whole engine onto the kart. For the carburetor we use the small hose clamp, and for the intake silencer we use the big hose clamp and the 2 screws to fix the intake silencer onto the engine bracket. The first step is that we remove the sticker from the intake. We attach the hose clamp onto the rubber part of the intake, and then we attach the carburetor also. We use a screwdriver to tighten the hose clamp and to properly attach the carburetor to the engine. To attach the intake silencer onto the engine, we fit the bigger hose clamp onto the carburetor socket. Now we put the intake silencer onto the carburetor and use the screws to attach the intake silencer onto the bracket with the fuel pump. We use a wrench with a 5mm Allen key to tighten the screw. The last step is to use a screwdriver to tighten the hose clamp onto the carburetor socket. So this was the assembly of the intake silencer and the carburetor. The engine is now ready to be put on the kart. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe. See you next time.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers.
Straight back into the race action now for Heat 3 of Bambinos here at the final round of the National Championships for Rotax Max South Africa. And it's Noah Cranier who leads things out over Brady Darling. Diogo Antunes and Ronaldo Kuhn, Adrian Stein, Luan de Vet, Benjamin Gibbard are the top 7 as they come through to complete the first lap of 8. And the third and penultimate heat of action for 2022 here for this championship, and it's a battle royal between the top three. Coming into this one, we've got Cronier on 403, and he leads out over Dowling on 382 and 347 in third place. There is the hard charge from Antunes. So that's the top three in the championship. Top three at the moment in this race as well, as they head down towards this crossover under the bridge and down towards turn 4. Remember, what we're giving you is, of course, the points that have been allocated to each of these karters throughout the season, plus what they've managed to score today. But the other big factor to take into account, of course, is that there are 13 rounds of this championship and only 10 of them count. So there are 3 rounds that will be dropped away at some point in time as well. So definitely you need to be taking into account that we've got a little bit of work to be done here for these guys. Antunes putting the work in, going to second on the tailpiece there of Cronier as they come through in the final corner, and possibly even going to look to take first place away here. He carried good corner speed through that final turn and will be good enough on the brakes, will he? Yes, he will. Oh, mistake from Noah. Noah climbs on the brakes way too late and spins out. Noah Cronier drops right to the back of the pack by the looks of things. He spun out of turn 1 and tries to get going again. Hasn't quite got going again, but he's trying to spin the kart around. And that is going to be massive for this championship. That is going to turn things on its head here big time. Antunes lured across the line, had a big dive into turn 1. No, tried to catch him out later on the brakes, climbed on the brakes a little bit too hard, and he's looped the kart. So that kart is now looped out completely. Noah Cronier dropping from second place all the way down to possibly even to the back of the field behind Omolemo Mfana. So he'll have to do a lot of work now to try and catch that up. I was just talking about the fact that there is about, 21 points in it. 21 points in it between Noah Cronier and Dowling. Dowling now in second place as they cross the line. We're going to see the change up on that live timing. Dowling to second, Cronier says third. He's dropping to fourth. He's dropping to sixth. He's dropping to seventh. Let's see how far back Noah's going to fall into the clutches after that mistake. So we got Dowling in second at the moment, trying to catch Diego Antunes. Antunes trying to close the gap down slightly on his counterpart there for second place in this championship. 382 place, 347. So there's nothing in it there as well between them. Brilliant action here between these karters, as well as they have been fighting all season long. And it's kind of been the way things have turned around here. As I said, remember, we have got a whole bunch of points that will be dropped today. There's 35 points between these two heading into this heat. It might just be a little bit more between Antunes and Dowling as they get to the end of this one, if they can stay with each other. Looking out my window, I'm watching Noah Cronier come through the field rapidly. That's 6, he's up to about 8th place at the moment. He dropped down out of the 9th and 10th place behind Adrian Steyn. And it looks like Adrian Steyn's had some problems. I saw some yellow flags there on the crossover at the crest of the bridge that goes over that tunnel. We've seen karters down into the tunnel now. The 2 leaders already gone through that tunnel, and Antunes over Dowling is how it sits at the moment. That might have changed up though by the looks of things as they go into the twisties up the hill again. Brody Dowling, I think, is at the front. And, no, he hasn't. He's still tucked in there behind Antunes. The white helmet there of Antunes just maintaining the lead at the moment over Brody Dowling as they come up towards the last corner. Dowling on the inside though has a look. Battle of the double figures here in this category. 22 and 66 fighting hard. We had 11 up there and 77 all season long, but looks like a bit of issues there for Adrian Steyn. As I said, he's pulled to the sideline. There might have been Omolemo though. Omolemo Mfano is parked on the sideline there. Oh, how's that? One corner in the lead and then has it firmly taken away from him. So Brody Dowling led for a corner and a straight. And then it was straight back into the hands of Diego Antunes as they go down towards turn 2. I see some karting fraternity on the sideline there. As we get up to the crest, we might be able to see it here from the drone shot, but there's definitely a car on the sideline. And I assume it's Omolemo Mfana or Benjamin Gibbard who's had a bit of a problem. He's just on the right-hand side, or on the left-hand side of where we are right now, but as they come over the crest, he's on the left-hand side of the circuit, parked on the sidelines, heading up over that crest and towards the final corner. It could be potentially a massive change-up as well here for how things turn around for this championship. There you can see, parked on the sideline, just trying to pick up, I think it was 55 Omolemo, So Umalemo Mfana unfortunately parked on the sideline. I think he might have had a bit of an incident there as he came through the crest. He might have clipped the inside curb, and that's spun him around and slammed him into the sidewall. I saw karting fraternity marshals there moving the cart out of harm's way. Still in the background, you can see them doing that as we continue the action here between Antunes and the leading carts, of course, having such an epic battle. Diego Antunes and Brody Darling are just working so hard at this point in time. There you can see it's the 13 cart as well. So Ben Gibbard has come together there with Umalemo Mfana, and the two of them have crashed out, unfortunately, at the crest of the hill. So it hasn't quite worked out according to plan there for the two of them, and they've dropped out of this race completely. So it's Aston Verhel in the top 10 and last place on track. These are your top two fighting hard for honours here in the third heat of the Bambino category. They really have put on an amazing show this entire season, and the future of karting is looking very promising in the hands of these youngsters as they go at it with their race strategies being put into place here for the final round of the championship. One race strategy that hasn't worked out here according to plan, of course, is Noah Cronier's. He has now moved himself up to the top 7, but 7th place is only going to score him about 24 points, which is not what he needs. It means that both his two rivals in the championship are going to close him down. And could be an even tighter fight for the 10 rounds of 13 that count here for the national championship. Antunes pulling slightly away now. He's pulled about 0.6 of a second. It's almost about a second now between the two carts out front. But as I say that gap closes down under braking for turn 4. And once again, Brody Darling wants to try and close that gap down, and he's doing a superb job of it. So Darling versus Antunes for the race victory here in heat number 3. This could change things up here dramatically as well in the 2nd and 3rd place fight between these two. Antunes and Darling. Ronaldo Kunis 3rd. He'll stay in the hunt for 4th place overall ahead of Callum de Toy and Luan de Vet. Callum de Toy, of course, having a fantastic run here in the 3rd heat. Didn't quite see him much in the 1st and 2nd heat, but great to see doing a superb job here at his home circuit, of course, young Callum de Toy, and first time out in national championship racing for him this season. Noah Cronier's behind him, closing the gap down 34 and 24, but the checkered flag has come out, and there's not enough time there for Darling to get that 2nd place. So Diego Antunes will take the 35 points up for grabs for the win, and that victory is certainly a well-earned one there. Darling will take 32 for the 2nd place. 3rd place is going to go to Luan de Vet. What a run there from Luan. He's not really involved in the championship, but 4th place goes to Kuhn. So 29 points to Kuhn. Steyn will eventually finish up in 8th place. So that's going to change things up ever so slightly there. Where did Noah finish? Noah finishes up in 5th place. So Noah Cronier in the top 5 means that he's going to have to do a little bit of work here in the last heat of the day of this final championship round of Rotax Max South African Karting Championships at the International Kart Circuit at Zwartkops. We'll be back shortly with action coming from Senior Max out on track.
All right, I've got Ari Visser here. Here's our paramedic here for the day. Ari, you've done this before? You've been at practices and qualifying yesterday. Did you have any patience?
Good afternoon, yes. We didn't have such a good day this morning. We had a couple of patients yesterday. Yesterday we didn't have any. But yes, today we were quite busy, but not so serious patients.
Okay. And when you say a couple of patients, what are the usual sort of injuries that you see at a motorway?
As you can see, this is quite a high-speed racetrack. Normally injuries we get is high head, neck, spine, and a couple of fractures. But it's always good to have advanced life support paramedic like me on the scene to quickly do airway management and pain control. If the patient is serious, we're going to transport him by ambulance or by air. Luckily, in our advance, there's a new hospital just opened them down the road. So yeah, let's hope all the riders the best for the day and not to see us so many times on the track.
Yes, we absolutely wish that you guys are not too busy today. You got a little Bambino that I'm sure you want to go check out in the ambulance at the moment. But thank you for your time, and I hope that there are no serious accidents. Thanks, Ari.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, great to catch up with Ari there from our medical team, but false start there on the Senior Max third heat. So they'll have to come around and do it all again. Saw the false start flag come out there. Everybody wasn't in the tram lines. They're all eager to try and beat out Muhammad Wali, who starts from the front again. Alongside him will be Troy Steinman, Charles Visser and Reza Levy, Marshawn Goodman and Orata Sakudu, Karabo Manuela. And it's Musa Kaji, Ethan Steer and Shrin Naidu making up the top 10. But they'll all have to come round one more time and try and restart things. Coming into this heat, we've got the lead in the hands of the incredible Musa Kaji, who has turned things around here ever so slightly, but he's having to fight hard here with Karabo Malamela because between the two of them there's only 2 points in it. And then Charles Visser has moved his way into contention for this championship in a big way up into third. But if you look at how the points stand, 328, 326 and 322, there's 6 points in total between the top three in this championship now, with the fact that Tate Bishop hasn't made it down here to Zwartkops for the final round. Oh, somebody getting forced wide out of turn one there. Looked like it possibly was Srinado. Ethan Steer could have possibly been forced wide, but it is a great start nonetheless. Once again, from Muhammad Wali. He has not been bettered into the whole shot the entire day, and he has not been bettered at the end of the race either. 15 laps of action coming away again with Muhammad Wali out front. Troy Snyman up in the second place. Visser is third. Charles Visser chatting to him in the break there. He's part of the Universal Racing team, and we're also concentrating on his efforts to try and get as high up in the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup Championship in Cape Town, his hometown, in 2 weeks' time. But right now, he was saying to me that everything is going according to plan here for a potential win in this championship. But if this is how they're going to fight it out in the penultimate heat of race action for Senior Max, it's not done yet. So with Tate Bishop, the championship leader, coming into this round, not here, the championship lead has now been taken over by Malamela, Musa Kaji and Charles Visser, and the three of them are fighting hard as we see a big dive there from Troy Snyman to try and get through on Wali. Wali comes back at him though at the bottom of turn 4, with Charles Visser getting through on Snyman. So 3 changes in the lead there, 3 changes in position through the span of 2 corners. Tucked in behind them, Malamela, Rushan Goodman and Musa Kaji all in with a shot, and the change up again as is that Visser hitting the front? It is. Visser hits the front for the first time. So Charles Visser now tries to control things from the front. Snyman into second and down into third. Fifth place is Muhammad Wali. Muhammad Wali might have a bit of a problem there. Wali's got some kind of issue. He's dropped right from the front end, dominating the entire day, and now not even having an answer to try and get through on a whole bunch of the drivers that came across the line there. So Muhammad Wali didn't quite have it according to plan there into turn 1 this time out. So Charles Visser leads from Snyman. This is exactly what Visser needs to do. If he gets the victory here, he's going to move into the lead of this championship because he's got his rivals behind him in both Malamela and Kaji. Kaji down in 6th, Malamela in 4th. So definitely a bit of a change up here on the cards if Visser's got his planning right. And he was saying to me in the break that that is exactly what he wanted. Gesticulations coming out of the man in 3rd place there. Not too happy about how things have gone there from Olarato Sakudu's point of view. He also was in with a shot of the front end of this championship, but didn't quite go according to plan there in the 3rd heat. He's on 329 points, and of course that moves him just into a potential lead of the championship. But remember, there are 13 rounds of this championship and 10 of them count. So they don't really have a the droppers say, but they take their top 10 results, and those are the ones that count for the championship. So what I'm giving you is basically how the points stand on the cards coming out of each of the heats. But we'll have to wait and see how the mathematicians get to work at the end of the day's racing. But we should basically be able to work out who will be at the top end of the championship by the end of this one, or by the end of next one, I should say. There's 4 to go. This is round number 5, and it is heat number 3 that we're watching for Senior Max in the Rotax Max Championships of South Africa. And now things have changed up dramatically as well in terms of track temperature and the ability of those Mojo tyres to work for an entire 15 laps without starting to slip and slide. We've got some compounds to play around with here, but the Mojo guys will certainly be happy with the performance so far of these tyres in the slightly cooler conditions this morning. It's now midday, and track temperatures are certainly going to be soaring, as are the ambient temperatures. There's a bit of a cool breeze blowing, but it's not going to affect the ability of the carts to get the traction, because those track temperatures are starting to climb. Mid-pack battle starting to rage as well as we see them coming through there into turn 1. Visser hangs on for the moment. He has got to the 1/3 completed, 2/3 to go mark. And Snyman behind him, Olarato Sakudu in 3rd at this point in time. So we've still got a little bit of work to do here for these guys as they get into it. And I can tell you it's not done yet. Sakudu from Karabo, beg your pardon, Malamela. So Karabo, Malamela, and Sakudu 1 and 2. 3 is Musakaji. And 4 at the moment. Fisser having to work even harder at this point in time. So hang tight as to what's going to happen. Oh, here we go. It's getting real in the mid-pack there. Was that Reza Levy diving through? It was, yeah. Reza Levy coming through in that mid-pack and starting to get into the mix big time just behind this pack of carts that have just gone through turn 2. The second pack is certainly heating up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 very up close and personal. Let's see Mohamed Wali trying to come back there at Karabo Malamela. So the first 3 carts trying to get away here, with Visser trying to open up a little bit of a margin, but Troy Snyman is having none of it. Troy Snyman is going to have to get the move on here if he wants to finish up in the top 10 overall, possibly even for a top 6 or 7 overall in the championship. At this stage, second place will be doing him all the world of good. And Charles Visser doing everything right. This final round in the final heat of the day, with Charles Visser working 1 by 1 through the heats of the day to get to the front end. He had no answer to Mohamed Wali, and neither did anybody actually out there in the first 2 heats. Just absolutely ate up the pack. Troy Snyman trying to now get onto the back end there. Visser, he gets him on the brakes down into turn 2. Continues to fight for a potential win here in Heat 3. Waiting to pick up the pieces is the Gazoo Racing man there from that team. Olarato Sakudu. Mohamed Wali has got through and ahead now of Karabo Malamela. So we could potentially see Mohamed Wali come back into the fight for the front end of this field. Musakaji down in 6th. Stands, we've got Olarato Sakudu and Kabela Malamela on equal points. It's Musakaji who's now into the 3 spot. Visser pushing hard. Charles Visser do unthinkable here. Coming from 9th place coming into this round and potentially win the championship. Bishop not being here, and the fight that's happened at the front end amongst the other contenders in this championship, Musakaji, Ethan Steer, Olarato Sakudu and Karabo Malamela, have certainly given him an opportunity to do that. In his own words, the plan's going according to plan right now. Let's see if we can keep it all up and running at the front end. With Snyman pressurising him big time. Sakudu's in there too now. To Sakudu, definitely looking for a chance to spoil the day here for the two boys in front of him. Snyman on the way from KwaZulu-Natal. It's Western Province's Charles Visser. And a great move there from Snyman. KwaZulu-Natal base man moves up in the first. Gets ahead on Visser. Visser now under attack. Here comes Wally. Wally's back into the mix as well. So Muhammad Wally joins the fray of four at the front. Oh, little touch there between Visser and Olarato Sakudu. Visser just came across the front end of that cart. And tailpiece and nose cone just getting tapped in the interim there as they came through. Snyman now trying to open up a bit of a margin over Visser. Visser's in the front end fight here, big time. Look over the shoulder there from Snyman. He's pulled a small margin over Visser. Visser coming back at him though. Almost instantaneously. Here comes Muhammad Wali for third. Wali on the inside for third. Stick slip inside, makes it easily done. All right to Sakudu. Sakudu dropping by the wayside again, down to fourth. Muratu might not be too phased if he stays on the back end there of Muhammad Wali, because Muhammad Wali at this point in time looking like he's one of the fastest carts out there. 42.923, yes, fastest cart of the first four for sure. As the rest of them are in the 43s or high 42s. So Muhammad Wali's pace has picked up again, and he's now ticked them off up to what is now third place on track, closing in on Visser for second. Visser and Snyman continue to lead things out though. Snyman at the front end. Visser was there. They're trying to come back as they go through. Across the line to start another lap. They have got 2 to go. The penultimate lap of this race has just started. Heading towards turn 2. You've literally got 17 more laps of race action to come your way in 2022 season. 2 on this one and 15 to go in the final heat of the day. Let's see who's going to have what it takes. So will Muhammad Wali go for a do or die here to try and secure perfect points on the day. So far he's been on pole position every single race. He's won every single heat so far, and he's sitting in third with about half a lap to go. 1.5 laps to go. Coming through now to start the final lap. Here they go. Visser tucks in behind Snyman. Is he going to have a go down into turn 1? Muhammad Wali going to be late on the brakes as well. We're all evenly matched into turn 1 there between the first 4. The rest of the pack streaming across the line there. Watching for those little fights further back there as well, starting to rage. So it's Visser looking for a way through on Snyman. Snyman keeping them all out. Muhammad Wali looking to dive on the inside of Visser. Visser sees him coming. Right to Sakudu follows Muhammad Wali through. And like pinpoint accurate, these 4 carts as they go into the turns. Everybody hitting the exact same line. There's no inch given here, and there's no room for error whatsoever heading into the final corner. Looks like it's going to finish up here with Troy Snyman taking the victory. Snyman's going to get the 35. He comes through to beat out Charles Visser. We'll get 32 again. And a great run there from Muhammad Wali to come back into the 3 spot. He beats out Olarato. Sakudu going to be taking himself a well-earned 4th place there. And where did Karabo Malamela finish up? In 5th. So keeping the championship wide open. Great job there from our Senior Max. A few moments' time we'll be out with Micromax.
Right, I've got with me Troy Snyman. He's a KZN boy, but you can see he's a very good driver. He's got his South African colours. Troy, it's the best of the best here today, and the competition is fierce. I see that Heat 1, you took a 3rd. Heat 2, you took a 3rd. How did you do in Heat 3 now?
Heat 3 I came out on first. It was a close race. I was waiting until the end. About the 4th lap I overtook Scholfisser and I just managed to stay in the front. Didn't defend that much. There was a bit of a gap. I didn't think I needed to. And yeah, I guess it sticked.
It really did. Well done. Tell me, how much time do you lose looking back and checking how far the guys are away from you?
Some people say you lose time, some people say you should do it, but for me, I just get so nervous when you don't know if someone's behind you, if they're about to overtake you. So you probably do lose a bit of time, but I think it's worth it.
Well, it worked for you today. There wasn't anybody right on your heels. Congratulations. That's a very good position to be in going into your 4th heat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, we're going to go back to the live racing, and that's the Micromaxes that are out on the grid at the moment.
Race action starting here as you come around to the final corner, slotting up into those tram lines for the penultimate time this season. And big action expected between our Micromax competitors now. Coming into this one, still in the hands of Rafael da Silva, and he hangs on for a potential hole shot into turn 1. He gets it. He slots through there and takes the lead as they come out of turn 1. So da Silva leads out. He leads out the championship by 19 points on the road. And he's up ahead, of course, of the hard-charging Taylan Patel. Patel at this point in time looking to try and keep out Dowling for championship honours for 2nd and 3rd place. And then keep an eye out on, of course, Christian Verheul coming through there as well as we're getting into the closing stages now of 2022's championship. Looks like it's a good start there coming out of Christian Verheul. I think he might be moving up into 2nd place. He is. He's up ahead there of Taylan Patel. So Verheul putting the pressure on right from the word go, looking to dive on the inside and take the lead. And he slots up, moving through there very nicely. Emma Dowling into the mix as well. Superb start coming out of Dowling as she comes across the line. And as they start things out here for this first heat of after the lunch break for the Micromax, it's the 3rd heat of the day. A little bit of fun and games still to be had here amongst our competitors in this category. And it's not done just yet. Verheul leads out to Silva, Patel, Dowling into 4. So Emma Dowling, as I said, having a superb start there. Aidan Beaumont just behind her. And looking for a chance now is Christian Verheul to take the final, or one of the final victories of the season. He leads at the moment over Taylan Patel. Rafael da Silva has dropped to 3rd place. Patel sneaking through there into 2nd as they came into the bottom end of the circuit and up through the twisties. Potential change up here as well. Here comes Patel on the inside and forces Verheul wide. Oh, lovely move and absolutely perfectly done. Set it up from 2 corners back, slotted through, and Taylan Patel leads across the line with 10 to go of the 12 laps. So we got 22 laps more of action to come your way for Micromax. 10 of them will be decided here, 12 a little bit later on this afternoon. But it's not over yet between all of these competitors in the Micromax category. And we've got 13 rounds of the championship and 10 of them count. If we look at the standings right now, it's da Silva in 3rd place who leads the championship on 4:01. At this point in time, 2nd place is in the hands of Taylan Patel, and he's now hit the front and got ahead of Christian Verheul, so he's doing everything right. 3rd place in the championship is the cart of Aidan Beaumont, who currently sits in 5th. And a change up again. Oh man, little running wide there from Patel, made a mistake into the final corner, opened up the door, and you can't do that with Chris Verheul on your tail. Christian Verheul will make you pay. Patel comes straight back though at Verheul. So Verheul and Patel fighting hard here. Da Silva starting to close in on them again due to the fact that they're slowing each other down. And look in the background as Emma Dowling starts to make her way back into contention as well. She currently sits 4th in the championship ahead of Christian Verheul, who is fighting for the lead. So first 5 carts on track, even though there's a gap between them, are still the first 5 carts in this championship as well. Action aplenty here today in this final round of the championship as they come over the crest and through the little flick-flack. Heading into the final corner, Patel over Verheul, Verheul over da Silva over Dowling, Dowling over Bilal, and then it's Gibbard and Matt Shuttleworth, our race 1 winner from the first heat, down in 7th. D'Souza and Aidan Beaumont has dropped down to 9th, so Beaumont with some problems there. Man in 3rd place in the championship is falling by the wayside and into the top 10. That's not where he wants to be. He's got to be at the front end here, fighting with these guys if he wants an opportunity to take 3rd place in this championship overall, or stay in the hunt for it at least. I mentioned earlier on the fact that we've got a change up in terms of the weather out here. Certainly things turning around in the afternoon with much warmer conditions this afternoon. A lot of people have sort of said to us, you know, that spring has sprung. It's almost summer here in South Africa with the kind of the weather we're experiencing at the moment. So we're keeping an eye out on things at the moment. 28 degrees Celsius, so a real feel of about 30 degrees Celsius here in Pretoria West, just outside of the Gauteng area here in South Africa. And with a small breeze, it's not a huge one, but a little breeze that's blowing. Just keeping the ambient temperature in control. But of course, track temperatures are certainly soaring with the sun beating down here at the circuit at the moment. So there's definitely some potential changes to the setup on karts, and pressures being run in those Mojo tyres, that is for sure. Got to say thanks, of course, to Mojo and to XPS, Top Kart and Coma for all of their support through the season, and to kart.co.za, our official website here for the Rotax South African Karting Championships. Another lap down, 6 to go. Halfway stage has been reached now for this one, and it's Taylor Patel controlling things from the front ahead of Christian Verheul. Rafael De Silva and Emma Dowling still in the hunt though, not giving up, and they won't. They know how things can go right or wrong in karting. They've seen it all season long. Been a fantastic fight. 26 karts in total have been in the mix for what has been 2022's Micromax Championship. At various rounds of the championship, we had a couple of extra karters joining us from Cape Town region at Kalani International Raceway. We had Formula K and Benoni for the second round. We had a Doobie for the third round and for the Africa Open. And now the final round of the championship here at the International Kart Circuit of Zwartkops. 5 to go for our leaders. Patel leads out over Verheul. No change between the top two. De Silva still hanging on to third and controlling things ahead of Dowling. Let's see what's going to happen here for these karters at the end of the next 4.5 laps. Remember, we do have an opportunity for a couple of rounds to be dropped. Only your top 10 of the 13 championship rounds count for your points. So we could potentially have a couple of changes here and there, but usually by the end of the day the maths all adds up, and the top of the list when the maths has all been done are the top of the list by the time the championship gets wrapped up in about 2 hours time for these guys. Four to go. Patel still now with almost half a second over Christian Verheul. Verheul's got no answer here in the closing stages. The two CRGs dominating at the front though. Getting away now from the man in third place, Rafael De Silva. He's in a Tony Kart chassis. Emma Dowling at this point also in a CRG, so a little bit of a dominant fight at the front end for that manufacturer of the chassis. CRG certainly showing their prowess in Micromax. Logan Bilal behind that, and he's not really involved in the fight for overall honours yet, but he'll certainly be looking to try and get himself up into the top 10 by the end of the day. Also in a Tony Kart chassis, so Tony Karts and CRGs, first 5 chassis on track. Looks like Dowling is starting to close on the back end of Silver here with 2.5 to go. Keeping an eye out on the pace that is coming out of Emma Dowling. 48.635 personal best for her on the last pass. 48.5 from Rafael De Silva, so she's got to try and find another half a second if she can, if she wants to bridge that gap onto De Silva. Same thing can be said here from Verheul's point of view. 48.448 from him, personal best in that lap from Verheul, but 48.387 from Patel is keeping him at the front end of the field for now. 2 to go. Patel, Verheul, Silva, Dowling, Bilal. That's how they cross the line in the first 5. Drone pilot Carl giving us some great aerial photography here, and getting to see these karts come through. It's always nice to see the circuit right from the top as well, and you can see just how things turn around. It doesn't really give you the undulations. Land-based cameras, of course, will show you how the undulations change up here. This one in particular, the hill back up from the bottom end of the circuit to the top. Coming out of turn 4, 5 and 6, and over the crest into 7. And it's a little flick to 8th and 9th corners on the circuit. Patel about to start his final lap at the front end of this field. So it looks like Taylor Patel is going to hang on for now. Fastest lap from him, 48.214 on the last but one. And look at the pressure coming from Emma Dowling. Dowling is all over the back of De Silva there for third. Third place heating up big time. Here we go. Dowling having a look. Cuts back on the inside. De Silva sees her coming, shuts the door. So Ems is having a look for an opportunity here. Can she find one down into turn 4? De Silva sees her coming, locks that inside line out. Compromise his drive up the hill. I was talking about that earlier on with the carts that don't have gears. That line choice to go defensive can compromise your drive. It'll give an opportunity nonetheless for the person behind you to have a go. That's not going to happen with Christian Verheul though. Christian Verheul is going to have to settle for the 32 points for second place because Patel is going to take 35 for the win. De Silva comes through there and claims third place just ahead of Emma Dowling. And we'll be getting the 29 points for fourth. Behind her is going to be Logan Bilal. And then looking to see where Aidan Beaumont finishes in 8th place there for Aidan Beaumont. So that wraps up our third heat of Micromax. In a few moments' time, we'll be back with Junior Max out on track. Casey Ensel-Smith with the victory, and this one should wrap up the championship if he can get it. He currently leads with 425 points in the bag, and it's second place down on 349. So it's a little bit of a hard task. I think it's 76 points up for grabs. And if I'm not mistaken, I just want to double check my maths here quickly. Yeah, 76 point gap. And there are 70 points still available, so anywhere in the top 3 actually will secure Casey Ensel-Smith this championship. It'll be the first one that we can wrap up for 2022, unofficially of course, because there's still some maths that have to be sorted out after this with how they take their top 10 of the 13 rounds available to them. But if we work on the maths that's available to us today, Ensel-Smith with a victory today, or anywhere in the top 3, will wrap up the 2022 season championship for Junior Max. They're under starters' orders. The lights are about to go out. We're going into the tram lines. It's Ensel-Smith and Goosen on the front, for Starnes and Haystack on the second row. And there we go, into turn 1. It's Casey Ensel-Smith getting the whole shot. Diving on the inside, though. Forcing a way through there was Eric Haystack. He was holding nothing back as they came through there. And in fact, he gets outgunned ever so slightly there by the looks of things. You know, Haystack down to third. Not quite sure who slotted up into second, though. Didn't quite get the number on the cart. Difficult to spot the numbers. And also small ones on here. And I'm just trying to work out on that helmet who that could potentially be. I think it might be either Vostanos or Corza. And I get confirmation as they get a slightly more up close and personal shot of those carts now as they head through the little flick-flack that heads into, of course, the top end of the circuit and back onto the start-finish line to complete the first lap of 15. It looks like 5-4 there. Yeah, 2-4 Vostanos, I thought so. Vostanos diving through there, and Nicholas Vostanos up ahead of Eric Haystack. Nzalo Corza into 4, Saad Variawa is 5, Mario Delutz is there in 6th place, and Brandon van der Walt just outgunning Divian Naidu down into 8th place. So that's the first lap of 15 completed there, and it's Ensel-Smith out front, exactly where he needs to be to wrap this championship up. I'm sure that's exactly what the team has told him at Gazoo Racing, is get out there and get the victory. That way we don't have to worry about anything else, and the championship is yours. You can then enjoy the day's racing from there on out, because all the pressure will be off. Those tram lines onto the rumble strips coming out of that final corner, and just see how hard these Junior Max competitors are pushing. Vastanis was quickest there, 42.9. He's about 2/10 quicker than the man out front. So Vastanis looking to spoil the day there a little bit for Casey Ensel-Smith. Casey's been in this position on numerous occasions this season, so he'll certainly know exactly how to control things from the front end. He likes to actually race from the front, from what I've seen. In his racing career, once he hits the front, he tries to control it from the front and get away, but he's not given that opportunity just yet with Nicholas Vastanis closing him down. Eric Haystack is behind them. Nzalo Koza is 4. Saad Varial is still in the 5 spot as they come through to complete another one. 12 laps of action still to come away. 3 down. Top 3 getting away ever so slightly there from Nzalo Koza and Saad Variawa. Change up for the lead. Oh, great move there from Vastanis. Vastanis hits the front and comes through to take the lead of the race. Ahead now of Casey Ensel-Smith. Ensel-Smith trying to come straight back at him. There's a good chance to come straight back and not give the driver out front a chance to settle. He's applying the pressure there, and Nico Vastanis is accepting it for now. Soaking it up into that second spot. And the pressure being applied big time there from the Gazoo Racing man. Ensel-Smith crosses the line in second place, but has a look. Just pulled out ever so slightly. Maybe a bit of a false bravado there onto Nicholas Vastanis to try and force a mistake on him. Didn't quite work out though. Vastanis in the Tony Kart. Under pressure now from that Gazoo Racing Cosmic Chassis of Casey Ensel-Smith. Ensel-Smith trying to go on the inside. He's bringing along for the ride and looking to lick up the pieces here, or lick up anything that breaks off these guys. Will be none other than Eric Haystack. Haystack is right there, and they're not going to hold anything back. If something goes wrong between the two of them, he will pounce and make them pay. One lap down, that's how quick these laps are ticking off here. These guys are pushing the karts way over their limits. 42s and 43, low 43s out of the first 6 karts on track. That's how hard they are pushing these karts, way beyond their limits. Getting as much traction out of those Mojo tyres as they can get, or that they'll allow, that's for sure. They're probably pushing them beyond their limits at the moment. Through the twisties again. And let's move on here from Eric Haystack that I'm concerned about. Casey Ensel-Smith must also be a bit worried about that. As I said, top 3 in this should secure him enough to maintain a lead, and a lead that can't be beaten into the 4th and final heat. But I'm sure he'd like to wrap it up with a victory and just make sure of it. Put a solid mark on that championship. He drops to 3rd. 3rd is still good enough according to my calculations, I think, as they come down here. So the 2 teammates now flying high out front. Vastanis and Haystack. They'll try and control things. Get away from that 3rd place kart. They've got a massive margin over Nzalo Koza for 4th and Saad Variawa behind him. Not really an answer from those two. Then there's a fight on just behind that between Brandon van der Walt and Jono Wilson. Maybe a little bit of a ding-dong there. Wilson ahead of Divian Naidu and Jaden Koersen. Jaden Koersen, remember, he's already taken a 2nd place today and a 4th place today. So Koersen not in the mix here, down in 9th. Potentially harming his chances of a top 3 overall in this championship as well. Down the hill and under the bridge they go. Top 3 very evenly matched. 42.9, 42.9, 43 dead. That's the first 3 karts on track and their lap times. 910, 907 and a 053. So that makes it about half a second between those first 3 karts. Half a second between the first 3 as they come back up the hill and into the final corner again. This time with 7 to go. Here's Ensel-Smith waiting to pounce. Has he got something up his sleeve there that these 2 at the front don't know about? Very interesting to see if that's the case. As they head down into turn 4 again. He does close that gap up. There's a chance here. Opportunity for Casey Ensel-Smith still to take the victory here from the 2 teammates ahead of him. No team orders down there for Vastanis and Haystack other than possibly to take each other out. Other than that, it's every man for himself on track, and that's usually the case with the karting teams here in South Africa and basically all around the world as well. The only thing you don't want to do is take out your teammate. But other than that, it's every man for himself out there, and that's exactly what they're doing. Nicholas Verstanis and Eric Haystack pulling a small margin. Maybe Casey Enso-Smith's pit board has told him, listen, third is good enough. Don't fight too hard. We can secure the championship with third place. Here we come. Back up to the top again, and 5 to go as they do the pass across the line. So we're into the final third of this race. Yeah, it'll definitely be enough to secure the championship if he finishes up in third place. But Casey Enso-Smith has once again turned the wick up on that Gazoo Racing Cosmic of his to catch the two men out front. And you can see the Cosmics are fighting hard here for honours in the closing stages of this championship for 2022. 4 to go as they head down towards turn 2. Haystack, Enso-Smith and Verstanis. Oh, great move. Great move there from Casey Enso-Smith to get through. Might not be able to secure it though. Yes, he does. No answer there from Haystack. Haystack has to back out of it slightly. Despite being in the same team there, the men in first and third with slightly different chassis that they've gone with. Out front is Nick Verstanis, and Verstanis is in the Tony kart. The two Cosmics behind him, trying to close him down now in the closing stages with 2.5 laps to go. So Enso-Smith up in the second place will get himself another 2 points in this championship, which is going to give him an unassailable lead, I think. There was an outside chance of these other two coming into play. When I say that, I mean Jaden Goosen and Eric Haystack and Björn Boshoff, but unfortunately they haven't come into play here. Björn Boshoff is out of this third heat. He's not even out on track at the moment. Some issues there for Boshoff in this third heat of 4 today. I think Enso-Smith is lining something up here. With a lap and 2 corners to go, Casey Enso-Smith is going to go for the victory. I think he won't try something too dramatic unless it's something like that. Oh, perfectly done. 1 lap to go and he hits the front again. He did that in the second heat. Can he do it and make it stick in the third? Looking to wrap up the 2022 championship with his victory. He will do it easily with his victory. Will Casey Enso-Smith. But he's not going to have it all his own way as there's a dive on the inside. Once again for Verstanis. Oh, he drops to third. Verstanis goes on the inside and Haystack follows him. So he drops back down to third place. That means he's going to have to settle for potentially third place here. I don't think he's going to come back at these two. If he does, he might just ruin his day. He doesn't want to fight too hard here. Third place is good enough, as I said. So third place will secure him a chance of this victory in the championship. Not the victory on the day. Here they come to the line. It's going to be, oh, what a change up there. Verstanis taking the first place away. And he is going to be happy with that one, no doubt about it. Verstanis will get the 35 points. Casey Enso-Smith will get the 30 for third, and it's Eric Haystack who snuck through there cheekily to get the 32 available heading into the final heat of this championship for 2022. Gonzalo Corza comes through there. He's not really involved in the championship. Jaden Goosen finishes up in 5. So in 5th place there, he'll be getting himself 28 points to add to what his tally is already. Let's have a look and see where Björn Boshoff's out of it. It's going to be costly for him. So play for in the final heat there. We're going to see some big action in Junior Max, but we'll see some big action coming shortly from Mini Max as well. There and you want your friends and family, there's a couple of heats of action here from Zwartkops. Make sure you're sending that on to them and liking and sharing what we're already doing here on our live stream, courtesy of DT Form Services. Here we go with Undal and Spice Maula on the front row. Behind them, it's William Marshall and Keegan Martin, Adam Kaji and Travis Mingai, Matthew Chiwara, Ken Swartz, Sebastian Diaz and Georgia Lennox, the top 10 as they come under starters' orders. Getting to the tram lines and heading to the line. It looks like, ooh, I don't know if that was a false start or not. Waiting to see. It looks like they've given the start an A-OK. And lots of action down into turn one. A couple of carts running wide. A couple of carts getting stuck on the inside. A couple of spinners as well by the looks of things. But out front, looks like Udendal has been able to hang on. He has. He has got, is that William Marshall who slotted up into second? It is. William Marshall in the second place. Spice Maula fighting hard for third. He's there with Adam Kaji as they come out of turn four. Heading up into the twisties now, back up the hill. And from our aerial material shot here, you can see there is big action expected once again here in Minimax. Undal looking to try and secure a championship here. He came into the round leading. He continues to lead things out on 376 points scored so far. And that is over Ken Swartz at the moment, who currently is down in about, where is he dropped out of? Ken Swartz is into fifth place as they cross the line there. So Swartz in fifth. Third place in the championship is still also right there and looking for a chance to spoil the day. Adam Kaji, we had a cart up on the banking out of turn two there by the looks of things as well. Cart crashing out there. So we can see if we can pick up who that was. It might have been Sebastian Caldenes or Keegan Beaumont who had some issues. Maybe Travis Minga. I think it might be Travis Minga actually who has crashed out of turn two just before the bridge and tunnel. William Marshall second. Reachile Spice Maula is third. Spice has brought himself into the championship, but he hasn't really got a shot of really having an effect on it. He's down in fifth at the moment, but two more top threes could bring him into the a little bit higher up in that top five in the overall standings. Caleb Windall dominating at the front end, looking for another victory. Taken two so far, so looking for the perfect day in the saddle is Udendal, and with that we'll probably secure the championship if we can. It's a big fight on there between Marshall and Udendal at this point. Udendal on this last pass has just opened up a little bit bigger margin than what we've seen so far from everybody in this field, and he has been the dominant factor today. So William Marshall was probably the only man who could run with him in terms of pace that we saw in that second heat, and now in the third heat it's Marshall who's in second place. You see him gesticulating to the sideline there, trying to get the gap down. He can't do that. Maula and Martin behind that. And of course it's Adam Kaji in five as they cross the line on that time. See that cart stuck on the sideline there. As I said, I think it was possibly Travis Mingai. He hasn't completed any more. Liam Kukumur had some problems too, but needless to say, the fight continues at the front end. It's the fight for second and third that we're kind of watching out for there, because Looks like Oudendal is starting to pull a little bit away now from William Marshall. Riachile in third with pressure coming from Martin and from Kaji. The pressure from Kaji's dropped back slightly. He's not quite on the back end of Keegan Martin as he was a little bit earlier on. Keegan Martin dives into turn one inside of Mayaila, and a change up for third. So Martin now moves to third place behind Marshall. Mayaila down to 4 into the clutches of Kaji. Kaji's got Ken Swartz and Georgia Lennox starting to close in on him. Young Lady Carter coming into the fray here in the second half of this one. This is a 12 lapper. We've had 4 done, so it's the first third completed for Heat 3 of Minimax. Throughout the season, we've had 30 karts fighting for honours in this championship. It's great to see a big field of Minimax competitors following on from our Bambino class a little bit earlier on in the day. And if you look at what's happening with the Micromax and into Junior Max, it certainly bodes well for the future of South African championships in the Rotax format. Is that a change up? Yes, it is. Keegan Martin getting through there and slotting through up into third place now behind Marshall, keeping that third place just out of the reach of Adam Kaji. Kaji was actually the man on the move there, squeezing out and dropping Spice Mayaula one position back. So it's Spice Mayaula now into the top 5 from third place, with Martin and Kaji ahead of him. Gap now opening up, almost a second between the first two. Oudendal on Marshall. Marshall's got less than 3/10 ahead of what is now Keegan Martin and Adam Kaji. Late dive from Kaji into turn 1. Can he secure it? He runs a little bit wide. Martin comes back at him. So he wasn't able to quite make that one stick into turn 1. Keegan Martin saw what was happening, gave him some room, realized he would run wide and came back at him to maintain third place. But it's been able, what it has done is it's closed up the gap there onto Marshall, and there's a dive for second. As I said, that Martin goes on the inside of Marshall up into second place through turn 4. Opportunistic driving coming out of Keegan Martin as he saw the door open up. I didn't think he was going to have a go, but he just slammed it up the inside. Thought, let me just see if I can make it stick, and he did. Made it stick into turn 4, carried the corner speed up the hill, and he now pulls a small margin over Marshall, who's under attack from Mayaula. Spice Mayaula diving through there and finds a way through there on Marshall. William Marshall is demoted down in the space of 3 corners, 2 positions. Tries to come back though. Here he comes. And he's into the mix there with Mayaula and Kaji. Kaji, Mayaula and Marshall all fighting hard into turn 2. This time it's Spice Mayaula who drops back ever so slightly. In fact, a small mistake there's cost him big time. He's lost out to Ken Swartz and now into the clutches of Georgia Lennox as well. So Riachile making a small mistake coming through the bridge and under the tunnel there. Mayaula is going to have to do it all again. We come up to the top. He's trying to fight hard here. It's actually Martin that's dropped back. So some fun and games there. Martin into the clutches now of William Marshall, Ken Swartz. Mayaula falling by the wayside into Georgia Lennox's territory, and Adam Kaji has dropped behind Georgia Lennox. So we've got a fight on here of note between our Minimax competitors in Heat 3. They've still got one more heat to come today, and they've still got 3.5 laps of action in this one to be sorting out what could potentially be the championship. If Oudendal secures this one, there's a possibility he may have enough points in hand to wrap up the championship as well, as we've just seen in our Junior Max category with Casey Ensel-Smith. Ensel-Smith, I think, has been our first, and this is unofficial, of course, South African champion to be decided here today. On the point standings that I've got, on the maths that I've done, looks like he might have wrapped up Junior Max, and the same thing could be happening here with Caleb Oudendal. If he stays out front, he could potentially be wrapping things up here for his championship as well. But remember, there are 13 rounds of this championship, and only 10 of them count, so it's up to them to decide which ones they're going to be taking as their top 10 for championship point scoring. And that might just vary it slightly in terms of the maths that I've done today and the maths and the paperwork provided by Rotax South Africa. Oudendal, though, has definitely got no one even close to him in this third heat. Keegan Martin with 2 to go is trying to answer him, but he's 2 seconds adrift. Championship battle down into what is turn 1 with Marshall, Maula and Swartz all fighting hard. Maula with massive pressure coming from Ken Swartz. And Swartz looking for a way past and definitely applying massive amounts more pressure than what he has all race long. He has to, otherwise he's going to lose a potential second place in this championship where he stands at the moment. It's Caleb Woodendall from Ken Swartz. From third place at the moment is Adam Kaji. Kaji down in 6th place. Could be spoiling his day slightly too, because he was only 1 point ahead of Keegan Martin. He was a little bit further up the road than what he is. So it's all to play for here as they start their final lap. Great bit of maneuvering happening here into the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place battle. Marshall, Maula and Kaji all having some fun and games of their own there. Trying to just secure things at the end of the day's racing here for Heat 3. Still one more heat of action to come for these guys, and of course 12 more laps of action to be done before they can finally secure the 2022 championship. But Caleb Woodendall has done it all right. Amazing run at the front end here from this young man. And to the line for the flag. He's going to be getting it. So it's Woodendall for the victory. Another 35 points in his top pocket. Ahead of Keegan Martin, who will come through once again for 2nd place. It's consistency from Keegan Martin. Keegan Marshall not really involved in the championship, so I'm not going to be too concerned about him. But Spice Maula in 4th. He's definitely going to still have some chances here. Let's have a look and see how things go there for Adam Kaji. He will finish up in 5th place. So that gives him 28. And let's have a look and see how that all wraps up now. Minimax got one more heat to go. Up next, DD2's about to come onto track.
Right, I've got with me Caleb Woodendall. He's literally just taking his kit off so he can talk to us. Caleb, I haven't caught up with you today, and it's now the end of Heat 3. This is our winner of Africa Open in the Minimax down at Idube. He just annihilated the pack, not even his home track down there. Whereas here you kind of know this course pretty well. You're sitting very comfortably. Heat 1, P1. Heat 2, P1. Heat 3, P1. I hear the commentator saying you're a second faster than other karts on the track. You're only 10 years old.
Yeah, this heat I start second, but my strategy is to try and work with Adam and Spice and get away.
And that's exactly what happened. Good strategy. Who's coaching you?
Uncle Wesley Orr, racing engine.
Okay, he knows his stuff. Yeah. So the pressure's off. You've got the championship in the bag, and you've got the Africa Open. So you are wearing a double crown today. It's like the jewel in the crown of South African racing. Congratulations, Caleb. Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Yes, I'd like to thank my whole family for coming to join me and watch me. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's been a pleasure watching you. You have driven so beautifully. You've still got years left in the Minimax. Are you keen to get into a junior kart just to have a go?
We don't know yet.
You're too young for it anyway. He's not allowed to race in junior. But I'm sure you quite you would handle the kart beautifully because you love the speed. It's a pleasure interviewing you, Caleb. Congratulations. I'm sure I'm going to interview you again later after P4, but well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, that was Caleb Woodendall, and as the junior maxes are No, the DD2s are ready to go out. We'll go back to the live commentary.
Just doing some maths in the background here for the championships that are still going to be sorted out here this afternoon. It's incredible to see that coming into the third and final heat of senior max, there's 3 points up for grabs. 34 points on the list available here as DD2 make their way out into the circuit. Still some work to be done in that one. 31 plays 402. It's 29 points available still for Bambino class, and DD2 is coming into this one now. We've got a gap here. It was closed down pretty rapidly coming to this one from Ools's point of view, because coming into this round, Sebastian Boyd's on 401, and it's now Jamie Smith and Joseph Ools fighting for second and third. Ools on 63 points, and it's 357, 357 for Jamie Smith. So some great action expected in this one, I'm sure. There now still 38 points up for grabs going into this third heat of this category. So DD2's on the line, or coming to the line, with Ools and Boyd on the front row. So potentially the two who could spoil each other's day here, starting from that front row for the third heat. Got one more heat of action still to come away. Ools gets the drop, and it's Brad Liebenberg who tucks in behind him. Liebenberg holds that inside line and possibly going to force Sebastian Boyd wide. Boyd, false start. False start flag coming out there. Just caught it in the banks. Thanks, Mitch. Saw that false start flag coming out as they came through turn one, so they'll have to do it all again. Gives me a chance to play around with those points, as I said. 38 up for grabs, and 40 between the top three, with 70 points still to play for here today. It's not over in DD2. And don't even count Brandon Smith out just yet. He's only 70 points back. Something going wrong with those first four in the championship, and all of a sudden Brandon Smith comes back into play. Right, so they're back under starters orders. Cristiano Magada will start from the second row of the grid alongside Brad Liebenberg. That's an awesome starting lineup there, hey? How many South African championships do you want at the front end of a field when you start a race? Well, at this point there are 20 South African championships in those first 5 carts. Oh, problems. Liebenberg. Oh, the man who would be king, our Africa Cup champion, is out. As he parks it on the sideline, he gets unceremoniously taken out there through turn one. I'm not quite sure who he came together with. Looks like it might have been with a 33 cart. Yeah, not what we wanted there from Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith tagging Brad Liebenberg out of turn one and putting him out of the race. I don't think Brad's got back in the cart. He walked away very dejected. But I suppose he's here to get his... Looks like he might have broken a stub axle by the sounds of it. So we'll get confirmation as they come past us now into turn one again, with Ools leading things out. Wyman is second, Grottis is third. Devon Brock, what a start there from him. And as they come through now to complete the first lap in anger, it's 15 laps of race action. We've completed one of them, so 14 to go. That's the way we do things here in DD2. They just hold nothing back. No respect given to the multiple SA champion there is Brad Liebenberg. And as I said, we've got literally about, well, we had, without Brad Liebenberg there, we lose a couple of championships, but we had about 20 SA titles on the shoulders of 4 or 5 drivers at the front end of this field. So there's certainly the class of the field and the class of South African karting here in DD2. Ools, Grottis, Brock, and Elof. Brandon Smith is 5. Where is Sebastian Boyd? He's down in 8th. Jamie Smith is 9th after that incident with Brad Liebenberg. So championship contenders losing vital ground here to Joseph Ools, who is looking for a potential victory again for the third time today. Second place starting to heat up there with Grottis and Devon Brock. Brock in the 7-6 car closing on the Gazoo Racing Man in second. He's bringing Tian Elof and Brandon Smith along for the ride. Brandon Smith looking to just get back into the mix there in the Ricardio. And the white colours there, Brandon Smith just in the background. You can see him now having a dive on the inside of Elof. Squeezes him out and slots up into 4. Behind that, you can see also a move from Boyd and Nico Zaviris. Cristiano Magado just trying to get onto the back end of that little pack, and he's not too far away from it. Zaviris is just up the road from him. Jamie Smith still behind Cristiano Magado, 5-time world karting champion. Magado having some fun here in this final round. And of course, we'd love to see him back into the mix in the world finals again, have another go at potentially winning a 6th and becoming, that would potentially put him into the greatest of all time, I think, in Rotax karting with 6 world titles. Smith is on the move. Keeps finding little positions here and there, and he's up to 3rd place now, ahead of Devon Brock. Trying to close down on Keon Grottis just up the road. Behind him, though, they're lining up and waiting to pounce. If anything goes wrong, a couple of positions lost there. It's kind of indicative of how this DD2 class works. This is a geared class. 2 gears available on this kart, and they can just play around with them all race long. It is one thing that, of course, differentiates their race lines and tactics sometimes in this category. You don't necessarily lose out too much ground having to go defensive lines because of your ability to use gears on the kart to get yourself out of harm's way. No worries at all there for Tian Elof, though. He was taken out unceremoniously and dropped to 6th place by Sebastian Boyd as the winner to turn 1. Boyd didn't really have any effort to get through on that one. No resistance given by the man in 5th at that stage either. I think that Tian Elof in the top 5 would potentially fight a little bit harder to give up that 5th place for Sebastian Boyd. Beg your pardon, but of course Sebastian Boyd is our current championship leader, so with 38 points in the bag, 35 up for grabs now and 35 a little bit later on, it means that Sebastian Boyd has got to get a little bit higher up than what he is, which is why he is fighting so hard to get through and not giving any room to potential threats to his number 1 plate for 2022. A reminder, though, once again, just to everybody that there are 13 rounds of this championship, so 10 of them count towards point scoring rounds. 3 are really drop rounds, but they're throwaway rounds because the drivers can decide which ones they're going to use as their top 10. Might change up the standings ever so slightly in terms of the points that I'm giving you guys, but I'm working on the fact that we've come into this round with X amount of points for each driver, and there were 140 points up for grabs at the start of the day's proceedings. Brandon Smith closing on Grottis. Grottis now under a bit of threat there from Smith in the Ricardio. The Gazoo Racing Man goes through the tunnel with Ricardio right on his tail looking to pounce. Behind that's Boyd, Brock and Elof. Spanianis in 7, ahead of Zafiris, Cristiano Magado and Jamie Smith still down in 10th. Smith losing huge opportunity here for a top 3 overall in the championship. He's only down in 10th spot at the moment. And if I look at the way things are going, he's really battling. 3.4 seconds off the back end of Cristiano Magado. Oh, Brandon Smith having a big look down into turn 1. Massive move there from Smith. Did he make it stick? No, he didn't. A look over the shoulder from Ken Grott is not going to give him any room to play. Smith looking dangerous as they go through the tunnel. Watch for a dive on the inside into turn 4 from Smith. He has a look. Oh, gets out of shape because the Gazoo Racing cart just slammed the door shut on his face. No room given there from Kian Grottis to allow Brandon Smith the inside line. Had to come out of it and hit the brakes and got a little bit out of shape as well. Would have slowed him slightly. Yes, indeed. And allowed Sebastian Boyd to close that gap. Boyd now on the inside. Smith trying to go and get the defensive line through the final corner. They complete another lap. There is 6 to go. So well into the second half of this race now for the DD2s. Boyd is through on Grottis. So is Smith. Smith and Boyd moving up ahead for 2nd and 3rd on track. The fight is definitely on here for that 2nd and 3rd place. They're not going to catch Joseph Ulls. Who's with this victory in hand, 3 out of 3. Going to make it exceptionally close for the final race of the season later on this afternoon. Points up for grabs there, definitely vital ones at this stage. Look at the gap that Oels has got now. Literally almost the entire second straightaway. In fact, it's the entire second straightaway between turn 1 and 2, between Joseph Oels and Brandon Smith in second. Sebastian Boyd all over the back end of Smith at this point. Waiting for him to come down to turn 4 as Oels heads up through the twisties. Boyd looking for a way through. He's only 0.2 of a second off Brandon Smith. He hasn't found it just yet. Smith in second spot at the moment with Boyd on his tail. Grottis behind that, waiting to pick up any pieces as the leader completes another lap, and there's 4 to go for him. So it's Oels doing everything right here. Still in with a chance. Mathematical chance, but it's a chance. There's no doubt about it. And they will never throw those mathematical chances away in karting, because there is, of course, all the additional mathematicians that have to get involved in this championship, because there are points scored, and then there's a couple of half points and 3/4 points thrown in every now and again as well. So it's not all done yet by the time that final checkered flag comes out, but we've got a rough indication as to who could potentially be at the top end of the championship by that stage. Oels right now is doing nothing wrong to ensure he is still in with a shot with 3 to go. Here is the gap. Look at it. It's a massive gap. You sit there for about 2, 4, up to 7.5 seconds before you even see Brandon Smith in second place across the line. Boyd is third, and Boyd is applying pressure. Boyd is the championship leader, remember. And he's got to do it all right here, get as many points as he can. If Joseph Oels currently sits in second place, only 38 points back, it means he could potentially be within a couple of points of Sebastian Boyd by the end of this one, if Boyd stays down in third. Boyd has not found a way through on Brandon Smith. Coming back into the hunt as well is Kian Grottis, who's not given up just yet, with 2 to go. It's Tian Ilof ahead of Jamie Smith and Nico Spanianis, Nico Zafiris, Devon Brock, Margado. And looking further back there, I think, yeah, potential change up here, that is for sure. But anyway, nothing wrong with the way things are going at this stage for this man. Out front with 2 corners and a lap to go. And that's the gap he's got. It's a massive margin here, incredibly, for Joseph Oels. One of the biggest margins we've seen all day in any of the racing, and considering the fact that this is the penultimate round of this championship, you wouldn't expect Joseph Oels to be able to pull such a huge margin over Brandon Smith for second. Sebastian Boyd in third, and the championship leader will be concerned about that pace. Particularly when there's still one more race to come after this one, and one more lap to do in this one as well. Into the tunnel they go. Oels now coming out of the twisties, almost to the top of the hill before we even see Brandon Smith on the brakes to turn 4. It's a massive margin here for Oels, and he's going to wrap up another 35 points. Brilliant stuff for him. As he comes through there, the checkered flag is out. Brandon Smith looks like he's going to hang on for second. He is. Smith comes through there for second place, so he won't do his championship too badly. A nice run from Sebastian Boyd. Should see him stay at the front end of the championship for now. Jamie Smith in 6th place. He's not where he wanted to finish. That is for sure. So up next we go to DD2 Masters. They'll be out on track any time shortly. Stay tuned for more action here from Zwartkops.
Right, thank you very much. I've got with me Joseph Uls with his gold helmet, his #1 DD2 kart, and his South African suit, looking very official, very professional. Joseph, how are the conditions out there?
Extremely tricky, to be honest. We're extremely lucky that we have been able to craft a setup like this for today. We weren't able to, unfortunately, do it in qualifying. We're just off Jamie. But it seems like today the kart's come to its own and the race pace is amazing. Absolutely.
Everybody seems to be flying around this track. I see Heat 1 third, but Heat 2 first, and now Heat 3 P1. It's a fantastic combination of setup and obviously you're in the zone.
Yeah, it's a huge pity regarding the first heat. Where we ended up in a bit of an incident and then ended up with a nose cone penalty. So we should have won the race, but it's affected our championship. But we've come here with one clear goal in mind, and that's to try and get the ticket to the World Final. And I think, we're just sticking to it, keeping the plan simple, and just sticking to our guns. Yeah.
How close is the DD2 championship? I mean, I know Jamie Smith, Sebastian Boyd, Kian Gratis has been great today as well. Bradley Liebenberg's around. I mean, these are big names in karting. How close is the championship?
The championship was, we were quite far off, to be honest. We hadn't had the best of years. Obviously, Seb had quite a gap in the championship. He's had a good year. So, look, he was a bit out the picture. It would have been a bit lucky if we were able to win the championship today. But the battle was between us and Smith. Right now I think we are doing a pretty decent job in trying to get that ticket. I think we possibly are ahead of him in the championship. So, we just got to try and close it out in the next race.
Fantastic. All the best. I've absolutely no doubt if you get a bit of hydration and shade and freshen up, you'll be on form for Heat 4. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was Joseph Uls, and now we got Sebastian Boyd here. Joseph's just been mentioning you, Sebastian. You know, if you hadn't have made this final round 4 of the 4-stage nationals, it would have been open for anybody to really take it on today. But you've got a considerable gap in the championship. You've had a really great 2022, and today, not so much pressure.
Yeah, today's been difficult. Race 1 obviously starting at the back for being underweight in qualifying. We managed to get a second from that, then race 2 got a third, which is decent points, and then race 3, a difficult start, being taken out, but came back strong, so yeah.
Talk about the start. We obviously down in the pit exit here, we don't get to see that first corner, which is always so exciting.
Yeah, on the start there's just a pile up and everyone just went into each other, so I'm not sure who it was, but yeah, unfortunate.
So there might be some nose cones in your favour then?
Yeah, it's definitely nose cones.
Okay, well, we've got the DD2 Masters on the track at the moment, so we're going to go back to our live commentary. Thanks for your time, Sebastian. Congratulations on the championship.
Thank you.
If something goes wrong here in this championship for our DD2 Masters, of course, Jonathan Peterson still has a shot as they head down towards turn 1. It is Verheul who gets the whole shot ahead of Brits. Brits and Verheul are on equal points, 411 apiece, and they are side by side into turn 2. So it's everything to play for here for this championship. It looks like a good move there from Philippe Chapat to move up into third place, just ahead of Peterson as they came through turn 1. Peterson's not quite there just yet. He's dropped back a couple of positions on that start. Not quite sure what went wrong there with Jonathan Peterson. But nothing's gone wrong with Verheul as he tries to get away from Brits now. Also got a chance to catch Eugene in the break there at lunchtime, and he was saying that his plan's gone according to everything that he wanted for today. But he's saying just how fast Nick Verheul is here at his home track. Very difficult man to catch and pass here at the Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. And he controls things from the front with the fastest lap out of the start guns on a 43.236. 44.0 from Eugene Brits is not quick enough. So it's, as I said, 4.11, 4.11. Tied first place in this championship between Brits and Verheul. Everything to play for now with 70 points up for grabs. 35 for the win, 30 for second, 32 for second, 30 for third as they head into this penultimate round of the championship. Still one more heat to come later on this afternoon, so it's basically, if they go first and second here, Eugene Brits would have to try and beat Nick Verheul in the final heat to ensure, and then of course it'll all come down to the count-out system with how many wins, how many seconds, how many thirds they've all got. So this one is certainly not going to be wrapped up here at the end of this third heat of 4 at the final round of Rotax Max Karting Championships here at the Zwartkops International Raceway. Third place starting to heat up ever so slightly as Petersen's caught Chapat. Watch on that one in the background. The Ricardio man has been caught by Jonathan Petersen. Currently third place in the championship in the Tony Kart. And we're looking to try and secure that third place and maintain third here on the day at least. There's having a big look in the background. We saw from our aerial shot there as Petersen went hard on the brakes on the inside, but Chapat saw him coming. Wouldn't allow him through. Watching for Brits to try and close that gap down. It's about a second up the road from Eugene Brits to Nicholas Verheul. I would say to me at lunchtime how fast Nick is. You can see just how quick he is as well. Here at Zwartkops, he's a difficult man to beat. Home track advantage, of course, always comes into play. Eugene Brits has lots of time at the circuit as well. Take nothing away from the man who spends a lot of time at this track. Verheul, Brits and Petersen. Jonathan Petersen, the KwaZulu-Natal based man, has now moved up into third place, got through on Philippe Chapat. So Philippe Chapat now dropping back slightly. Also Gauteng based driver, so all 4 of the top 4 here out of Gauteng. KwaZulu-Natal, Connor Hughes and Andrew Thomas currently down in 7th and 10th place respectively from the provincial side of this championship. 9 head down across the line there for Brits. He's trying everything he can and some more to get as much aerodynamics out of that kart as possible. Playing around with things. Petersen from KwaZulu-Natal. Okay, my apologies there. Oh, he is. Yes, of course he is. He's from KwaZulu-Natal. Just the small print on my sheet here caught me out there, Mitch. I think it's my age starting to show there too. The points that they gave us today is quite finely printed on the pages, so just missed out on that one. But yeah, Jonathan Petersen out of KwaZulu-Natal, of course, and looking to take on the Gauteng boys. Right now, Brits and Verheul fighting for honours in the championship and for provincial honours as well, with 9 laps to go. Has Brits got an answer here? Yellow flags into 1. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe a kart on the exit point there. Oh, there's a kart on the exit point. Yeah, there in between the straights. It looks like it might be the same kart. It is. So that is possibly Jonathan Kairouz, who's had some problems again. Oh, it's Minge. It's Minge. Alistair Minge again on the sideline there. We saw him in Heat 2. Actually, all the karts actually waited for him to join. They didn't want to start without him, so that was quite nice to see the bit of sportsmanship coming in there from all the drivers. Minge parked on the sideline there between turn 1 and 2, and hopefully he'll get going again because our leaders are about to come down to join him. Another flag waving to warn them, and Minge trying to just bide his time to get back on track. He's going to give them a little bit of room. It looks like he might have stalled the kart again onto the black stuff as they go past him. He's on their left-hand side. Verheul has definitely been caught. From 1.2 seconds down to 9/10. So certainly some manoeuvring happening from Eugene Brits' point of view here in the latter half of this one. We're just over the halfway stage, 7.5 to go, 7.5 completed. Verheul continuing to lead things out over Brits and Petersen, Chapat and Viegas. And then it's Connor Hughes, Tenay and Kube. Joseph Minge has dropped out of the top 9 into 10th spot with that little off-track excursion. Amazing. Everything's on top here. We'll of course have a 3-point advantage into the final heat of the day. So if it stays as it is, it means that Eugene Brits would have to try and win the last heat. And Nicholas Verheul would have to finish in 4th for Brits to take it. That's based on the maths that we've got and the point scoring that's been given to me for the day. As I said, remember, with all the drop rounds and throwaway rounds and other points that are thrown into the mix as well, it could change up ever so slightly, but you can usually work out by the end of the day who has the potential of winning the championship. Right now it's still very much up for grabs because Eugene Brits has closed that gap down to within half a second. Half a second now between Brits and Verheul at the front end. Huge gap down to third place, Jonathan Peterson. He's really had an opportunity to try and get up close and personal with these two at the front. And he seems to get caught out on the start by a couple of other things that are happening on track. And he's just not able to stay with the top two as they get away. He has been there though. Let's try and look at... As we're into the mixture, you can see that Jonathan Peterson is certainly going to be fighting hard for a chance there for top three in this championship nonetheless. So we're also standing by here to go live for the first time in karting for a long time on two of our channels available here in South Africa. We've got two digital channels available. Of course, one is known as DSTV, the other one is known as OpenView. And we've got some viewers going to be joining us there for the first time for a national kart racing action. And right on time for the fourth and final heats of the race weekend as well. You couldn't ask for a better opportunity for them to come and join us as we get into the closing stages of the final round of this championship. So I'm not quite sure if we're there yet. I just got confirmation on my ears to stand by. If we are there, I'm going to welcome everybody along for the ride here into the last part of DD2 Masters heat number 3 as Eugene Brits closes things down there on Nicholas Verheul. Verheul now under massive pressure, and Brits is applying it dramatically to the tune of another 2 tenths wrapped up into that last lap. Could it be even closer? It is. It's another 10th gain by Brits. 2 tenths going into the last 3 laps. Brits versus Verheul. Just want to get confirmation there from our OB unit down at DT Film Services. I did get a standby, but I didn't get the official welcome yet to the People's Weather channel and to OpenView's channel 115 just yet. So a massive welcome there. There we go, officially to our People's Weather channel, channel 180 on DSTV. And OpenView's channel 115. Thanks for joining us, everybody. My name is Greg Maloney. I'm the voice of choice. And we're now live on DSTV and OpenView, as well as on our live stream channels on social media as well. So a big welcome to the fifth round, and the third heat here of DD2 Masters. There are another heats of action to come your way from all of the categories in the race action today. So you've joined us right at the crucial time of the day, because we've got 2 karts fighting for honours here in the third heat of the day for DD2 Masters. They're also fighting for honours in the championship for this 2022 season for Rotax Max. As they come round now, it's going to be the start of the final lap, and Brits is now looking for a chance to pounce. He goes into turn 1, dives up the inside. Oh, is that good enough? He gets up close and personal there, side by side, as they head towards turn 2. Brits on the inside, Verheul on the outside. Going to cut back. Verheul comes straight back at him, and he gets on the inside, cutting back through into the tunnel. I told you you've joined us at the ideal time. Down into turn 4. Brits trying to come back at Verheul as they head into the twisties. Up the hill they come. Brits and Verheul fighting for honours here. They're on equal points coming into this third heat. 411 points apiece, and one more race to come later on this afternoon. There'll be the last bit of race action that you'll pick up with us here from the final round. And here we go, across the line. It is going to be Nick Verheul taking the victory. So Verheul gets that one. 35 points in the bag there for Nick Verheul. Eugene Brits will get the 32 for second. Peterson will get the 30 for third. Not really going to be too concerned about guys further back. Alistair Mingo had some problems of his own. It looks like Connor Hughes also having a little bit of issues in the closing stages. But take nothing away. We are now sitting in a situation where in the final heat of 2022 season, there is going to be 3 points in it between Nick Verheul and Eugene Brits. That is how we like to do things here in karting. Absolutely brilliant stuff. 446 place, 443, and 370 down in third place in the hands of Jonathan Peterson. We've got coming onto track now our junior categories. There we go. Big welcome from my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Thanks so much for joining us here at the karting circuit, International Kart Raceway of Zwartkops, just outside of Pretoria West. in Gauteng, South Africa. And thanks so much for joining us here on DSTV's People's Weather Channel 180 and Open Views 115. It's an awesome day's racing. So far, we've only had one championship sorted out. It's unofficially, of course, but what we've worked out in terms of the points available on the day and what's been fought for today, it looks like Casey Ensel-Smith may have wrapped up his championship, but he's still got one more heat of race action to happen a bit later on this afternoon. Let's shoot down to a quiz now on our karting and find out all the fun and games that happen behind the scenes at Rotax Max. Here we go, down into turn one now for the final bit of 2022's season for our Bambino category. And this has certainly been one of the incredible stories of the season. Noah Cronje looking to take a championship. He'll be the third Cronje in that namesake to take a South African title. Both his father and uncle have gone on to do incredible stuff in their karting careers, saloon car careers, single-seater careers, and rallying here in South Africa. And so Noah Cronje is looking to do more of the same here. But he had a bit of a problem in the third heat today, and it dropped him out of the top spot for a little while in the race, but not in the top spot of this championship. He still maintains the lead of the championship by only 29 points. And remember, there's 35 points up for grabs here as the win. 35 for the win, 32 for second, 30 for third, and at the moment Noah Cronje sits in fifth place, tucked in behind the number 11 of Adrian Steyn. Remember, there's only 8 laps to do it in here, so you can see Dad on the sideline there, making sure that Noah does not make the same kind of mistake he did in race number 3 here today, where he spun out at turn 1, the corner they've just gone through. Antunes leads things out, and he continues to be the threat at the front end of this championship to spoil it all for both championship contenders, Noah Cronje and Brodie Dowling, who currently sit in second place. So the fight is on here for sure at the closing stages of what has been a spectacular 2022 season. Fight on at the front end. Antunes fighting hard with Dowling. The two of them getting away ever so slightly there from Naldo Kuhn and Adrian Steyn. Cronje still down in what was, well, he was in fifth. He's now up to third, finding a way through there on Ronaldo Kuhn and Adrian Steyn in that last half of the lap. Up to the final corner go the top two in Bambino as they head to the line to complete another lap in anger. Behind them comes the hard charge from Noah Cronje. Cronje, he's 431 points and 402 points there for Dowling. So the 29 points up for grabs at the moment. He's sitting with 30 of them. So that should be enough. That third place will secure him the title if the mathematics is all right. Antunes fighting hard with Dowling. Dowling hits the front with 35 points now in his bag. That'll make 437 plays. Yeah, it's enough. Just enough there to try and secure this championship. Noah Cronje will know. I'm sure his dad would have chatted to him. Mark Cronje, of course, multiple SA champion in karting, a world karting champion in his own right, as well as a multiple rally champion, and certainly knows how racing tactics come into play, particularly at this stage of a season. But Noah, his son, is closing down on the top two. So not only does he want to try and secure the championship, but he'd like to do it with a victory, and I'm sure that's exactly what his dad's told him to do. Get out there and do what you always do. Take the victories. But Dowling and Antunes have got other things in their minds and on their hearts and race strategies right now. 66 is Brodie Dowling. 66 is Antunes, I beg your pardon, and 22 is Brodie Dowling. It's the battle of double figures in the front end of this one, other than the 24 kart, of course. 66, 22, 77, and 11. Those are 4 of the 5 karts in that top 5 battle. Going under the tunnel and down towards turn 4. Here's a move on the inside. Can we see a change up for the lead? We're going to Diego Antunes diving through, and Brody Darling, unfortunately, just demoting him down one position. As they headed towards turn 4, it was Antunes who led out, and it's now Darling who hits the front. A little bit of rubbing there between the two of them, coming through the twisties as well. This could be some fun games here, big time. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Look at this, around the outside. Oh, a little touch. Don't want to be doing that at this stage of the championship, that's for sure. Noah looks over and goes, hey, come on now. We can't be fighting and touching at this point. That could spoil everybody's day as they come to the line. Over the line they go, and it's 22 leading out. Brody Darling ahead now of Cronje, who's going to be late on the brakes. Not too late that he hits and locks up and loops out, but he gets through there on Antunes and up into second place. So the fight is on now. Darling at the front end of the Bambino category. The man in the Sparko cart is there in... Oh, he makes a small mistake. Coming up on a back marker. He just got caught out by that back marker, and it's a big mistake there from Noah Cronje. Little wobbly wicks into turn number 3 there. As he clipped the curb. That's definitely going to be something he has to watch out for. He cannot afford to make mistakes like that if he wants to wrap up this championship. If he drops out of the top 5, that's the championship done and dusted. So Noah Cronje is feeling the pressure slightly there, I'd have to say. Brody Darling isn't. That is for sure. Brody Darling at the front end now. Possibly going to be looking for a chance to spoil the day here for Noah Cronje. Antunes is doing the same thing, applying the pressure onto the back end there of Noah as they go through the final corner. They've got 3 laps to go in this one. Side-by-side action once again as Antunes comes up the inside, looking for a way through on Cronje. Cronje is going to keep him out. Only just, though, as they come out of turn 1. 22 leads things out. That's Darling. Spinner in the background. Looks like we've got a spinner in the background as well, coming out of turn 1. This is not how they wanted to be finishing up there, that is for sure. Noah Cronje definitely wants to stay out of harm's way, which is why he's pulled a small margin to get away now from Diego Antunes. By doing that, he's slowly but surely closing onto the back end of the lead cart of Brody Darling. Darling currently lapping 59.9s, 59.2s out of Noah Cronje, so he's 7/10 of a second quicker than the man out front and should have enough time to possibly close him down and even spoil his day. Let's see what's going to happen here in the closing stages. 2 corners and 2 laps to go for Bambinos. SA Championship up for grabs. Cronje wants it. It will be history in the making. 3 Cronjes as South African karting champions. It's going to make them one of the most winningest families in this country in terms of karting, that is for sure. Let's see if that's going to be the case by the time the checkered flag comes out in 2 laps' time. Out of turn 1 they go. And Noah Cronje once again closing down. He's closed down almost 0.6 of a second there onto Darling on that last pass. Brody Darling is in trouble here. Here comes Cronje. He is looking to pounce here. He's looking very dangerous and possibly looking to take the victory of the championship with a victory on the final heat of the season as well. Change up on the line as they go through turn 4. Now going to try and carry this corner speed all the way through these twisties up the hill. Remember, with the Bambinos, they're not going to have the ability to play around with gears like the DD2s do. So corner speed is vital here. You can't afford to give up any of that corner speed, and you can see great railing through that twisty bit there from Noah Cronje is going to put him into contention here for an overtake into the final corner. He's right up close and personal with Brody Darling. Darling holds the inside line. Not going to open up that door just yet. Watch for the corner speed out of the final turn now, heading down towards turn 1. There's an opportunity up here for Noah Cronje to have a go. Is he going to look on the inside? No, he's not. He's up close. Oh, we can see Mark on the sideline. They're very worried about it. He has a look, but he doesn't quite get there. Darling hangs on for now. The championship is up for grabs here. The top 2 are fighting at the front end, 22 versus 24. It's second place in the championship that leads on the road at the moment. First in the championship is second. He's going to go to first through the tunnel, or is he? No, he doesn't. Oh, big move there was on the cards for Noah Cronje. He just didn't find a way through as he goes high and wide now into turn 4. Darling sees him coming, shuts the door. Cronje side by side with Darling as they come up through the twisties now. They are literally side by side heading through the second part of the twisties up to the top of the hill. Again, side by side, Darling and Cronje going at it. Championship is up for grabs here. Who's going to have it? There's a move. Cronje's on the inside. Has he got through? He has. No, Cronje slots up. The champion hits the front, and he's going to now try and hang on to it to the end. No, Cronje looks over his shoulder. Brody Darling going to try and cut back at him. Cronje holds the inside line. Your SA champion is going to take this victory, and it's going to be history in the making here. He's got it. Cronje takes the win, and he takes the championship. You can see Mark on the sideline there, absolutely ecstatic. That is history in the making you've just seen here on the People's Weather Channel and OpenView and on our live stream feed courtesy of DT Film Services. What a way to start the 4th and final heats of our championship deciding round of the Rotax Max Karting Championship. Brilliant stuff there. Noah Cranier will take the victory, and that will secure him the championship as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff. He'll finish on 466 points, and unbelievably, oh man, so close. That's what it's all about when it comes to this format of karting. And that is the incredible circuit you can see here at Zwartkops. The International Kart Circuit here has had both World Karting Finals, National Karting Finals, Africa Cup Karting Finals. We've had Supermoto National Championships at this track as well, and multiple forms of motorsport at the karting circuit here at Zwartkops. Up next, we're going to be moving on to the deciding round of Senior Max. Now, if you think Bambinos were exciting, we've got 15 laps of action coming your way now from an absolutely action-packed and a field that has gone to battle here tremendously well all day long. Mohammed Wali has taken 2 victories so far in this championship deciding round, but the final victory of this weekend so far has gone to an incredible run coming out of the front end of that field, and I can tell you it's still very much up for grabs. It really is, and fantastic to see that at this point of the championship things are still wide open. We don't want to be seeing championships wrapped up by the time they get to this round, because then no one else comes. They've all come to play, and they've all come to battle it out one more time for the Senior Max side of things. Going into this one, we still have a very open championship with the likes of Olarata Sakudu sitting at the lead of the championship, but only by 3 points over Charles Visser from Cape Town and Kabelo Malabele, who are going to be fighting hard there for opportunities to take this championship. Charles Visser came into this round in 9th place. The Universal Motorsport and Team Red Racing Polo Cup driver is now in with a shot of wrapping up the Senior Max title if he can beat out Olarato Sakudu and Karabo Malamela here in the 4th and final heat. Join us in a few minutes' time as we come back to action here from Zwartkops.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You are the only one standing in the way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
Welcome back. It's the Rotax Max National Challenge. This is Heat 4, and we've got the senior Maxes on the grid waiting for the green light to go onto track. I can't talk to anybody at the moment because they're all in the zone. They're trying to get focused, but we've got on pole position over here on the inside line, Mohammed Wali. He's very comfortable in that position at the moment. As we go through, you can see we've got 245, 257. This is the inside line. This is where your start grid is, and you're wanting to be on the inside at the hairpin bend on first corner. So all of these guys are going to get as close as possible up to the cart in front of them and not allow any of the outside line into first corner, and really just shut them out of first corner. Senior Max carts are incredibly quick, and these guys have been driving for some time. There's one newbie in the mix that we interviewed earlier, but it's going to be a very, very competitive Heat 4 of the Senior Max Rotax Challenge. All the best, drivers. And now we're going to go to the Bambino class, where we're going to go and interview our national champion. Noah!
There you go, from Lisa's point of view, exactly what's going to be happening in this side of the championship. For Senior Max, as they come onto track, there is 3 points in it between Olarato Sakudu and Karabo Malamela. And on that, it's Charles Visser, equal in second place there with Malamela. So all to play for. And if we look at the way things stand, Mohammed Wali has taken 2 out of the 3 victories today. He's the man on pole position. Sakudu is alongside him, but right behind Olarato Sakudu will be Charles Visser. So the 2 championship rivals are going to be starting literally right behind each other, heading into this 4th and final heat of the championship. If they let Mohammed Wali get away, well, he's possibly going to look for a 3rd victory of the 4 races available, but he didn't have it all his own way in the 3rd heat, I beg your pardon, as they came through there. He finished up in 3rd place, but he's looking for definitely 3 out of 4 here. But watch the outside, and that is going to be 211 and 257 fighting for this championship. Bringing himself back into contention with Charles Visser for Team Red Racing and the Universal Motorsport team as they head down towards turn 1. It is going to be Mohammed Wali who hangs on. Reza Levy diving through there for 2nd by the looks of things, forcing Sakudu wide. Yep, Reza's back up into 2nd place. Sakudu to 3rd, and Visser's right on his tail. So there's a dive on the inside already. Charles Visser going to follow him through, yes. Reza Levy loses out 2 positions as we see Sakudu diving into that inside line, trying to find a way into the bridge to get ahead now of Charles Visser, but he's lost a little bit of ground there as they go through. So Sakudu sits into 2nd place. Charles Visser losing that little bit of ground, as I said, due to the fact that he had to try a late maneuver to try and find a way past. And did he be able to make it stick? No, he wasn't. It is very tight stuff there. Levy comes back at Visser. So Visser and Levy fighting hard. Visser into the final corner, gets back up the inside, and yes, back to 3rd place. 2-2-2 coming along for the ride is Troy Sneyman. So it's certainly up for grabs here for the Senior Max point of view. Mohammed Wali doing everything right as he has done for 2 of the 3 races so far. He did lead the 3rd heat, but lost out after a small mistake by himself into turn 2. It dropped him right into 5th place, eventually coming back into 3rd into that 3rd heat. Right now he leads out over Sakudu, Visser over Sneyman over Levy as they head up through the twisties. Behind that they line up in the form of Musa Kaji. Then you've got Ethan Bostander, Karabo Malamela. Unfortunately, he's not going to be in with a shot to this championship that far down in 8th place. Remember, he is tied with Charles Visser for 2nd. So he still has a chance of winning this as well. But he has to be higher up than 8th place, particularly when you've got Sakudu and Visser currently sitting in 2nd and 3rd on the road. Sneyman applying the pressure onto Charles Visser. Sakudu applying the pressure onto Mohammed Wali. He would love to secure a 2nd title, possibly there for the Team Gazoo Racing Junior Academy. As I said earlier on, we're going to see him in action a bit later in this broadcast, but Casey Ensel-Smith has done everything right, and I think he's possibly wrapped up the first of 2 titles that we can say have gone the way of drivers today. The first one was only a couple of minutes ago on our broadcast, where we saw Noah Cronier take a championship and make some history in karting, with the Cronier family taking another driver and another member of the family to the top end of a South African championship. Right now, Mohammed Wali, he knows how to win championships. He's in the lead of this race, ahead of Olarato Sekudu, who's looking to secure the second title there for Team Gazoo Racing. Visser wants to spoil his day. And if Visser stays in third place at the moment, it won't be enough, because Sekudu's got 3 points on Visser. And at this stage, he'll have 5 points on him because he's sitting with a 2-point advantage there. So it may come down to the 5-point differential between Charles Visser and Olarato Sekudu. That's all with the maths being the way it should go, in terms of adding up the points that they had coming into this round and the points that they've secured in this round. But remember, they have got some drops and throwaways to sort out, and the 10 of 13 rounds of the championship count towards the final points for 2022's championship. That will all be sorted out unofficially by the end of this one, and we'll get official call on that championship, of course, out on Rotax's app and on their championship page, I'm sure, later on this evening, as they sort out who's going to be representing South Africa at the World Finals. Up through the twisties and over the crest they come. Mohammed Wali still controlling things from the front, but only to the tune of 0.2 of a second over Olarato Sekudu. Maybe Sekudu is waiting to pounce. He maybe wants to do the same thing as Casey Ensel-Smith did and go for the victory as well as the championship all in one. And he's happy with the pace that Mohammed Wali is setting, because it's allowing the two of them to get away from his closest rival, Charles Visser, in third. Looks like somebody threw a chain there coming out of turn 1. That's a big pity. 263 is the man who's thrown the chain there, so a little bit of an issue there for the 263 of Karabo Malamela. That's him out of the championship. Malamela out of the championship. That is his championship, unfortunately. Possibly still in with a shot of a top 5 overall, but with that chain being thrown off the cart, you can see Malamela is not happy about that, and has just sat down on the side of the track as his cart gets taken out of harm's way and put into a safe spot. That is such a pity for that young man. He's had such an incredible season. Malamela and Sekudu fighting for honours here at the front end coming into this round. Tate Bishop, as I said, the championship leader coming into this round, did not make it to the round in Zwartkops. He's going to be looking to concentrate his efforts on securing a Western Province title in the Formula GTI category down in the Cape, and in 2 weeks' time we'll also be looking to take on the top end of the field in the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup Championship, as the Extreme Festival makes its way to the Killarney International Racetrack in the middle of September. So there's lots of things to play around with here. Sekudu has just set the fastest lap. He's got within 0.1 of a second there on Mohammed Wali, so he's starting to up the quick ever so slightly, turning up the pace and looking to try and secure the championship with maybe the final win of the season. That's the way to do it. That's what karting and any motorsport fan comes to watch. The championship decider going down to the last race of the season. The champion going to be crowned not only with the points scored, but potentially the last win of 2022. He's got to find a way through one more man, and it's not an easy man to pass. Mohammed Wali, when he's in this kind of mood, is an exceptionally difficult man to get past. And he hangs on to the lead for now, although Sekudu is quicker than him. Lap time show the pace of that Gazoo Racing Junior Academy karter in second, slightly quicker than Mohammed Wali, who leads things out at the moment in the expert machine. There you can see on the left hand side, just got a shot there of the dejected Karabo Malamela. He's on the sideline there after he's thrown a chain coming out of turn 1. Here we go, up into turn 4 again. Visser just doesn't have an answer to the pace of the top 2. He's going to have to pray something goes wrong with the two of them, otherwise Sekudu's going to wrap this up. It'll be unofficially, of course, when we make that call after the race. If that's the case, we still have to wait for those maths gurus to work out the exact points of the championship, but it's usually the case that we can give you an indication as to who the champion would be by the time the racing finishes in each category. Troy Snyman is on the back end of Charles Visser, and he's putting a little bit more pressure onto Visser as well, so Charles Visser's day Looked like he is in with a shot here of the championship, but he's now having to try and find a way to bridge a gap with only 8.5 laps of race action to go. We're coming up to the halfway stage in a lap's time. And at this point, it doesn't look like there is an answer from Charles Visser. The man from Cape Town is going to possibly have to settle for second in the championship behind Sakudu. So to the line they come, another lap completed. And an amazing dice at the front end here between Muhammad Wali and Sakudu, although I think Olarato Sakudu is waiting. He's biding his time and doesn't want to go too soon. What happens in karting is if you do go too soon, there's still opportunities for your rivals to come through there and spoil your day. And they come down towards turn 4. Top 2 away slightly there, as you can see the gap opening up to what is almost 2 seconds between Charles Visser and Olarato Sakudu, the 2 championship rivals. Second and third on track. 1 and 4, Muhammad Wali and Troy Snyman. Protagonist at the front end early on, Reza Levy has dropped to 5. And he's fighting it at the moment with Musa Kaji and Ethan Bostander. If you've just joined us here on DSTV, a massive welcome to all of our fans of karting from the final round of the South African Rotax Max Championships here at the Karting Circuit International of Zwartkops. And of course a massive thanks to Rotax, XPS, Mojo Tires, Top Kart and Coma for all their assistance this weekend and for the entire season for our championship to be decided here at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. Muhammad Wali pulling away ever so slightly now. I wonder if he's turned the wick up. He has. He's got about 2 kart lengths now over Sakudu, who's got no answer. No answer at this stage from Olarato Sakudu. And it's still very much up for grabs here from this championship's point of view. I wonder if Visser is going to have an opportunity to possibly pass and get through on the man out front. Muhammad Wali's pulled 3 tenths now over second place Olarato Sakudu. They're in 2.5 laps to go territory, and Visser's got 2.5 seconds to make up. He's not going to be able to do that in 2.5 laps unless something goes dramatically wrong here for the man from Team Gazoo Racing's Junior Academy. And Muhammad Wali crosses the line again with 2 to go. So it's Wali at the front end, fighting hard with Sakudu. He's now pulled a decent enough margin to try and hang on for the third victory of 4 he will be taking it today. He's not really been in the championship, as I said, coming into this round. If you've just joined us, I'll tell you, when he came into today's action, he was down in 21st place in the championship. And he's been looking for overall honours on the day here, just to give himself a bit of a booster going into 2023's karting season. So Muhammad Wali, as I said, just not getting it all right here in the championship, but 3 out of 4 is definitely the way he'd like to be finishing things up. I'm not quite sure why we didn't get a checkered flag there, but that should have been a checkered flag lap. Checkered flag didn't come out on that pass, but should have. Let's have a look and see if I was wrong. I'm just waiting for my timing monitor to also just update itself here. Looks like we might have lost the timing here slightly here at Zwartkops, but we're going to get it back as soon as we can. They will continue to fight until that flag comes out, though. As Wally looked across at the flag lady, she didn't give him the flag. So we're going to give them 1 extra lap here to complete things out. Muhammad Wali has got enough in hand at the moment, though, to maintain the lead he had over Olarato Sakudu. And with Sakudu in second and Charles Visser in third, that should give Team Gazoo Racing the championship. And it'll be their second one for the day as Olarato comes through. He's not celebrating just yet, and neither is Charles Visser. So I think there might be some maths to be sorted out down in the pit lane and amongst our race officials before we can officially crown Olarato Sakudu as the champion for 2022. So that is our Senior Max class sorted out for the day. Hope you enjoyed that. I did say there was going to be some great race action, and there was. It tended to just open up ever so slightly there in the closing stages, but we've still got some race action to come your way. And up next, we're going to be heading into the Micromax category. Now in Micromax, there's also been some great fights all race day long. And there's still some action to be sorted out here today at the Zwartkops International Raceway for them. Coming into it, we've got Rafael de Silva, who's leading things out there over the hard-charging Taylor and Patel. And that'll be up shortly as they get onto track now for their fourth and final heat of the 2022 season. De Silva and Patel fighting it out, but take nothing away. Still in with a shot. A little bit further back there is going to be Aidan Beaumont, who will be looking to try and get this final race of the season and the final victory of the season as well for Micromax.
Welcome to our viewers. We've just got the senior maxes off the track and we're waiting for Olerato Sekudu to come and chat to us. He's taken his helmet off, wiped his face down like a real Formula One driver. He's getting his cap. He's actually in shock. He's in disbelief because he's been told by his coach that this final heat position has won him the 2022 championship. That's still to be confirmed, but at the moment he's incredibly excited about his position in the championship. We're going to do Olerato and then Mohammed Wali straight after. Great, thank you very much. Wow, I see the excitement. Olerato, oh my word, that is awesome. You look like you're in shock and disbelief. Who's told you you have taken the championship in this final heat?
Actually, I just heard from the commentator on the pre-grid. He said basically, I believe Shalfisser was 3 points behind us, so all he needed to do was beat us, and I mean, we beat him, so we just figured out that it kind of...
It's come down to the last heat of the last race of the last national for 2022. That's how close it is for you guys to race in the Senior Max Challenge.
Yeah, I know.
It is amazing. Who would you like to thank?
To be honest, I'd like to thank everybody in the team. I'd like to thank Uncle Heath, Uncle Lero, all of my friends and family for giving me so much support and just always helping me to become positive and just uplifting me, because today was a difficult day and I couldn't have done it without them.
Oh, that's awesome. Olerato, congratulations. Well deserving. You worked hard for this, champ. I'll see you at prize giving.
Okay, see you at prize giving.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, I've got Mohammed Wali here as well, also Senior Max. He's had an outstanding day today. He has certainly just excelled in every race. So far he's got a first, a third, and now Heat 4.
The first,
the first again. There's a humble guy here, is a champion in the making. But you're not in the championship. For our viewers out there, Mohammed, please explain to us how you accumulate points so that you can take a championship win.
So basically, I was racing overseas and I won the Bahrain Championship. So
congratulations.
Thanks. So I missed Cape Town National and Idube. So yeah, we're just here today for fun, and thank God and that we actually did quite well.
Yeah, I see the smile is wide, the calmness. You are so young and you are so calm. And the one thing I love about watching you race is how completely still you are in the kart. Who taught you about maintaining that head-body stillness in the kart?
It's just over the past few years that, racecraft and all of that.
Yeah. Well, it certainly works. I aspire to drive like you one day, Mohammed Wali. Congratulations. You've shown everybody here that you really are a super driver and a fantastic champ.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the Micromaxes on the track at the moment. The ones we just walked through the park grid with, they're starting warm-up lap. and they're going to go and start. The start-finish line is waiting for them, so we're going to go through to the live commentary.
The man who would be king in this class starts in 4th place on the grid for the final heat of Micromax, and that's Rafael De Silva. He'll be looking to take on Taylor Patel and Emma Dowling, his closest rivals, who start ahead of him on the front row. Kazoo Racing Junior Academy looking for a potential 3rd championship here with Emma Dowling if she can find something special in this 3rd or 4th and final heat of the day's racing. They come under starters' orders now into the tram lines and head down towards turn 1. Dowling looking to try and get the whole shot. She moves to the front, but there's a move on the inside from Patel, and De Silva follows him through. Taylor Patel. Oh, Matt Shuttleworth just getting out of shape there in the background. Race 1 winner today. Matt Shuttleworth went from the race 1 victory down into not finishing up heat 2 and 3 like he wanted, and looks like heat 4 has gone completely hayward there for him, which is not what he wants, that's for sure. As he looped out coming out of turn 1. Matt Shuttleworth now right at the back of the field. Leading things out though is Taylor Patel. Now there's 24 points in it between the top 2 in this championship. There's 35 points up for grabs here in this 4th and final heat. If Rafael De Silva just stays behind Taylor Patel, that will be enough for him to secure the championship and wrap it up here for 2022. And I think that's exactly what the race strategy will be there for the man in number 669 who came into this round leading the championship. But this is Micromax. And of course these youngsters, they hold nothing back when it comes to race action. They're not worried about team strategies or race strategies or anything like that. When that red mist comes down for these youngsters, they hold nothing back and go all out to try and secure victories. Not thinking sometimes about what that could do to potentially hinder, harm, or help their championships or championship rivals. Let's see what's going to turn out here at the end of this one, that's for sure. Patel leads out, De Silva in 2nd. They pulled slight margin over Christian Verheul, who hangs on for 3rd place. He's got ahead now of Emma Dowling and pulling away from her, ever so slightly, with Aidan Beaumont tucked in behind her. As they come to the line, look in the background of 1, 2, 3, 4 carts side by side, down towards turn 1. Usually ends up in tears, and this time they survive and come through. Only just to get onto the other side of turn 1 and down towards turn 2. You can see De Silva closing things down there on the leader. Rafael De Silva was fastest on that lap, a 48.5 from him, 5.03 to be exact, as he gets into the clutches of Taylor Patel doing 48.586s. So he's just off the back end of the leader, but he's faster than the leader at the moment, so could potentially bridge that 0.2 of a second gap relatively easily. Verheul in 3rd and Nolte there in 4th place now, moving through on Emma Dowling on that last pass with the fracas that was happening in the background as they crossed the line. 5 cars going 4x4 down into turn 1. Unfortunately, they all came out the other side of turn 1 with relatively no harm. Still more of that to happen in the background as they head towards turn 2. There it is, that's the battle we're talking about. Onto the brakes and into at turn 2. You can see it's Nolte, Dowling, De Souza and Logan Bilal fighting hard with Aidan Beaumont. Beaumont is the 4th car and leading at 2nd pack of carts, and the car in between the 2 packs is Verheul. So Beaumont from Nolte, from Dowling, De Souza, as they head up through the twisties and up over the crest. A little flick-flack that goes into the final corner here. It's a double left-hander. And it's 8 laps done of the 12. Brilliant stuff here from 8 laps to go, I should say, of the 12. Down onto the brakes into turn 1 again. Great manoeuvring happening at that 2nd pack of carts, that's for sure. The top 3 getting away ever so slightly. But Beaumont has moved up nicely and has now got Nolte just ahead of him. So Johan Nolte's found a way past as we're watching those first 3 go through turn 4. 2 carts in 4 and 5 now. Nolte and Beaumont pulling away ever so slightly now from Emma Dowling, who is currently just outside that top 5 in 6th place, with Rafael De Souza putting pressure onto the back end of her cart. And then Logan Bilal and Franco Gibbard, Sebastian Ferreira, and as I said, unfortunately, Max Shuttleworth right out the back end of the field. He was our race 1 winner in Heat 1 this morning and looked like he was on fire because he had a huge margin over this pack. Headed towards turn 2 again. Still no change between Patel and De Silva. De Silva sitting in second is exactly where he has to be, and all he has to do to secure the championship. As I said, there's 24 points between the two of them and 35 points up for grabs. So it means De Silva has to have a DNF or has to fall at least down into 10th place in this race for Taylan Patel to have a chance of winning this one. Patel at this stage is doing it all right. He's at the front, controlling things, leading things out where he needs to be. Maximum points up for grabs. And if something does go wrong, of course, that will ensure that he will take the title. But it's highly unlikely with the season that Rafael De Silva has had. He's had some incredible outings at the first round in Killarney. He finished second twice there. He finished second twice at Formula K in Benoni, and he took the final victory there at that round of the championship. And down at Idubi, he was unbeaten. So that's the kind of season that we've seen coming out of Rafael De Silva to try and ensure that he secures this championship for 2022 and make that 669 into a number one for next season. Over the crest of that hill they come. If you've never been to the international kart circuit here at Zwartkops, it is a very undulating circuit. Ups and downs all the way through. You literally go back and forth along the side of a little mountain here in the west of Pretoria. Built on the inner section of the main Zwartkops International World of Motoring. And that circuit, of course, has had numerous international events. So has this one, with the World Karting Final being held here. And in fact, it was the man whose son has just taken a South African championship, Mark Grenier, who secured a title here when we had the international karting finals at Zwartkops. All of these karters are fighting for that opportunity and that honour to represent South Africa at the World Karting Finals for Rotax. And De Silva will definitely be looking for that. Although his day might be spoilt just slightly by Christian Verheul. If Verheul gets the second, it's still good enough. A third place will be enough. It'll give him 30 points. And as I said, he has to drop down to at least 10th place to be in any form of worry for losing this championship. Will Rafael De Silva. He maintains second in the moment ahead of Verheul. And there's 3.5 laps to go for them. Silva in second, Verheul in third, but Verheul is applying a little bit more pressure. I think De Silva might not fight him as hard as what he would if this was the beginning of the championship. Sure, pit bulls will be waving frantically there as well to tell him exactly what he needs to do, but he would have been told in the interim to say, listen, if you're in the fight, you don't have to fight so hard. If you want Verheul to go through, like he's just done now, let him through. All you need to secure is 8th place or higher for the championship to be yours. Although he's going to fight it out though, as they always do here in the junior format of this sport. Micromax in full flight down towards turn 2. Verheul giving him a good run for her money here. And looks like Verheul is realizing that he's now fighting with the potential 2022 Micromax South African karting champion. And he's giving as good as he gets there, that is for sure. Chop and change between those two has happened 3 times in the last lap and a half. Let's see if it happens again before they get across the line. Or is De Silva going to just settle for third, knowing that's enough? He forces wide and cuts back on the inside into the final corner, looking for a chance now as they cross the line. Not quite close enough, but down into turn 1. Here we go. Oh, Nick Verheul. Christian Verheul giving some gesticulations on the sideline there. Going, what's going on here? Something. Shouting and screaming and arms are flailing left, right and centre. Not quite sure what Verheul was talking about there. So it's Rafael De Silva now into second place again. Chris Verheul is on his tail looking for a way through. There's still 1.5 laps to go. If he thought it might be the last lap and was expecting a checkered flag, maybe that's what caught him out. But certainly something was not making Christian Verheul too happy there as he came across the line. Leader's about to start the final lap there. Taylan Patel's done everything right, but it might just be too little too late. The victory is good enough to secure the final win of the season, but it's not good enough to take the championship if Rafael De Silva finishes second or third behind him. De Silva fighting with Verheul down into turn 2. They're not giving that up, and neither is Christian Verheul with the chance of a second place here in the final heat of the season. De Silva sees him coming, shuts the door, goes defensive. Around the outside goes Christian Verheul and comes around the outside and secures that outside line to get to second. Great maneuver there from Christian Verheul to get up to second. De Silva now third. Will he fight back, or is he going to just hang tight for that third spot to be enough to take the championship? He'll know third is good enough. But is he going to give up this fight? He's had such an epic battle here with Christian Verheul. To the line goes Patel for the win. But second place up for grabs, and he's going to get it. Oh, what a run to the line there. Rafael De Silva comes through for second place to wrap up the championship as well. What a way to finish things up. He wasn't going to give it up without a fight. He had an incredible fight there with Christian Verheul. Hayden Beaumont will finish up in fourth place and Johan Nolte in the top 5. So that will secure, unofficially right now, the championship result for Rafael De Silva. He will win it out over Taylor Patel, who comes through there for a win on the day, but second in the championship. And if I go down into my mathematical maneuvering that I did here earlier on, Beaumont in fourth place should hang on to the third spot in the championship for Micromax. It's a lot of maths that has to happen in between, of course, because as I said, we have got 13 rounds of this championship and only 10 of them count. But let's have a look and see what's happening down in pit lane there with Lisa. I'm sure she wants to try and catch up with a couple of the drivers.
Right, welcome to Park Ferme, where we've got Taylor Patel in 626 here, the Micromax. He's come off the final heat of the day at our national challenge. Taylor, you drove out of your boots, you got to the front, and then what? There just seemed to be an empty track in front of you. Tell us about your strategy for this race.
So we started P1. I was a little nervous for it. I nearly got overtaken but I just outbraked them. And then I just never looked back. And then on the last lap, I just looked back and I never knew where anyone was. I was happy. I was just trying to do my line as good as I can. The car had a lot of grip, but I was happy.
You handled the grip, the bouncing, the binding around the corners. You just handled it, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, so Taylor, you got a smile, a priceless smile on your face. What does it mean to win in a national?
It's really nice.
Is it better than the regionals?
Yes, a lot.
Okay, why?
Well, because there's a lot more people and
Yeah, so you enjoy the competition and coming out on top.
Yeah.
Taylor Patel, congratulations. You're a superstar. You have done so well in today's national. And congratulations, and we'll see you at prize giving.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rafael. We've got Rafael De Silva. The boys are just congratulating themselves. Rafael, unofficially, you seem to have taken the 2022 Micromax Championship. How does that feel?
Feels very good. I am happy I get to go to my traditional country, and thank you to everyone who's supporting.
let's name those people, because they've obviously played a big role in setting up your kart and supporting you. So let's say thank you to a few of the people.
Thank you, Claudio. Thank you, NBR Karting. Thank you, Lord. And thank you, everyone else.
Awesome. Raphael, you've been a consistently good driver this year, and 2022 has worked out for you. What are your plans for next year?
My plans for next year is moving up. I'm going to try beat all the other Minimax guys.
Oh, welcome to Minimax. Awesome. Congratulations. Not only have you won the championship, you're going to be graduating to Minimax. That's something to celebrate this evening at prize giving.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to hand back to Greg. We've got our next race on the grid ready to go, and that's how celebrations take place in Park Ferme.
Yeah, always great to see those championships being sorted out, and high fives after a hard-fought championship as well amongst the competitors. It's kind of what we see in karting. Hard battles fought out on track, but when they come off the circuit, unless there's been something really outstanding that they need to have a chat about, most of the drivers are happy with what happens on the track, that it stays out on the track. And we've still got some action, of course, to be sorted out here in the championship for the final round of 2022's Rotax Max South African Karting Champs here at Zwartkops International Raceway. Up next is Micromax. Well, that was Micromax, I beg your pardon. So Micromax still going to be sorted out, but Junior Max is going to be careening us onto the circuit any second now. And with Junior Max, of course, the championship has been sorted out with Casey Enso-Smith taking that title for the Team Gazoo Racing Junior Academy. But the positions behind that are certainly very much still up for grabs, with 3 karters split by almost 3 points. That's without all the drops and all the mathematicians' work out that has to go into it. It's basically as they came into this championship round with the points that they had in their hands and the points that they've secured here today to ensure that things will be sorted out in the end. It's Goosen on 379, Haystack on 377, and Vostanis on 376. So very, very tight stuff here amongst those competitors. So very, very interesting to see what's going to happen here in this 4th and final heat for it. And there you can see some happy campers down in pit lane as they all sort things out and get some fun and games. And look at the support on the sidelines as well. It's always great to see the amount of people coming out to support our youngsters in karting, and the incredible effort that gets put in to the day's racing as well. So Lisa's down in pit lane. Let's have a quick chat with her before we go racing.
Right, we've got Raphael Silva's Nobody's in the mood to talk, okay? They're all singing. Okay, thank you.
Great to see those kind of celebrations down in the pit lane as well, and a little bit of fun and antics in pit lane as well, because it's been a hard season for these youngsters and the pressure is on. There's no doubt about it. So lots of pressure being applied by the teams, by the moms and dads behind the scenes, and they spend a lot of financial support behind these youngsters to get and secure those championships that they require. As I said, moving on now to the Junior Max class. They should be out on track any second now. And Casey Enso-Smith for Team Gazoo Racing's Junior Academy has wrapped up the title unofficially right now. But of course, it's as close as damn it that we could get it on our point scoring system here for 2022's championship. He literally has been the class of the field at almost every single round of the championship. In Cape Town, he literally took all 3 victories. He did the same thing heading into Formula K. He was one glitch in the armor at Idubi. He got a 2nd place and 2 firsts, and today has secured 2 firsts and a 3rd in the championship. So the only glitches in his armor were a 2nd and 3rd place. Other than that, he has been on the top step of the podium every single round of this championship. We'll be back shortly with action here from Zwartkops. Welcome back here to Zwartkops in the final round of 2022's Rotax South African Karting Championships. We are here at the International Kart Circuit of Zwartkops, just west of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us on our DSTV channel 180, the People's Weather channel, magic to have you guys here, and on Open Views channel 115 as well. Thank you so much for your support. You certainly have joined us right in the crucial stage of 2022's Karting Championship. Front row is Casey Ensel-Smith, the newly crowned champion. Alongside him will be Nick Verstanis. Verstanis currently in 4th place, but only 3 points separate 2nd, 3rd and 4th place in this championship heading into this round. That's without all the drop rounds and throwaway points that you can have in this championship. Remember, we've got 13 rounds of the championship and 10 of them count. And down towards turn 1, Ensel-Smith hits the front as he's done almost all season long. Hole shotting into turn 1 and pulling a margin already out of turn 1. Look at that, he pulls away from the rest of the pack as they start to sort things out just behind that. The 426 cart with an amazing start there coming through. Nice little run there as well from John O'Wilson, 496 I beg your pardon, of John O'Wilson who's come through there. So not a bad start at all there, but a couple of the contenders are not where they need to be. Goosen and Haystack have fought hard all season long, and at this point in time they are up for 2nd and 3rd place in the championship. So that's what we're going to be concentrating on here if Casey Ensel-Smith decides to disappear at the front end. The fight for 2nd is between Goosen and Haystack, and at this point as they cross the line, you're currently down in 4th and 6th place respectively between those two. Verstanis in the middle of them, who is still in with a shot of a 2nd or 3rd place as well, as he sits in 4th. Goosen sits on 379 points, 377 for Haystack and 376 for Verstanis. So those three with 3 points in it could literally spoil each other's seasons here in the final race of 2022. And who's spoiling it for everybody at the moment is John O'Wilson and Nzalo Khoza. Wilson and Nzalo Khoza is currently 2nd and 3rd ahead of Jaden Goosen, Verstanis and Haystack. And they start to just gather a little bit of momentum coming out of that final turn. They're certainly closing onto the back end, and Goosen has moved up. So has Verstanis, and Khoza has dropped back slightly. So Wilson now is the next man under attack from the lead pack of 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship. Currently 3, 4 and 5 on the track. Staying very much up close and personal are those 3 contenders for 2nd place in this championship. Ensel-Smith out front with his victory will stamp his seal of approval on 2022's championship, and he's pulling away nicely. Wilson doing it all right there to hold off the next contenders. They can't catch and pass Casey Ensel-Smith in the championship, but they would certainly like to spoil his day. They don't want him to take the final victory along with the championship all in one. That looks exactly like what Casey Ensel-Smith's plans are there for the Gazoo Racing Junior Academy. Yo, that's starting to get real there. Haystack fighting hard with Goosen and Verstanis. Little clip of the curb coming through the tunnel. It can be a costly one. It can also be a breakage that could happen. Be very careful that you don't clip too many curbs in these carts. There's not a lot of room for error. And of course, fatigue on these machines will start to be feeling the effects of an entire race season. The teams will be working on that and ensuring that there's no metal fatigue in the bolts or bits and pieces that are going to be strapped onto these carts to ensure that they can try and finish up as high up as possible by the time the checkered flag comes out in 11 laps time. Verstanis and Haystack are 2 and 3. John O'Wilson ahead of Jaden Goosen. Goosen has not found his way through into that top 3 fight at the moment. He's still got Wilson in the mix there with him, spoiling the day. And not allowing Goosen to join Haystack and Verstanis for a head-to-head for 2nd place in the championship. And they come up through the twisties again. Very evenly matched there between those 4 carts. A little bit of a margin now from Nico Verstanis' point of view as he hangs on to what is 2nd place on the road. Pushing as hard as he can to try and get there, that is for sure, but it's a case of whether or not he can get to the front end. It doesn't look like it, with Ensel-Smith currently lapping in the 42.8, so 42.9 is the best that Verstanis can get at this stage. The fight is on though for 2nd place, and it's going to continue here right until the closing stages of this final heat of Junior Max for 2022. Casey Ensel-Smith leading things out and controlling things from that front, but there seems to be a bit of a move on here from Nico Verstanis' point of view. He's pulling away ever so slightly from Eric Haystack and Goosen. So if he does this, this could potentially change things up here for a third place overall in the championship. I'm not quite sure if he'll get to second. It'll depend on what happens behind him and how they wrap up this final heat. Junior Max in the house here and really pushing it to the limit right through the championship, as it has been all race season long. Goosen down in 4th at the moment. That is not where he wants to be. And of course Vastanis in 2nd is certainly where he wants to be. So it could be a little bit of a chop and change in terms of the top 3 here. Amazing stuff here. That's what we've seen all race season long from the Junior Max class. Arguably one of the most competitive categories in racing at the moment in South Africa, particularly in karting. They've been so evenly matched all through the season. That's the second place battles, that is, as opposed to the one up front, which has been dominated by the man who currently leads on track. But it's those 2nd, 3rd and 4th place fights all race season long that have been quite spectacular to watch. Haystack at the moment in 3rd. Will that be enough? We'll have to wait and see. Is on, that is for sure, as they come across the line and another lap completed. We're getting into the second half of this race. 7 laps to go. And the second half has now started. And the charge on coming from Haystack on Vastanis. Goosen on Haystack as well. That's the difference there. Haystack trying to bridge that gap to Vastanis in 2nd, but it's a big margin to make up. Almost a second of lap time to make up there, but the way that Eric Haystack is having to go defensive to keep out Jaden Goosen, it might not give him the chance to get up to that 2nd spot. We've got 6 to go for the leader as he crosses the line again under that Victron Energy Bridge. Casey Enser-Smith going to try and secure his championship with a final victory of the season as well, just to put that stamp of approval on it. That's definitely what he's looking to do here, that is for sure. It's Nick Vastanis there in 2nd place, and looking for an opportunity to maintain 2nd. If he gets 2nd, that's an awesome effort there from him, and it will definitely secure him an opportunity of that top 3, as I said, overall. See whether that's going to be the case, because it's going to be tight if the guys behind him stay as they are. Eric Haystack, of course, is currently 3rd in the championship, and if he secures himself a little 3rd place at the moment, where he is right now, he will be losing out to Vastanis by 1 point. How is that for finishing things up in the closing stages of this championship? That's definitely the way they don't want to be finishing up, that is for sure. I just love the fact that we can come down to racing here on the last time of asking, and it's still almost up for grabs. In fact, there will be a tie for 2nd place in the championship if they stay as they are right now. And that would be between Jaden Goosen and, of course, the man in 2nd at the moment, Vastanis. Then it would all come down to count-outs in terms of race victories, what they drop, what they don't drop. That's where that's going to count. How many points are they going to drop? What's the differential on the points that are dropped from one driver to the next? It could also be a big changer in the way things finish up for 2022's Junior Max class. Remember, the points I'm giving you basically are how they came into this championship round here at Zwartkops today, and what they've secured on the day in terms of their race wins, 2nd places, 3rd places, down to 10th places, etc. Points scored on the day. Another lap completed and 3 to go now for the leader. 2nd place still in the hands of Vastanis. And as I said, if Vastanis stays in 2nd, he will potentially be in a chance of 2nd place overall for Junior Max. But it would be on a count-out basis there with Jaden Goosen. And well, how many of those championship points is he going to throw away compared to what the man in 4th place right now, and potentially joint 2nd after the checkered flag comes out, will be. So another lap completed here. about to start the penultimate one for the new king of Junior Max. Looking to go and represent South Africa at the World Karting Finals as well. Casey Ensel-Smith has had an absolutely epic season, as I said. Been on the top step of the podium every single one of the rounds, bar 2. So 11 out of 13 wins in the season there for Casey Ensel-Smith. Certainly that just shows the potential of that man. And whether or not he's going to be moving to seniors next year all depends on, of course, his age and what the chances are of him coming back for a back-to-back title. But right now he's not worried about that. He's got the championship in the bag and he's looking for the final blood of 2022. He starts the final lap right now. Comes across the line and just hangs on. He has rolled out of it ever so slightly. Vastanis has caught onto the back end of him, but he's not going to give up the fight. Fight just behind as well, starting to rage too. See some manoeuvring happening at the backpack there between 5th and 6th place Brandon van der Walt and John O'Wilson. And also just keeping an eye out on that battle for 3rd. Battle for 3rd could turn things around here as well. Is it going to be Haystack and Goosen, or is it going to be Goosen and Haystack? That could potentially spoil things here. We've got 3 karters here. They're going to finish within a point of each other. 2 on the same points and one point behind as the flag comes out for the final time in 2022. And it is going to be your champion who takes the final victory, Casey Ensel-Smith for Team Gazoo Racing's Junior Academy. Nick Vastanis finishes in 2nd, Haystack in 3rd and Goosen in 4th, which means we've got Casey Ensel-Smith finishing up the championship on 490 points and a joint tie for Goosen and Vastanis, which will be sorted out, I'm sure, by all of the competitors and, of course, by the marshals and medics and everybody else that has to do the maths around this one. Because I think they're going to need everybody to try and work out the maths as to who gets 2nd place in Junior Max here at Zwartkops in the final round of 2022's Rotax South African Karting Championship. What a way to finish things up. How do you do that? There's 3 karts within 1 point of each other going into that. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Well, we can see a little bit of action down in pit lane as well. It's getting ready for Mini-Max, of course. They're out on track in the near future. And we're going to be seeing another big fight on the cards there as well. There's 26 points splitting the top 2 here, heading into the final round of their championship in Mini-Max. And that's, of course, as soon as they get out onto the circuit. So if you have joined us here on our live stream, as well as on the People's Weather channel on 180 on DSTV, and on OpenViews 115. A big welcome from myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Hope you're enjoying all the action that you've seen here for the final round of the Rotax Max Championships for 2022. And all of these karters, of course, are fighting for honours to represent South Africa at the World Finals. That is a big, big feat, to be asked. We've got a couple of guys who've gone on to win the Africa Open at Edubi only a couple of weekends ago. They will also be joining the SA team at the World Finals as part and parcel of SA's attempt to possibly get another World Karting Championship. Let's go down to Lisa in pit lane and see what she's got for us.
Right, the Junior Maxes have just been a little delayed coming off onto the weigh scale, so we're going to be waiting for an interview. In the meantime, let's tell our viewers a little bit about the Junior Max class. These boys are 12 to 14 years old. I mean, they don't have a racing license and they're going about 104 kilometers an hour down the main straights. That's incredible driving skill. There are 12 competitors in today's class. When they come off of the scale, they need to be 145 kgs, including their suit, their helmets, everything, their cart. And you can see they're all 400 numbers. So we've got Nicky coming off first. I don't know if he's actually won the heat of the day. You've come in second. Who won that? Is Eric? Casey Ensel-Smith. Okay. Nicky, you want to have a quick word with us while I've got some live airtime? Hey, absolutely. Haystack and Vastanis. Fantastic. We're getting, and all the congratulations. It's just so pleasant to see the guys. You're racing like Trojans out there, very competitive. You come in and you high-five each other. Is that part of the excitement of karting?
Yeah, it's always nice when there's nice competitors out there and that nice competition. And Eric is my teammate. He's a wonderful driver and I love to race with him. It's that simple, you know. So he always keeps it clean, so do some of the other drivers. Some drivers don't keep it clean, but that's part of the sport. You always get, you know, different types of people in sports.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric, you have had a fantastic day today. You must be very impressed with yourself and proud of your efforts.
Yeah, today was probably the nicest race I had. In Benoni, yes, it was a second, but today felt like I raced my heart out, and with him being here, it was nice.
Yeah.
And just being at the last one and having so much fun is great.
Yeah. I can see you guys, actually, you feed off each other's energy. You know that you've got a safe wingman out there. It can get pretty bumpy and argy-bargy, but you guys had each other. Congratulations. We're going to see you at the prize giving, and we will be congratulating you guys later.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, great to catch up with both Nicky Vastanis there and Eric Haystack, the two teammates, having an epic battle to wrap up what was a fantastic season in that class. And I'm sure that we're going to be seeing more of the same with those two into the near future, and of course into 2023's karting championships as well. We're here at Zwartkops International Karting Circuit, round 4 of Rotax Max's South African Karting Championship, and the final round of this championship to be sorted out here today. It's actually the 5th round of the championship, because we had, of course, the action coming from Africa Open at Idubi as well. So Kalani started out the season. Formula K in Benoni was the 2nd round. We moved to Idubi for the 3rd round and the Africa Open, and this 5th and final round now about to get underway. And on circuit, we head into Minimax. Looking at the way things line up for Minimax, Caleb Odendaal looking for a chance to wrap up the championship. He is going to be a tough man to beat, because he's 26 points ahead of anybody else. And I don't think there's going to be any bit of a fight on. But the fight is certainly going to be taken to him by Kent Swartz. Kent Swartz is the man 26 points behind Caleb Odendaal. Odendaal, though, has secured 3 wins out of 3 starts so far. So he has been a tough man to beat here today at Zwartkops. Behind Kent Swartz, only a couple of points back, 6 points in fact. The differential between 2nd and 3rd place in the championship is Keegan Martin. He sits on 369 points. And then we've got, of course, Adam Kaji and Spice Maula looking for chances to spoil the day and get into that top 3 overall. Let's see how things are going to pan out here for our final heat of Minimax as they come under starters' orders and make their way up to the top of the hill. And of course, they've got to get into a formation that allows them to slot into those tram lines for the last time. Gap just opening up there for one of the carts to take up a position, as he started a little bit late in the day, but slotting up into what is that 3rd row of the grid. Around the outside comes another man into the 3rd row. Will they get there in time? Looks like they've got there just in time. They're all into the tram lines, and down towards turn 1 we go. Lights are out and we are racing. Looks like Adam Kaji might be looking for the chance to just capitalize on that pole position and whole shot down into turn 1. It's exactly what he does. Kaji hangs on. Oh, a little touch in the mid-pack and some fracas on that mid-pack. Big crash between 2 carters heading down towards turn 2. Looks like one cart being flung out of the cart completely there. The 533 cart just getting caught out there with Torben Rus, who just got caught out by a little touch between some carts in the mid-pack. It looks like a red flag situation because of where that cart has got stuck. He's in harm's way, so red flag scenario. And if you've never watched motorsport, red flag basically means the end of that first attempt at this race. They will come up to take the positions on the grid and retake the positions originally as they started things out. So that's not what we want to see, but it kind of is indicative of how incredibly competitive this Minimax category has been. And even in the mid-pack, there's been some great dices right through the championship. So Odendaal, Kaji, and Keegan Martin will have to go at it again. Let's have a look at it from a replay point of view. As they went down out of turn 1, the little short straight between 1 and 2 is where the action took place. And let's have a look and see if we can pick up on that replay for you and show you what happened down into turn 2. 533 is definitely one of the carts involved there. That was Torben Rus. I didn't see who the first cart that got involved in the action was. See a couple of guys out of their carts now having a look to see what went wrong. Okay, well, apparently the replay went out. I didn't see it myself, so hopefully I was talking about the right action that happened there. I didn't get to see the replay on my screen, unfortunately, but the replay has gone out there. We will be restarting this one And Adam Kaji and Udendal will take up their positions on the front row again to do the restart. Martin and Spice Maula will be the second row. William Marshall and Travis Mingay, ahead of Matt Chihuahua, Kent Swart, Sebastian Diaz, and Georgia Lennox, our lady driver there in the top 10. So here we go as our officials make their way to the start line, just to give the drivers a heads up as to what's been happening with that. And Kaji and Udendal, they are the championship rivals. Adam Kaji down in 4th. Got some work to try and catch Udendal. If Udendal finishes at the front end of this one, he's basically going to secure the championship, I think, in terms of points available on the day. But of course, if you look at his championship as well, he's also had a spectacular season. It's Killarney's round. He was second in every single one of the races. He had a bit of a tough one at Formula K. He came back nicely at Idubi, taking all 3 victories. And today, if we'd finished up on a normal racing day of karting, where 3 heats would count, he would have already secured the championship with the 3 wins he's taken so far. But he's got one more win to go for here today in this incredibly competitive Mini-Max category. A couple of guys just maybe feeling the effects of what went down there in trying to avoid the crash. Let's go down to Lisa though while we're waiting for the race start and catch up with some of our competitors in pit lane.
I've got Kian Grottis with me here. He's kart number 16 in a DD2. And the DD2, for our viewers who don't know, they are the fastest karts on the track. They have front brakes and back brakes because they need them. And they also have paddle shifts, gear 1 and gear 2 in the DD2. Kian, how long have you been racing DD2?
Since the start of this year, I've raced DD2. I only started taking it competitively after maybe the 3rd race. So I did fall behind in the championship, which is my fault. But there's always a way we can work up.
But I love that you feel as though you had a chance, even as a newbie in the new kart.
Yeah, I'm the rookie. I'm also the youngest on the grid right now. So it's a big jump from senior max to go to here. But I'm struggling, but I'm also appreciating it, you know. I'm trying my best. Yeah,
no, fantastic. And I know that the DD2s, you have to be 15 years and over to race. How old are you, Kian?
Now this year I turned 16.
Turned 16 this year. So you are really a lightweight newbie. Yeah. Okay. Kian, last heat of the Rotax Challenge, we've got you in 4th position. You've had a somewhat iffy day today. Heat 1, you were 4th, which is great, and then Heat 2 7th, Heat 3 2nd, and now you're in 4th. Which is unfortunately on the outside going into turn 1. What is your strategy? Don't worry, the other guys aren't watching. They're getting ready.
So I'm just going to try to keep out of any trouble. If I can get a clean start, I will enjoy that. Because then I can just race properly for the rest of the race. Rather than get taken out in the first corner. So, yeah, that's my strategy. Yeah.
The DNFs are not great.
Not at all.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. I know you need to focus. They're all on the grid. They're waiting. All the best for the final heat.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the live commentary. Greg in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, let's have a quick look and see what happened there. As I got Mitch on my right-hand side, you're checking it out. The replay of the action that happened. It was the 558 kart actually getting involved in there. So Kent Swartz was the protagonist in that one. He sent the 533 there of Torben Russ sideways in the Burrell Art. And unfortunately, that was the reason for us to go to a full restart here of the final heat of Mini-Max. So that's how things have ended up. And a reason for us getting a red flag for the final heat of this Mini-Max category. See karters getting out of their karts and a couple of guys waving there. And guys just being told to slow down slightly there. 565 coming up there pretty rapidly. Looking for a chance to resume his position was Liam Kukamur. As he managed to get his kart up and running again. So he's come to the back of the grid to resume his position. And we are almost good to go here for the restart. And a couple of guys just being helped out on the grid there to sort things out. So on the grid you can see a bit of work being done on some of the karts there. That was due to the crashes that happened. And we've got some work still to be done out there, of course, for these karters, because this championship is not done. I mentioned the fact there's 26 points in it between the top two in the championship. Caleb Odendahl is the man who leads things out coming into this round, and he's taken 3 victories out of 3 starts, but he's still got a victory to sort out here to secure his championship. Second place is Ken Swartz, the man who was involved in that incident. And whether or not he got going again, I wasn't quite sure. We'll have to wait and see if we pick up on Swartz's kart there, the 558 machine on the grid. And if that's the case, he's hopefully going to be looking forward to a fight with the man out front for everything that happens. And that battle has been absolutely spectacular all season long, as I mentioned. Swartz, Mingay, Beaumont, Adam Karji, Jordan Wadley at some point. Keegan Martin has certainly brought himself back into contention, currently 3rd in the championship on 369 points. And we'll just reshuffle that grid and get it back into some kind of format before we go racing. 597 at the back there, with a little bit of work being done on that machine of Sebastian Geldenasis to ensure that he can restart as well. Big thanks there, of course, to our officials and a couple of the dads and mechanics jumping in there to help out. Looks like we could be coming under starters' orders now. And as we clear the grid, we can go racing one more time. 597 not getting off the line though, so well, he did eventually, but it took him a while. And Sebastian Geldenasis coming from the back of that pack. They'll have 1 lap to warm up and form up and get back into that race formation. That will take them into the tram lines and start the final heat of Minimax here from the SA Rotax Karting Championships at Zwartkops. Start to slow them down here so slightly as they come up the hill. They're going to try and get them into formation early on, so that it's a case of when those lights go out, we can go racing. No false starts needed now after that little break in proceedings. And it does put a bit more pressure onto these drivers now, having sat on the grid for a long time. They won't have as much heat in those Mojo tyres as what they would have had after 2 warm-up laps. However, they would have tried to get as much as possible, but they're all used to driving on warm tyres as opposed to optimum temperature tyres. To the tram lines they go. It's about to go out and we go racing. Here we go. It's down towards turn 1, and once again it's Karji. He's looking for the opportunity on the inside. He gets it, and he's followed very, very closely there by Keegan Martin, who comes through along for the ride. Slotting through there on Caleb Odendahl. Odendahl down to 3rd, coming straight back at the 2 of them into turn 2, forcing his way through, trying to find a way past. Didn't quite get there though. He slots back into 3rd place. Behind that they line up, and you can see it's William Marshall and Spice Maula going at it as well there in the background. So through the twisties for the first time in anger, this time with a clean start. And Karji leads things out at the moment as they come up to the top of the hill and over the crest. They go over that tunnel on the bridge, and the 593 of Keegan Martin hits the front. Runs wide though, puts it on the dirty stuff. Martin made a big mistake coming out of that one. That is definitely not the way he wanted to be going across the line, that is for sure. Adam Karji, Caleb Odendahl and Keegan Martin, your top 3 as they cross the line. That's how they sort it all out down towards turn 1. And now into turn 2, we've got Odendahl at the front, where he needs to be. That's what Caleb Odendahl wants to do. 4 out of 4 today will secure him a championship in this category. Keegan Martin has to finish up as high as possible, and so does Ken Swartz. I didn't quite see if there was going to be any manoeuvring from Ken Swartz's point of view, because Swartz has had a really tough start to this 4th and final heat. He's down in 6th at the moment, so there's still a chance there for Ken Swartz to secure 2nd, but he's got to catch and pass Keegan Martin if he wants that. Martin at the moment sitting currently as they cross the line on the last pass in his 3rd place, but has now moved down, of course, into 5th place on track. Odendahl trying to hang on. Karji's on his tail. We're looking for opportunities there with Spice Maula into the mix as well there in 3rd, with William Marshall and Keegan Martin, as I said, was 3rd, dropped to 5. So there's some work to be done there from Keegan Martin's point of view. I think he's just got through there on William Marshall. Yes, he has. So he's looking for a chance now to just stay up ahead of that. No, he hasn't. Marshall stays there. Marshall diving on the inside. Oh, William Marshall is not holding back here. Forcing his way through and forcing mistakes out of a couple of drivers there too. Looks like he might have just put Machuara and Ken Swartz into harm's way with that little maneuver. Let's see how they cross the line and sort things out on that timing monitor. Woodendal, Kaji, Spice Maula, Chihuahua, Swartz, Marshall, and Gianna Pasquale. Georgia Lennox, and some problems dropping right out of that top maneuvering is Keegan Martin. Keegan Martin with some problems of note as he's dropped right out of contention there. So Keegan Martin is the man, of course, who has got a chance of third in the championship. And with him dropping out of the top 15 means that could be going completely wrong here in this fourth heat. But remember, as I said, in the first couple of heats that you've seen with us here on the People's Weather Channel and on Open Views 115, there are 13 rounds of this championship and 10 of them count. So you've got an opportunity to throw away or to drop some points out of 3 rounds in this championship. And it all depends on what the differential is between what you drop and what your rival drops. Kaji quickest on that last pass. 46.611 from Adam Kaji. And closing the gap down ever so slightly there on Caleb Woodendal for a potential win in the final race of the season. And could he spoil the day here for the man who would be king? Fight is on for sure between the top 3, Kaji, Spice Maula and Caleb Woodendal. Woodendal wants this final victory. It should secure him the championship for Minimax for 2022. As I said, he's had a phenomenal season. It didn't quite go according to plan at Formula K, but Killarney, he had 3 thirds. Idubi, he had 3 firsts, and right now he's sitting on 3 out of 4 first places. Potential 4th one coming his way here in Heat 4. Kaji Maula behind him. Machuara ahead of Ken Swartz, William Marshall, Gianna Pasquale and Georgia Lennox. 2 ladies in 7 and 8. Jordan Wadley is 9 and Keegan Beaumont is in 10th spot. Darrell Goodman ahead of Amani Kinyawa. And then it's Sebastian Diaz, Rualt Hutzenberg, and a good drive there from Travis Mingay into the top 15. That's of course how they are running at the moment here at Zwartkops. This is what it's all about in the Minimax Heat 4 final. And the final round of this championship will secure the champion and a chance for him to represent SA at the World Karting Finals. And on the brakes they go into turn 1 again. Top 3 very evenly matched. Behind that, a little bit of a fight starting to rage. Fastest man on track this time out, it's Woodendal. Woodendal is the fastest man on the circuit at the moment, and pulling away now to the tune of half a second over Adam Kaji and Spice Maula. So this fight is still on, and the fight is going to be hard fought for the final victory. I don't think too much of an issue now for championship as they're into the second half of this race. Remember, it's a 12 lapper. They've completed 6. They're about to complete lap number 7. Woodendal with about half a second lead over Kaji and Maula. That should be enough for him to try and control things from that top spot. Chihuahua starting to close onto the back end of the top 3. He was about 1.8 seconds. He's 1.4 seconds back now, so it's a little bit of a margin that's been cut down by Machuara onto Spice Maula. Riachile, Spice Maula in the 3rd spot at the moment, and still in with a top 5 opportunity in the championship overall. That's how they're going to try and wrap things up here. The fight in the championship is certainly still up for grabs here for 2, 3, 4 and 5. First place, almost a done deal. Four laps of action to come your way with Woodendal leading this out over Kaji and Maula. Chihuahua into the 4th spot ahead of Ken Swartz. Swartz has recovered nicely and his way back into the top 5 ahead of Georgia Lennox and Jordan Wadley. Gianna Pasquale has dropped down into 8th place with William Marshall behind her, and Keegan Beaumont has moved up 1 into the top 10. Woodendal doing everything right to the front end, including another fast lap there, 46.173. As he's now just getting away. 0.1 of a second every single lap on the last 3 has moved him from 0.4 to 0.7 ahead of Adam Kaji. Kaji has had a chance, but just can't bridge that gap to the leader. And if Kaji continues on his merry way, Adam Kaji could secure himself a top 3 overall as well in this championship. So things are really up for grabs here right until the final lap, and that checkered flag comes out. That's how awesome it is when you get into this format of racing, and when particularly it goes down to the final race of the season to sort out the championships, whether it's first, second, third, even up to 5th place. Still going to be sorted out by the time that flag comes out, and where those top 5 finish. It's Undal versus Ken Swartz versus Keegan Martin versus Adam Kaji versus Spice Mahula. Ken Swartz, as we saw, dropped out of the way and then made his way back to the top 5. So we have got 4 of the top 5 in the top 5 at the moment. The only one that is missing from that top 5 is, of course, Keegan Martin, who's had some problems and dropped right out of contention. We've got 2.5 laps to go as they go under the bridge. And still some work to be done here for the fight for second place in the championship. Undal is going to try and hang on here, and it shouldn't be too much of a difficult task for him to do that. As they come up to the top of the hill again and into the switch over of the circuit, it's a little flick-flack over the bridge that goes over that tunnel. And yes, it's Undal who will start the final lap at the front end. He has got Kaji, Chawara, Swartz, Lennox, Jordan Wadley, Marshall. Mahula has dropped out of it. Oh, I wonder what happened there. Spice Mahula dropping by the wayside as well. Some problems there for Riachile Spice Mahula on the last lap. So things could change up here dramatically for Ken Swartz. He could potentially move himself up into second place in the championship and secure it ahead of Adam Kaji with the loss there of Spice Mahula. A lot of changes still to happen here, of course, in this one. But points that we'll be giving you at the end of this one, of course, are unofficial, other than the fact that we're going to see this man take the Minimax Championship. Caleb Undal, 4 out of 4 today. Another perfect day in the seat of that Minimax machine of his. Undal wins out in the CRG chassis over Adam Kaji, and Matthew Chawara in 3rd, Ken Swartz in 4th, our lady driver Georgia Lennox, top 5, ahead of Jordan Wadley, William Marshall, Darrell Goodman, Gianna Pasquale and Keegan Beaumont. That means Caleb Undal will wrap up the 2022 Minimax Championship. We've got 2 more heats of racing still to come your way, and it's in the form of DD2 and the DD2 Masters. Our geared carts will be out on track shortly, and Lisa's going down to the pit to go and find out exactly who's up for the challenge here in the last 2 heats.
Right, we're here down at the grid. We've got the DD2s on the grid in their formation. We've got, let's walk you through, the viewers, let's walk you through the grid positions so that you can pick a driver that you want to support and possibly cheer them on. These guys are hot, they're bothered. It's a final heat in the Rotax Max Challenge here at Zwartkops, and this is Sebastian Boyd sitting pretty in the 69 kart on the 2nd row. Seems to have the championship wrapped up at this point, but the others don't want to believe it, so it's all for nothing here on the grid. So in first pole position we got Joseph Oels in his gold helmet and his South African suit. Joseph Oels in pole position. Then in second position we've got Brandon Smith. Brandon's in the 43 kart, a Ricardo chassis and suit. Then we go to Sebastian Boyd, who's been consistently strong in 2022, and he's in kart 69. I like Sebastian. My 4-stroke kart is also number 69. In position 4, second row, we've got Kian Grottis. We've just done an interview with Kian. He's been a little inconsistent, but he's now tasting a little bit of the competitive edge, and he's in the flow on the second row of the grid. In kart number 33, we've got Jamie Smith, and Jamie is a big name in DD2. He's been around for a long time, and he's not going to be happy with 6th position on the grid. He's going to make a lunge as early as possible in this race. Then we've got in the kart number 63, we've got Nicholas Sponianis, and he's been 8th, and now he finds himself in position 7 on the grid. So he'll be happy with that. And let's see what he's got left in the tank for the final heat of the DD2 Rotax Max Challenge. We've got kart 13, Tian Ilof, he's a newbie. He's really should be very proud of his efforts today. And we'll see what he's going to put forward in the front pack. He's right in the middle of the grid, and he's got nothing to lose as a newbie. Then we've got Cristiano Magado, 37. Wow. And let the games begin.
I was trying to get your attention just to give you a heads up on a few things, but not a major. There was a little bit of feedback on the microphone. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are not getting that through here on the commentary. But we are back and live for the second last race of the day here from the International Karting Circuit at Zwartkops, and the final round of 2022's Rotax South African Karting Championships. We're into DD2s. It's the geared karts for the final time now, other than the Masters who will be out after them. But this championship has got 33 points available here into the final round, and of course 35 points for the victory. Means that it's a bit of a fight on here for this final heat of action in our DD2 championship for 2022. Leading the heat, of course, will be Sebastian Boyd. He will be on the second row of the grid behind Joseph Ools and Brandon Smith. Ools is second in the championship at this stage and has secured himself a couple of victories here today, so he's definitely the man on form with Brandon Smith alongside him. And then you've got the likes of Keon Grottis and Jamie Smith, who are still in with a shot here. Jamie Smith, of course, currently sitting in second place and looking for a chance to spoil Ools' position. So 2 and 3, Ools and Smith fighting hard as they head towards turn 1, and Ools gets the whole shot. So Joseph Ools doing it all right to the front end and leads things out as they come out of turn 1. The final heat of DD2s. He has got maneuvering right from the word go happening there. And I'm still picking up some massive feedback here, guys. I'm not sure if you're picking it up on the Obi there, but definitely some feedback on the microphone here for me as they come flying through into the twisties for the first time. Ools and Brandon Smith from Sebastian Boyd, Keon Grottis up there as well to fight on big time here for the final heat of DD2s. And will Sebastian Boyd be able to secure his number 1 plate for 2022? He currently sits in second place as they cross the line, and that's exactly where he needs to be, behind Joseph Ools, who was looking for second place in the championship, and third place Jamie Smith, 2 karts behind him. The teammates there out of Burrell ART are going to be definitely for the final honours of 2022. 15 laps of action coming your way. We've completed one of them. We're into the second half of the second lap of these 15, and it's Sebastian Boyd and Brandon Smith who are at each other's throats now. And you can see Brandon Smith with Jamie Smith now also squeezing through. So Brandon Smith has actually dropped back into 4th place. Jamie's up into 3rd. So it's Smith versus Boyd. Championship on is how they're going to fight it out. The first 4 karts on track are the first 4 karts in the championship, although they're not in championship order at this stage. Ools at this point is second in the championship but leads the race. It's Sebastian Boyd in second, but he is leading the championship on the paperwork that we have. And then Jamie Smith is 3rd and 3rd. The only man who's really running in the order that we'd like him to be is Jamie there in the 3 spot. Brandon Smith is in 4th. He's tucked in behind the 2 Burrell machines as they head through the switchback. And up towards the final corner behind that, Keon Grottis coming along for the ride, not too far off the back end there as well. Here's Keon. He's not really involved in the championship fight. Tian Ilof, Waylon Wyman, Cristiano Magado, 5-time karting world champion, down in 8th place at the moment in this very competitive DD2 class. And it just shows you how competitive DD2 has become. If you look at Cristiano Magado, the 5-time world karting champion, down in 8th place, ahead of Nicholas Ponianos and Brad Liebenberg, who had a bit of a tough start there. Liebenberg, as I've said all day long, if you haven't seen the live footage that we've had on social media, and you've just joined us here on the People's Weather Channel 180 and 115 on OpenView, basically spending some time in the seat today getting some valuable track information and some reserves there for the World Finals, because he hasn't been in a kart all season long. He only jumped into a kart to try and take the Africa Open, which he did, and now just trying to get as much seat time as possible before heading across to represent SA at the World Finals, having won the Africa Open here at round 4 of this championship. Fight on down towards turn 4. It's game on between Boyd and Smith. Make that Boyd and Smith squared because Brandon has now joined Jamie. The two Smith boys on the tailpiece there of Sebastian Boyd. Boyd's second place will be enough to secure him the title for 2022 in DD2s. He knows that, which is why he's not fighting too hard there with Jamie and Brandon. In fact, if Jamie and Brandon still get ahead of him, he's still got a chance. I think if I worked it out correctly, it had to be a 7th place or worse for Sebastian Boyd not to take this title. Currently sitting in 2nd with his teammate right on his tail. And the championship, of course, in Burrell Art will definitely be still open and up for grabs. I know that team usually doesn't have any team orders other than taking each other out. So that's why they'll be fighting continuously for the next couple of laps. We've completed the first third, and there's 2/3 of this race to go. Sebastian pulling slightly away there from Jamie as Jamie went defensive on Brandon. Brandon going defensive on Kian Grottas as they cross the line. So 3, 4 and 5 into turn 1. Just slowing each other up ever so slightly, allowing a little bit of breathing room there for Sebastian Boyd to get away from that pack. They close him down into turn 2. They seem to have just a slight advantage here through this section of the circuit, but this is where Sebastian Boyd seems to carry great corner speed and open up a small margin into the twisties. Kian Grottas is looking for a way through there on Jamie and on Sebastian and on Brandon. He has to get through on Brandon first though in order to find a way to that top 3 overall for the final heat. It doesn't look like that's going to be happening too easily. Moves again across the line into the second half of this race now. He's got 8 to go. Make that 7.5 and the halfway stage reach by the time he heads down towards turn 4 at the lead of DD2s. And you can see once again Sebastian Boyd just a small margin going away ever so slightly there from the battle between the two Smith boys. Looks like Brandon's got ahead. And as you know he hasn't, he slots in back again behind Jamie. So Jamie and Brandon Smith still swapping positions there on a regular occasion. And into the closing stages of what is 2022's final heat of DD2 action. So the leader getting away comfortably there, Joseph Wools. He'll secure second place with that win today. And if Sebastian Boyd stays in second, he will secure the championship. I think that's why Sebastian's trying to get a little bit of breathing room between himself and Jamie Smith, and he's hoping that Jamie's going to play the team game here, realising that by this stage of the championship, if he hasn't been able to beat him, there's a good possibility is that he won't be able to beat him. Brandon and Kian Grottas behind them. Then it's Tion Elof in 6th ahead of Magado, Brad Liebenberg, Waylon Wyman and Nico Spanianos. That's our top 10 in DD2s as they come across the line again and complete another lap. 6 to go. So 6 laps of race action still to come your way here. Fights on between the Smith boys. 0.1 of a second between Jamie and Brandon. 0.1 down to Grottas. So Grottas going to join that party. 3-way fight for third place on track. Cardio versus Burrell versus Kazoo Racing Junior Academy. Joseph Wools is the man out front there leading the class. And continues to lead things out down towards turn 1. Wools is certainly looking for a chance. He was looking, of course, to do it all right here for his championship. He was the outgoing champion, and he will be the outgoing champion by the time this one wraps up. He'll be handing that number 1 plate across to Sebastian Boyd. And he will have the final blood of the season. That's always an important factor here in kart racing and any form of motorsport. That final victory of the season just puts you into winning ways heading into the next season. It's a long time away from the next race in this championship, but of course it'll also give him great confidence as he heads into potentially representing SA at the World Finals as well. So the brakes into turn 1 and we've got 4 to go. Bit of heat starting to pick up again between the two Smith boys. 33 and 43 in race order at the moment and in numerical order, but I think Brandon would love to change that up a little bit to get through on Jamie. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the case as they come into the twisties yet again. And heading up over the crest of that little climb up the hill. 3 to go for our leader. He's controlling things and doing a super job of it at the front end. Boyd, I've got to tell you, is also doing an incredible job. He realizes that he's got 2 very hot contenders on his tail there who could spoil his day, and he's just been able to manage their gap all the time. The 2 Smith boys have pulled slightly away now from Kian Grottis. There's only an answer to the pace that they've been running, even though they've been fighting so hard. And with that fight, they've actually helped each other out ever so slightly to bridge the gap to the back end of Sebastian Boyd. 2.5 laps to go for them. Might be enough to give Boyd a run for his money to the line. It's not going to spoil Sebastian Boyd's day, though. Looks like he's got 2 to go now. 2 more laps of this track will possibly secure him an SA Championship in DD2s. Third last lap, and Joseph Wools was quickest on it, 41.694, 3/10 quicker than anybody else on track, which is why he's maintaining the 3.5 second gap he's got over Sebastian Boyd. Boyd doing a 41.9, a personal best for him to stay ahead of Jamie Smith and Brandon Smith as our leader starts his final lap. 2022 season about to come to conclusion here, and it looks like Sebastian Boyd has got enough breathing room there to keep out the 2 Smith boys and secure himself the number 1 plate. Brandon Smith applying pressure onto Jamie doing the same thing. So it's not done yet. Jamie Smith's got a little bit extra planned here for Sebastian Boyd. Will he have a go, or will he just play the team gunner role there and maintain the gap and not allow Brandon Smith any closer to his championship rival and teammate? Ools heading up into the final corner for the last time. 3.5 seconds up the road, and he secures the final victory of 2022. That should put him into 2nd place overall in the championship, and Sebastian Boyd comes through potentially as your SA champion in the DD2 category. It's unofficial results, of course, that we can give you there. Boyd from Smith, Brandon Smith, Grottis, Morgado, Brad Liebenberg, Earloff, Wyman, Spanianis, Brock, and Zephyrus, the top 12 in the final heat of DD2s here from Zwartkops. But if my maths is right, and possibly it is in terms of the championship, Sebastian Boyd has secured himself the number 1 plate there for the DD2 category for 2022, and well deserved after a very hard-fought battle. Sebastian Boyd, of course, started the season with a victory and 2 second places. He went 3 for 3 in Formula K, and then went 2nd, 1st, and 5th at Idubi. But this time out, he's gone and ensured himself consistent finishes in the final round of the championship and should secure himself the 2022 number 1 plate for DD2s. Up next is DD2 Masters. It'll be Verheil and Brits on the front row, looking to try and wrap up who is going to have the final say in the Masters category and the final say in our coverage here from Zwartkops and the 4th round. Let's go down to Lisa and see what she's got for us down in pit lane.
I've got Jonathan Peterson here. He's a KZN boy, not a home Pretoria chap. He's a kart 169 in the DD2 Masters. Jonathan's avoided me today. He hasn't had a great national, but I've caught him in his kart just before the final heat. Jonas, talk us through your Rotax Max Challenge national here at Zwartkops.
Well, we had this great idea that we'll come with a new kart here, and it's a kart we haven't driven for probably 10 years. It's a bad idea.
As we're busy with the final interviews there.
Okay, so we live and we learn. Even somebody who's been around for donkey's years in karting, you've managed to make a rookie error. Yeah?
No, it's just that there's no kart that you drive. You just climb in and drive. Things need work. They need to be developed. But that's just the way it is. But we gave it a bash, and we've been chipping away. We haven't given up. We just got to trace these guys. It's a challenge. So if we weren't fit before we came here, we're going to be fit by the end of the day. That's for sure.
It's been a very physical day. The guys have been sweating and trying to hydrate and keep in the shade. Just the last comment, you can't be doing too badly, Jono, in this kart, because you find yourself on the inside in row 2 in P3. So good luck for heat 4.
Thanks for that, and I'll take the opportunity to congratulate Nick and Eugene on the championship. For winning it. Well done.
Well done. Thank you. Thanks very much. Good luck. And we're going to let the DD2 Masters go for the final heat in the Rotax Max Challenge here at Zwartkops. It's been a very exciting, very competitive class, and they are all ready for action. We're going to go back to Greg.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, it's going to be exciting times here in this fourth and final heat of our championship for 2022. It's the last bit of race action coming out of 2022's Rotax Max South African Karting Championships here from the International Kart Circuit at Zwartkops. And as you heard there from both Nicholas Verheul and Eugene Brits, it's game on. 3 points between them. 446 plays 443. And there is certainly no holds barred and no love lost between those two drivers in this very, very hard-fought championship. Looking at the way things started out, of course, we had Eugene Brits taking 2 wins and a second place at the Killarney International Raceway. Verheul did have a little bit of a problem there. He only took 1 victory down in Cape Town. Then we moved on to Formula K, where they shared the honours between wins and second places, and the same thing applied at Idubi. Wins and second places being shared by those two drivers all the way through the season. And they've done the same thing here today. Wins and first places and second places shared between Verheul and Brits going into this fourth and final heat of 2022. And now with 3 points between them. So 446 in the hands of Nick Verheul, 443 with Eugene Brits, means that Brits has to win and Nicholas Verheul has to finish down in fourth place. Is that going to happen? Well, stand by, because we are now under starters' orders. They're onto their warm-up into formation lap right now. So it's a warm-up lap into a form-up lap for the last time in 2022. It's DD2 Masters, and they're about to go and fight it out for the number 1 plate for 2022. We heard from Eugene Brits at lunchtime break. I don't know if you caught that on the show, everyone, as you joined us right in the closing stages of Heat 3 of this category. So they've had 2 additional races on our live stream feed and on our DSTV Live and OpenView Live channels. Fantastic to have that. But what they have found, of course, is the fact that with only a couple of points up for grabs between those two, it's going to be fun and games, as it always has. But as I was going to say, Eugene Brits is a little concerned at lunchtime about the pace that Nick Verheul has got at his home track. Can he outgun that pace now? Let's have a look and see as they come round the final corner into the tram lines and under starters' orders. Watch for Brits to try and carry speed across the line. He can't overtake until they physically cross that finish line. And there we go. Onto the accelerator they go. Loud pedals in full effect down towards turn 1. And looks like Jonathan Peterson has joined the party. He slots right up on the inside, and a bit of chopping and changing through that mid-pack as well, as we see Andrew Thomas and Philippe Chapat going at it. Philippe Chapat and Thomas for 3, 4 and 5. It's 4 and 5 that they're fighting with. There's 2 and 3 get away, and it's at this stage Verheul leading things out over Brits. I mentioned the fact that Jonathan Peterson was in the mix there, but he's lost ground already to Verheul and Brits, who are trying to get away from everybody else and going to just fight it out mano a mano for this final opportunity and the final chance to take this championship. Something has to go dramatically wrong here for Nicholas Verheul. Eugene Brits is hoping that that's going to be the case, but I can tell you something, the man at his home track, and Nicholas Verheul in full form like he is today in that CRG, is an exceptionally difficult man to beat, and he's going to do it in style by the looks of things as he pulls away now from Eugene Brits into this second lap of anger. 15 laps of action here for the final heat to wrap things up for 2022's championship. Over the little bridge and into the double left-hander. Verheul has pulled about a half a second there in those first 2 laps. He's going to move it up to even more. It's 0.8 of a second now between Verheul and Brits for 1 and 2 on track. Peterson further second back on that. Battle behind is Thomas and Chapat with Connor Hughes in there as well. Not too far. In fact, a great dice there just behind, as you can see, picking up from our drone shot. The fight for what is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place on track is certainly heating up, with Andrew Thomas, Philip Chapat, Connor Hughes and Alistair Mingay. This time Mingay with a lot better start. He's had 2 tough second and third heats on the day here. One where his nose cone came off, and the other one where he stalled the cart and had to come back onto the circuit between turn 1 and 2. So he certainly turned his luck around here in this fourth and final heat. Verheul just continuing to control things from the front end and maintaining a little bit of a margin of 0.8 over Eugene Brits. Peterson, Thomas and Chapat behind that. Hughes, Mingay and Kube. Marco Vigas down in ninth there. Joseph and Jonathan Kairos. These are the guys who didn't make it out here this time out, but of course they have been fighting in this championship all season long. In fact, we've had 30 competitors throughout the championship in DD2 Masters, which is a valiant effort there from the guys of the slightly elderly statesman's point of view. A former karting pro alongside me here as one of the stewards here today. And I'm sure he would love to be involved in this little fight at the front end in a little shifter. I think you and I need to get one there, Mitchie, for next time. I think we might not be able to run with the pace of Verheul, but maybe in that mid-pack a bit, eh? Of course, Mitch Kutsia doing some of the stewards' work here today, and it's a vital aspect to karting, particularly when the championships are so close, going down to the final parts of the season. They've done an incredible job here, have the marshals, medics, and our race officials to get us through the final race meeting of 2022. A couple of big incidents, you'll see that on social media if you want to go back and watch that, if you haven't caught it here on Channel 180 and 115 respectively, as well as on our live stream feeds. And of course on the live stream feeds on social media, the opportunity is that you can go back and rewind them, which is great to see, and you can see all the action that happened earlier on and watch it as many times as you want to, whenever you want to. That's the great advantage we have on live stream. Fantastic to be back live on DSTV though, I've got to tell you. Channel 180 and on OpenView on 115 have certainly been a turnaround for the way people are going to be watching karting in the future. If this is how we can get things sorted out, that is for sure. People Double X, DT Form Services, Victron Energy, and of course all our sideline sponsors have helped us out through the day. It's been great to have them as part and parcel of this. We can't go racing without the partners and sponsors that we pick up to ensure we can give you this kind of coverage. So big thanks to all of them here as we're getting into the closing stages of our coverage as well. And of course, as always, I mentioned to Rotax, Mojo, Coma, Kart.co.za, XPS and Top Kart for their assistance and continued support of the Rotax Championship here in South Africa. The gap has opened up to 1.7 seconds now. I think Eugene Brits has decided second place is going to, all I can do here. Verheul has picked up the check, he's picked up the hotel bill, he's got the flight attendant waiting to book him onto his flight, because he's definitely going to be the man who would be leaving this circuit if he didn't live here in Gauteng, the earliest in DD2 Masters. And of course his beautiful wife Jennifer is behind the scenes in this championship as well, and does all of the admin side of things to ensure that we can go racing here with the Rotax Championship. And her dad Ed has been synonymous with this championship for a long, long time. So we're looking forward to seeing a Verheul take a #1 plate here for DD2 Masters. And on the sidelines, I'm sure, still biting their nails because it's not done. It never is in karting until that flag drops. And the halfway stage is about to be reached by the time Nicholas Verheul goes down the hill and into turn 4. We'll be at exactly halfway of race number 4 for the final round of this championship. It is Eugene Brits who's fought hard, valiantly all race season long. As I said, shared honours between Verheul and Brits. If you run through their results, basically they've literally got a few differentials between them, but hardly anything in that. When I say that they've shared the top spot and second spot the majority of the 13 rounds of this championship, that is exactly what has happened. So incredible to see that they have had to do it all again here today. And only one of them can come up with the top step. It's not like the Olympics and the high jump competition where they can share the gold medal. No, there's only one available. And at this stage, looks like it could be in the hands of Nick Verheul, as he's already started his 6th lap in anger. Down into turn 1, a bit of action. Like to see that in the closing stages. They're not giving up there, that is for sure. Philippe Chapat still in with the fight there with Andrew Thomas and with Alistair Mingay. Good to see our pit lane presenters, having a bit of fun and games here in the final part of the day's proceedings. So Really having a bit of fun there with Philip Chapat and Connor Hughes coming into the mix there too, not too far behind. Sinan Kube and Marco Vegas wants to join there as well. So it's not done and dusted yet between them. They're all fighting for, of course, the latter part of the top 10 in this championship, but needless to say, the fight has been as real as the fight out front. And in fact, at some stages during the race season, when the top two have been spread out as much as they are today, this is where we've concentrated all of our footage. So Thomas hangs on, Minge moves up one. And it looks like it's Chapat dropping down a couple into the clutches of Connor Hughes. The thing about this is that we do get to give everybody an opportunity to get a little bit of running wide out of the final turn 4 there, almost at the pit entrance, and pit exit I should say. Problems there by Marco Vegas, I think, who just ran a little bit wide, but here we go. Oh, Minge up for the opportunity to dive on the inside, had a look on Andrew Thomas. Thomas keeps him out for now. Minge comes alongside him, and there we go. Into turn 1 again. Game on for the next 4 laps. 104 is Minge, 114 is Andrew Thomas, 188 is Connor Hughes, and 155 is Philippe Chapat. All 4 of them in with a chance of still finishing up top 4 overall in this final heat. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake there from Connor Hughes, drops him to the back of that pack. Minge pulling away ever so slightly now from the front end. We watch our main man down into turn 2 there from the aerial shot. That was a great bit of editing there from our director. Going from the battle for 4th straight across and just turning the drone ever so slightly right and picking up on the leader. He's got 2.5 laps to go here. And at 101 is going to be a testament to the 101 lesson that he's given in karting here today, to ensure he secures the number 1 plate for 2022. Hale starts his penultimate lap. Gene Brits, he is going to settle for 2nd place, and he realizes that he just doesn't have the opportunity to match the pace here of the man out front. And that's exactly why we're going to see this championship go into the hands of what has been an amazing dice. It's a great dice all through the season. It's a great dice into the final lap and a half. But only one man can come out of the top, and at this stage, with 1 corner and 1 lap to go, looks like that's going to be Nick Verheul. Sure, Jen's going to be the first person to get across to him in the Park Fermé area to congratulate her husband and wrap up what has been an incredible 2022 season at Rotax Max South African Karting Championship level. This kind of pace, we keep up this kind of race action, we keep up the ability to go live on DSTV, and things are going to look good here, that is for sure. Live stream and live TV in the mix for the final time as they come around for the last time. It is going to be a championship well deserved from Nick Verheul as he comes across to beat Eugene Brits fair and square on the day. They'll both be happy with the performances of their karting careers in 2022. Brits will be a little bit disappointed that he couldn't take it to the final race to win out the championship, but of course he has had victories in the past and championships in the past in this category and other categories as well. So congratulations to Nick Verheul, Eugene Brits and Jonathan Peterson. 1, 2 and 3 across the line are 1, 2 and 3 in the championship here for DD2 Masters. Minge eventually wins out over Chapat, and Marco Vegas eventually finishes up ahead of Andrew Thomas and Connor Hughes, having some problems there right in the closing stages behind Tanae Ngube. And a great effort from Derek Joseph and Jonathan Karuz, who were here but didn't finish up those last 2 heats of racing. But I need to say, wrap up a 2022 season that has seen some incredible dicing right through the fields. As we wrap things up there for the DD2s, that went to Nick Verheul. Bambino is going to Noah Cronier. A great dice in the Senior Max, eventually taken out and won out by Olarato Secundu. And of course, then moving on to the Micromax category, Rafael De Silva went through there. And then behind that, Casey Ensel Smith taking the Junior Max. Mini Max went to Caleb Oudendal. Sebastian Boyd wrapped up the DD2s, and as we've just seen, it was Nick Verhel to wrap things up in the DD2 Masters. We'll be back shortly to wrap things up here from Zwartkops after the ad break.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You are the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
Round 4 of 4 of our Rotax South African Max Challenge Championship. This is go-karting at its very, very best. We're here at Zwartkops just outside of Pretoria, and we've got all 7 classes represented here today.
I'm just happy I'm second because my parents wanted me to come second.
What weather do you prefer to drive in, or is this ideal for your motor?
This is ideal for, I think, most of the drivers.
Are you expecting it to get even warmer in the afternoon?
I think race 3 will be a lot warmer, which means there's going to be quite a few more grip issues, but I'm sure we'll have it sorted.
With Rotax, we've developed a series of classes going from the age of 7 to 11 to 15 to 21 and so on. So there's a host of classes for different ages today.
I believe the DD2 Masters class is a new class for age 32 plus. And now there's a veteran class at a 50 plus. Are these drivers never going to quit driving?
Well, there are a lot of ex-karters, I think, who like to come back in later years, perhaps when they can afford it or when they've established themselves in business and so on and want to do something that's fun and relatively safe. So the Masters is not really a new formula. It's been around quite a while, but the Veterans is something new, and we'll watch that with interest. That's for the 50 plus.
Well, what a day. And behind the scenes at Zwartkops is Jeff van Room. Now, Jeff is the workhorse. He is here. He is behind all the paperwork and the pricing and the spare parts and everything that runs here at Zwartkops. And if you're wanting to get involved in karting because you like what you've seen on TV today and you're in this area, then you need to get a hold of Jeff. Jeff's going to tell you how to get involved in karting if you're in the Pretoria area. So Jeff, our newbies, they're enthralled, they're happy with what they've seen, and they've been maybe racing karts at the malls for a couple of years, and they think they're pretty good. Let's give them a realistic picture of what it involves and how to get involved.
Yeah, Lisa. So yeah, at Zwartkops, we've been involved in karting for a long time, and we have rental karts that we use for introduction purpose. So Tuesdays in general we do maintenance in the mornings, and we book introduction sessions for new people from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock on the hour, every hour. So people are welcome to contact me. We take kids from the year of their 5th birthday going up to, I did an introduction session for a 35, 55, 68-year-old. So it's really open to anybody. If you think you want to take a step getting into mainline karting, contact me, send me a mail, jeff@kart.co.za. It's as simple as that. The website, kart.co.za. All our links and details are on there. And yeah, it's a sport for everyone. Doesn't matter what age you are. If you're 15 years old and you've loved what you saw today, I think most people did. I think racing's exciting. Then give us a call. Yeah. Make your book. Come 1 hour, 30 minutes of driving on the circuit. We go through all the basics, the requirements, what classes are available in Gauteng to race in, and you take it from there. The budget's there, buy the kart, let's go racing.
So how many practice sessions do you recommend somebody does before they invest in a kart?
Lisa, that's such a difficult question. Some kids just have a natural ability. They come introduction session 1, you can see a kid's got a natural knack, and you tell a parent, don't waste more time, get the kid a kart and come racing. Other kids will do 2 or 3 sessions before they invest and take that next step. And some people buy a kart, they never race, and that's nothing wrong with that. It's a beautiful sport for you to enjoy. There's circuits available right around the country where you don't have to race. Always nice having the racing drivers, but racing's not for everyone, and we need to understand that as well. But the more bums we can get into seats, the more likely we are to have big, nice fields like we've had here today.
Okay, fantastic. It was a lovely field. It was beautifully run. Congratulations on a fantastic national here at Zwartkops. I must say, the KZN crew, whenever they come through, they are green with jealousy. You've got the wet skid pan, you've got the proper car racetrack, you've got the corporate racetrack, and then the track we've seen today. I mean, there's so much to this place. It really is kind of linking all branches of motorsport together.
It is, and I think, my hat goes off to Peter de Tooy, who's put the facility together, and Ed, that invested with Peter in putting a fantastic kart circuit together for us to come and have fun and race on. And yeah, Durban's full of petrol heads. Guys, step up your game. It's time for a motorsport complex.
Absolutely. Jeff, JEFF?
That's it.
All right, so it's not the Geoffs, it's the Jeff.
It's JEFF at kart.co.za. drop me a mail. Tuesdays on the hour, every hour from 12 o'clock until 5 o'clock in the afternoons.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time. I know you've got to go set up for prize giving. Thanks so much.
Great pleasure, Lisa.
Thank you. Right, and we've got Rolf Oudendal who's going to join us. We've just chatted about the Idube KZN track in not such favorable terms, but that's just because it's old hat for me. That's my home class, my home track. Rolf, you're here. I know that you're down in Cape Town at the moment, but KZN has been your home kart track for many, many years. You've gone through world champs and all the rest of it from KZN. What does KZN have to offer karters down at the coast?
Well, So Idube is a very unique track. It is, I've been to many tracks around the world, and there's nothing like Idube. It's just extreme go-kart track. So I think it's got plenty to offer. If you look at all the guys that have progressed, they've done a lot of good races at Idube, and it definitely teaches you a different kind of skill. So it's got a lot to offer.
Yeah, I think Rolf's particularly talking about Thunderdome. We're on a bank on a hill at Idube, and so all the other karters found our track the most exciting because it's so tight and so twisty, and the G-force around Thunderdome is insane. Rolf, if we've got people viewing this all over the country and they really enjoyed watching the karters today, how do they put their hand up and say, I want to give that a bash at KZN? Where is the track? How do I get involved?
So Idube Raceway is just outside of Pietermaritzburg in Camperdown. You can call Henry on 076 817 5287, and he pretty much runs the karting track there, and there's a little store. We also do corporate events where you can get a good introduction into karting, or you can bring your company there and you can have company versus company if you would like. So give Henry a call, you can make a booking and have some fun.
Absolutely. Henry's a local mechanic, so he's permanently there. Track times, when is it open, when is it closed? I know Zwartkops, they want you here on a Tuesday as an introductory karter. What are the rules at KZN?
So basically the track is closed on Monday and Tuesday. So it's pretty open from Wednesday to Sundays. But if there's events on, obviously there's special times. So it's best to look at the Natal Kart Club website or give Henry a call and find out when it's available. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So it's Natal Kart Club website.
Yes, you can Natal Kart Club, or we're busy making a new website, idubekarting.co.za, and there you can make bookings and so on. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks for your time. Thanks for talking to us, and enjoy prize giving. Thanks, Rolf. Right, I've now got Brad Wadley, a dad, mechanic, you name it. I had to go call him from pulling down gazebos. Let's see those hands. I've got to show the hands. There's a worker's man's hands. So, Mr. Wadley, you've got two sons racing. We're not going to go into how their national's gone, but you're from the Cape. We know Idube Raceway is KZN. We know Zwartkops is Pretoria. We know Formula K is Benoni. Yeah. Why do you always go with WPMC? What?
Well, it's Western Province Motor Club, so that's basically what it stands for. It's the home, the whole facility is obviously Western Province Motor Club. We race under the karting section, so it basically carried across like that, where we run with that name. So that's pretty much what out of the Cape has.
Okay, so it's not Kalani anything, it's the Western Province.
So we always just go as Western Province Motor Club. It seems to be the way we do things.
Exciting times for you though. I believe you just signed a 15-year lease.
Yes, it has been renewed, so thankfully, because obviously karting circuit, main circuit, everything's affected by that. And we got another 15 years, so that's a good thing to have.
Mm. The one thing that Kalani has that the other kart clubs don't have is a drag strip, which is always super exciting for us petrol heads to watch when we come down for nationals in Cape Town.
Yeah, that's it. It's a multifaceted sort of facility as well. It has everything from karting to drags to main circuit racing, rallycross now as well. So from that side of things, it's it's really good for anybody that's a petrol head.
Okay, fantastic. So now we've got some viewers who are extremely excited about karting after watching our broadcast today. And they're putting up their hands and going, I want to get involved. I've been to the malls, I've raced, I'm pretty good. How would they get in touch with somebody at the Western Province Motor Club?
Well, much the same as what Jeff has explained. I run the EMR Kart Sport in Cape Town, so pretty much the same sort of you can get hold of me. And pretty much we do test drives on a Tuesday. The shop, obviously, full facility as well, where it has all the spares, the karts, everything that's got to do with karting. Like I mentioned, Tuesdays is set aside for novices and newcomers. It's sort of a Western Province rule that we have. I do free test drives, so anywhere from 5 years old up until 80 years old, if you're interested in starting at that, that late in the sport. We pretty much give you an hour from, arriving there, explaining how everything works. We're very patient with the small kids as well. We've got the staff that do it as well. We've been doing it for many years. And pretty much run them through from, this is the brake, very basic stuff, and through the different classes. We've got a demo kart, we call it, where somebody can come down, they do a few laps in a kart, and then obviously they get a good feeling. Parents obviously get a good feeling as well if that's something that they want to invest in and see their kids progress in the sport. So yeah, pretty much the same as Jeff's sort of setup as well.
But it's a free session, which is awesome.
Yeah, I give a free session. It's just our way of sort of giving back to the sport as well.
Yeah.
We also do offer our corporate side of things. We've got rental karts as well, which is the 4-stroke stuff.
Okay.
Which also we, like I say, host corporate events and stuff. A little bit trickier to book the circuit. Obviously, like I said, it's open for karters more so than obviously the rental kart side of things. But definitely by bookings, we can do that as well.
Okay. Brad, it's been fantastic chatting to you. There's a lot going on in Cape Town. You've got 15 years left. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of interest there, and you should be hearing from our viewers about booking those sessions.
No, that's great.
Thank you.
Obviously info@kartsport.co.za. That's the email address that you guys can use, and we go from there. Awesome.
Great. Thanks very much. Right, I did want to interview Fabian Lance, and she's outside. She's on her way in. We're going to do that as a recording because it's time to wrap up the Max Challenge, the Rotax South African National Challenge. It's been a hot, sticky, sweaty, exciting, and very competitive national, and I've been absolutely honored to speak to all these magnificent drivers and their coaches and mechanics and the medics and the families supporting them. It's been an awesome day. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have, and we'll see you soon.